till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
Well, the NAL Kickoff playoffs are here. We've got to send someone to the Salt Lake City Major. We are here in person, and boy, does it feel so good. No internet troubles this time. We can't disconnect anymore, and there is no possible way that anything could go.
Well, I guess he disconnected in person. I didn't even know that was possible.
The Salt Lake City Major is just a couple weeks away, and we still have a very important job to do, figuring out which 4 North American League teams will be competing on the international stage. We're here in person for the NAL Kickoff playoffs. You guys are right here. It feels so good. No disconnecting issues. I'm not going to have that problem as last time. Should I freeze and run off stage right now for the bit? But really, it's good to have you guys here. I mean, really, we've come such a long way from where this began, from knowing nothing about any of these teams to now having a pretty good idea about where things stack up. We head into best of 3s where anything can happen.
Anything can happen. You disconnected in person. I didn't think that was possible. I'm glad we got it sorted. But as for the teams, I mean, this stage so far has been so competitive. All the new faces, and a lot of them have really come to impress us. And it's only going to get that much better once it gets into best of 3s. You know, it's a really good litmus test to see, can these new teams compete?
Yeah, I mean, not even just for the teams, even for us. I mean, being here in this studio, I mean, we aren't used to this here in the NAL. I mean, it's definitely a different tax bracket once you come into here. So I can kind of feel what the EML guys feel on this stage.
You know what's crazy, though? We've been here for like 5 seconds, and I feel like we already do this play so much better than the guys.
You're going to start
We're just so much better than the
I mean, you guys got the drip. You got the colors matching.
They're matching a little bit to some.
The red
It
on
looks
red.
good. It looks good. But this all kicked off a few weeks ago where we started the group stage with 10 teams. We now have just 8. Where now we have to figure out how these teams are going to work their way through the bracket. SSG 1 of 30, M80 and Wildcard. That's where things start in the upper bracket with 5 Fears and Dark Zero waiting for them. But now, as we said, in best of 3 territory, Fox, so many more questions than answers.
I mean, of course, when you look at the bottom of the bracket with Cloud9 and Shopify Rebellion playing for their lives, essentially, because when you start out in the bottom of the bracket, you lose one, you're out. You don't have that safety net like the top teams do. So when you're one of these teams at the bottom, you are in a way more stressful position. There's so much pressure on you because you don't have that extra lifeline that some of the teams at the top do. You don't have time to get into the bracket. One game goes wrong and it's gone.
I mean, that can be a little bit of a double-edged sword, though. The nice thing is, sure, you are at the bottom of the bracket, but you have no lifelines. You have nothing to rely on outside of your own confidence, your own skill, your own teamwork, and that honestly can ramp up some teams to have tremendous performance. We've seen it at multitudes of SIs where teams come from the loser's bracket and win the entire thing. It's not to say that that's going to be the case, but it does put that little added pressure that you do need, where some teams sitting at the top where you only need that one win, we've seen them falter because they don't have those game reps in comparison to some of these teams that will lead all the way up until that point.
And that could happen to a team like 5 Fears, who's come into this now with some pretty significant expectations because of where they started. We did not think this team was going to be able to get to this point. A bye round to start, a single best of 3 stands between them and the major.
Yeah, when we were looking at the big shakeup in the roster mania that was happening in the NAL, by no means did I think this was going to be the roster that was going to be carrying the torch, carrying the way, especially going flawless throughout their group stage. I would have never seen that from any of these players, but we heard it from time and time again with each interview, one to the other, that during their offseason, they all took responsibility and showing up as an individual, putting in work, not just only in the games, but outside the game, outside of the server. And with each and every single game that we were seeing from these guys, there was always something that you could take from and be like, wow, this is a really different look than what we were seeing from one season to the next, one stage to the next. I mean, every player really has been doing their due diligence and making sure that they are all coming into it with the same goal in mind and same success rate.
Well, another young team, a team that made it from the Challenger Series very earlier this year, 1 of 30. also came in with not so high expectations, but they started things off and shocked us coming out of the gate day one, and they're here with a chance to make the major as well.
I mean, the thing that shocked us was how well the individual rookies were playing. I mean, Volsper and Mike W had big clutch plays, and they didn't really have the best start of the stage. I mean, they only won one game against 100 Thieves, and it was a nail-biter, but the main point to take away is all of their other matches against SR, M80, whatever the case may be, it was very close. They were keeping it in contention, and I think that gives us a little bit more hope. There's a lot of potential on this roster for them to be able to find success. Now they have the opportunity to continue to show it because, again, they're in the top side of the bracket against SSG, against Five Fears. They're playing against teams that haven't also had that much time in T1, so it's a great position to find themselves in for 1 of 30.
And both of these two teams, examples of teams that have surpassed our expectations coming in.
Absolutely.
Lax, we have to talk about a team, though, that has come and, well, not met those expectations. Shopify Rebellion, they're the talk of the town right now, not for necessarily the best of reasons.
No, and I said it during the last play stage, during the play day, that, you know, we should cut them a little bit of slack. They did what they needed to get out of groups to make it into playoffs. And as every single pro player knows, getting out of group stage is the most important thing. It doesn't matter how you got there. It matters how you get there and how you finish. Now, they are in a best of 3 territory. This is in any scenario for any single player out there. Being in a best of 3 is always going to make you more comfortable because when you do find those losses early on in that first map, you have that time to be able to reconcile and understand where things are wrong, how you can fix it going into the future. So I would definitely hold back a little bit on SR until we kind of see this get underway and see what their performance actually looks like at a best of 3 level than just looking at what happened in the best of 1.
I mean, yeah, when you look at SR, the individual players, they're not the issue at all. Everyone's getting good kills. I think the biggest thing is not having enough time in a best of 1 to be able to adapt, to use Canadian as that IGL. Best of 3 completely shakes that up, and the players themselves have took to social media to be able to talk about it and say, we're not really worried about it. It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish, and I think that's SR's end goal, especially being in the lower bracket. They know it's their time to put up or shut up.
Well, here in North America, as we sort through this chaos and see which of these teams can at least get back on track, we have to remember what they're playing for. All of these teams vying to play in a major on home soil in Salt Lake City in just a few weeks. The tickets are available now if you want to join us the weekend of May 15th at the Salt Palace Convention Center. Lax, I mean, we know how much an opportunity like this means to these players. You guys know this particularly well, having been there, competed at international events. Regional play is one thing, but getting to the main stage, getting in front of that crowd, that's everything.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely speaks it into existence once you're in front of that stage, in front of that crowd. They're cheering for you on that stage. I mean, even for myself, the last time that I was in an NA stage when I was playing was back when we were in Charlotte. And just being able to be in your own home, your own environment, your own crowd cheering you on every step of the way, that definitely makes it far more better of an experience as a player. So a lot of these NAL teams, if they can make it here during SLC, they're going to set themselves up in a prime position to be in front of their home crowd, in front of their families and friends, to try to make something out of it.
Yeah, the community always shows up when it's an NA event. It's heartwarming. It's a great experience, and hopefully one of these teams can bring some pepper to the Salt Palace.
You always get like this at late at night. What is it, like 11 p.m. here in Copenhagen?
Yeah,
it is.
We got to put a handle on them early on before this gets out of control. But we've got a great day ahead coming your way to start off the playoffs here in the NAL Kickoff. 1 of 30 and SSG. That'll be the palate cleanser to kick off the night. 2 young teams trying to prove themselves before we move on to M80 and Wildcard, our second game of this 2 best-of-3 slate. I mean, Lax, this is exactly the kind of day we want to start things off. We could see 2 blowouts potentially, the way these teams are on paper, but if I've got to guess here, we're going to see some barn burners of matches.
I mean, for the first one, I'm hoping we're going to see a lot coming out of the side of 1 of 30, given what we've seen so far of them. And then going into that second game, I think that's going to be the bigger game for me, because what we've seen from Wildcard hasn't been the typical Wildcard that we hype up when they get to the main event. So hopefully we're going to see a lot more out of them. And then from 80, I think it's just more about consistency and getting Ashen into the swing of things.
Yeah, agree.
Well, let's dive into it a little bit more. SSG, to start things off, are a team that we've talked a lot about, these young teams that have surprised us. With Dream at the helm, assembling this core of young talent, we look at these players and we go, should they be here competing 3-1 through the group stage, getting to this point? The answer is clearly yes at this point.
I mean, we were very skeptical We were very skeptical coming into it because of how Dream's success on Cloud9 was very underwhelming, but we know that Dream has the potential to be on a winning team. I mean, we look at Boston, we look at Unwanted, that team with no roster or no org, being able to make it as far as they did. Then the stint on Cloud9, now to SSG. It's not about Dream specifically, but it's about the players around him. When Dream is surrounded by lovable players that he can work with, he can make better, everything, sky's the limit. And that's what we're seeing on SSG. Not only has he brought on Giddy for a little bit of veteran experience, but picking up 3 newer players has been just the energy that Dream has needed because they all believe in his system. And I can speak from an IGL perspective. When you have players that believe in what you are trying to show them, everything is better. Your team instantly goes from 0 to hero, and I think that's what we're seeing with SSG.
And one of those young players, not necessarily a rookie because he made his NAL debut late last year, Aiden, has been playing lights out. I mean, this is someone who we know what he's capable of, but we have seen it through and through this year.
Oh, it's a night and day difference. He's only played one stage, last stage with Envy, and you know, we thought that Envy could have gone the distance. Obviously, they didn't make it into the bracket play to be able to make it to the major, but that being said, his performance was still something that shook us all when we saw him enter the league. He was great individually, but the consistency of it was not something that was there. But now that he's been able to join SSG, he's found his own. He's found his position. He's not this primary entry because they have Raid who is able to be that spearhead. You have now Aiden that can just play any utility operator, play his position, be very comfortable, and he can just find openings wherever needs be. And right now, he's the second highest rated player when it comes to the NAL, and that's a huge jump because on Envy, he was within the top 40, top 50, nothing too exceptional. Now, he's hit the ground running, and I think that's because this team has allowed him so much freedom in being able to pick his role, find comfortability, and because he has other players that can do the hard parts, like entering and getting Aiden into those positions.
I mean, something for me, not just to talk about his own play and his, consistency, it's also just his attitude. He's very charismatic. We've talked to him on interviews, just being able to be a younger player, being able to lead that charge in terms of how animated you can get, how you can hype players up. You need that in a team dynamic. Someone has to be able to take the reins, and I think Aiden certainly does that for this team, but it also allows him to just develop as a player even better. When you have all of these different aspects about you as a player, outside of just your sheer skill, that all come together, that is what's truly going to allow him to grow as a player as a whole and to be able to indoctrinate new styles of play, develop as a player, and continue his growth that we've been seeing. And honestly, it's been very fun to watch him in particular grow and develop as this has gone on.
Right, he's not only as a player, but as a person.
Yeah,
seeing these interviews, the maturity is really coming out. I mean, look at this guy, mogging the camera as he should.
Got a good hairline too. Yeah.
1 of 30 on the other hand, right? We talk a lot about this team and the youth they bring coming from the Challenger Series. We knew this would be a tough road, but it was week 1. It was day 1 where this team put us all on notice and said, we should be paying attention to them. 8-7, close game against Shopify Rebellion, and all of a sudden we're like, all right, we got to watch this team closely.
Yeah, they've certainly gone through their trial by fire for sure, but they have done enough to scrape by to make it now into this playoffs. Now, when you look at obviously that first match, you could have argued they should have won that versus SR. That was a big 1v3 clutch that they did blunder, unfortunately, due to a team kill, and then Ambi just clutching it up. But that's neither here or there. Fact of the matter is they got the most important win out of that 100 Thieves game, securing those 3 points, giving them a total of 4 to find themselves in this position. Now, I'm going to be far more critical at this point because this is where everything matters. This is everything that you've worked for in that group stage to really show and develop your skills as individuals and as a team. And that's where they have lacked, is in those skills. Now, I do have something that does show kind of a timeline of how well their attacks and defenses, or maybe how bad that they've been in comparison to the rest of the teams here. You can clearly see them on the end. They're still punching at a good range. They aren't at that 50% mark for either attack or defense. So for me, I want to see them at least develop on one of these sides at a better pacing, to have more success on. But it's not just to highlight that, they aren't in the best spot, because there are positives that you can take away that they do have to show for that. They have the potential. Now sure, their attack wins and KDs, it's not that great, but the opening kills, the multi-kills, the clutches, if we can somehow turn all of those positives into rounds won, into matches won, this can be a very, very strong and competitive team. But that all comes down to now being in a best of 3, where again, you can lose that first map. You can take things from it. You can extrapolate from it, implement it into map 2, fix it going into map 3, and just overall have far more success. But again, that comes off the strategic aspect of being able to adapt, being able to problem solve, and that's where they've lacked in the best of 1. So now in the best of 3, we should be seeing this at a far faster pace than where we've seen it before.
I mean, I hope what we're going to see in the best of 3 series is them be able to find their identity, because I think from the statistics, we can all agree there's nothing that sets them aside from any other team. There's nothing that has that spark.
Maybe outside of experience.
But outside of experience, there's nothing that really gives us some type of a niche to believe in this roster. And I think in a best of 3 series, it gives them more experience to be able to develop these newer players to potentially find that what's going to be their crutch, what's going to be their angle to be able to set them aside from other teams. And right now, it's just Packer trying to lead this roster. And I think we've seen huge strides from Packer as an individual. Now we just want to see the rest of the team be able to get there. And I think there's no better situation than them going up against SSG now and then 5 Fears. With no pressure, they can lose the first match and go to lower bracket. It's a perfect situation to ease into this bracket play for 1 of 30.
I'd agree. And we heard from Packer speaking with Parker and Mint on the DBNO podcast. He said they feel pretty good about their chances, right? And it's going to come down to the maps here. We know just how important this can be, from best of 1 to best of 3s, from a team who has not flexed the most beautiful of map pools, Lax. You're looking at a team who needs to do this well and perform well from the jump.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, first map coming out is going to be Nighthaven Labs. We haven't seen either of these teams play it just yet, but pivoting over into Clubhouse, I mean, we already saw how strong SSG was on that Clubhouse map. I mean, they made Wildcard look like they were the brand new teams on the block in terms of how they played that. And then even going into Chalet, another map for SSG where we watched them dominate Outlast. Now, Nighthaven Labs, they don't have VODs in terms of what they can do to prep for this match. But again, it's going to be more important for the side of 1 of 30 of being able to adapt and problem solve. And sometimes you have to go off the script. You can't just keep sticking to your blueprint. You can't keep sticking to what you've been dry running. Sometimes you have to bring a different operator. Sometimes you even have to pivot bands in order to set up for that attacking side. I mean, it's really going to, that's what I'm going to be focusing more on 1 of 30. SSG has already shown me more than enough to really get behind them, and especially looking at those last 2 maps of Clubhouse and Chalet going into their favor.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think when it comes to a map like Labs, we know that Dream has been comfortable on a map like that with Cloud9. They like to play it. Wasn't necessarily a great map, but Cloud9 had their struggles. SSG is going to find comfortability on it. 1 of 30, big question is all going to come down to Packer when it comes to the adaptation. He's one of the few IGLs that loves being able to adapt on the fly. I'm imagining that's something that we're going to see. Labs is a very punishing map, especially if you're not time-orientated, you're not keeping track of all the little angles, little areas, and that's something where we could see the newer players like Volsper and Mike W get caught off guard, and that could potentially lead to the loss. On a map like Clubhouse, again, it's going to come down to Packer. Can he counter-strat what we've seen from SSG? Don't necessarily know if that's going to happen because we know how step-by-step SSG was on that map. Get the first pick, lock everything down for the over-aggressive swings. It's hard not to bet on SSG in this situation.
Well, Lex, I know you had something you wanted to dive into a little bit more in regards to the map pool of 1 of 30. And maybe the lack of breadth that they've been able to display. I mean, they have not had the results, and here you can see that.
Again, in a best of 1, you're going to try to limit as many maps that you're weak at, and you're also going to get limited in maps that you're good at, whether that's based off scrims, whether that's based off VODs, whatever that's going to be. Surely, they've played 4 maps. They've only found success on 1 of those maps. The other's not so great. Now you have a plethora of maps that you possibly can pull out here in a best of 3, and this would be a time to do it. As you can see, they have a lot of bans going out there, but that also goes to say that you can't pivot back to maps that you've recently played. Now, granted, we aren't going to see some of those maps here today, but fact of the matter is they are showing something different just in Nighthaven Labs, which I think is going to be a great perspective for us to really see is, you know, with the time off that they've had, with everything that they've gone through in the group stage, are they going to be problem solving is going to be the bigger question here. And like I said, you know, whether that's bringing different operators, whether that's quickly adjusting and pivoting when it's need be. But as Fox was saying, it's easier for new players when things aren't going their way to be instantly caught off guard or lose focus.
Well, our players are just about ready to go, so we're going to welcome in our casters. We're going to talk with Intero and Jesse before we dive into this one. Guys, Parker, I mean, I mentioned the conversation that you guys had with some of these new players, with Packer specifically. It's exciting to hear that they feel pretty confident about their chances going into this bracket.
Yeah, I mean, if you're just solely going off of that podcast appearance, I honestly think they're telling the truth, you know, and we say this when we're on the show, and I'm sure you say this when you interview the guests as well. Sometimes we puff up our chests an awful lot, right? And we say like, yeah, we're the best team, we're going to make it. But I think when you have an opportunity to really talk about what you think, especially on the podcast format, players are going to be a little bit more honest. I genuinely think 1 of 30 feels that they are the better team going into this match.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible to see how far they've already come as a team, right? And I mean, sure, maybe they were looked at as the underdogs. I think you guys broke it down nicely on the desk. There's definitely things that 1 of 30 still have to work on, but we haven't seen this team play in a couple of weeks. There's been quite a bit of an off time between the group stage and the playoffs, so who knows how much they've improved in that time. This will be a really great showcase of exactly how much they've been able to work on this stuff after going through the group stage.
Well, a good question, Jesse, and good thing we can dive into this best of 3 to find those answers. It's over to you guys as we get labs underway.
Well, greatly appreciated. Jesse, what are your expectations here? Because, I mean, all of our matches today are going to be interesting for different reasons. This one, to me, is the biggest wild card, pardon the pun, of the two. SSG, to me, have been a team on the rise, and they've got a couple pieces that I'm really excited for. They are very aggressive. They've got entry fraggers that seem to be fearless, and I think that can obviously work wonders here. And of course, they've got the help of an organization. Let's not kid ourselves, Jesse. 1 of 30 is playing with no org whatsoever, so they've got no institutional support. They're not even getting paid to play, for crying out loud. But is their raw talent enough to overcome all of the things that Space Station is working for them right now?
I think so, Parker, and I'm glad you brought that up because orgless teams in the North America League have never really found much success. 1 of 30 have done something that has almost never been done in North America before, and that is qualifying to the playoffs without an organization. The last time this happened was April 24th, 2017, when Ominous qualified to the Pro League Year 2 Season 1 playoffs, and in those playoffs, they lost every game. So if 1 of 30 can come out and beat Space Station Gaming today, they will break history, being the first team ever to win a playoff game in North America without an org.
Now, for those of you that are following along, the teams that win today are neither confirmed for Salt Lake, nor are they eliminated. So what we are looking at is we are looking at the upper bracket quarterfinals. For those that don't have any kind of visual component, it means that the winner of this matchup will play 5 Fears for a spot at the major. The loser will go down into the lower bracket, and I believe they play Shopify Rebellion. If my numbers are correct, you're happy to feel free to chime in here, should I be right or wrong?
Yeah, the loser of this game will end up playing Cloud9 first round of the playoffs.
That's it. So there you go. Okay, so it doesn't flip for the lower bracket just yet. Our matchup later today, which is the M80 wildcard matchup, then that one will be, again, the winner will go up against Dark Zero, the loser will play Shopify Rebellion. But either way, the loser of this match still gets to stick around. So you are not seeing the last of either of these teams, and the winner, they don't qualify for the major yet. So today is a very important day, but not as critical as what we will see tomorrow and onwards as those matches get more important the later we go into the week. And of course, we will see our last set of matches on Thursday. Jesse, you and I will be taking part in some of the commentary there.
Yeah, it should be an exciting week here for the North American Siege fans, getting to decide which of our 4 representatives will be headed to Salt Lake City. And of course, it means a little bit more coming from North America because you will be that home team. You'll have the crowd behind you no matter who you are. You qualify in through this league. So every team is fighting to make it to that spot over the next couple of days. We start here on Nighthaven Labs as the desk broke down, Parker, and this is not a map that either 1 of 30 or Space Station have played before this season. You obviously can go back to last season for Space Station, but it's a completely different team, so it's not exactly relevant. I'm sure both teams have been practicing it in the off-season. It is 1 of 30's map pick, so they expect to be a little bit stronger on it. The breaching has not been so strong. This is a little ugly from Mike W. He wanted to be able to make a crouch walkthrough with the Hibana pellets, but he spaced them just a little bit too far apart, and now is struggling to get that open. So we'll see how this goes for him as the match continues on.
It's tough getting open that IT wall.
There we go.
Lots of teams struggle with it. Obviously not to excuse some sloppiness here, but to kind of explain it for people. We literally casted 2 teams that have made it to Salt Lake City yesterday in Brazil, and they had problems opening the wall. So for crying out loud, most competitive region and 2 major bound teams, they struggled to open up IT.
Yeah.
Don't flay these players on the side of 1 of 30 just yet.
Wow.
I don't know if they droned out electrical or not. Maybe it was some poor coordination here. Silo dies because of it. Volspur and Mike on the board. Bino too. Oh my goodness, Jesse, 1 minute left in the round. And this 1 of 30 team is just about as fearless as we said from the entry players on the side of Space Station. The round is over. 1 of 30 failed to open up that IT wall right off the rip and then immediately decide to collaborate on and execute, and it works out. They're all smiles, they're all laughing. Round number 1 goes to 1 of 30.
Yeah, perfectly played by Bino. Saw an opportunity and took it. Little unfortunate that he lets his teammate die there inside a connector. He's outside on that electrical window, but Bino perfectly plays that, takes advantage of the space that's given to him, and then rushes through the bomb site to get a massive multi-kill to start things off right for 1 of 30, attacking on Night Haven Labs. Bino playing in his 36th map as a professional Rainbow Six player. He has never actually played a match under an organization, playing the Montreal Major under CL for Life with some of his opponents on the other side, most notably Giddy, and then also playing under Standby last season. He has been, I think, really a shining star throughout this team. He's had some ups and downs in his career, no doubt, but you can see that game sense. When he sees an opportunity, he's going to step up and take it. He's going to be able to work through the map and find those frags. So really nice to see that coming out from Bino, starting us off with a beautiful 2K.
And Bino's not the guy that they usually rely on for entry.
No.
Far and away, I mean, it's Mike W. Mike W has 17 entries compared to the next highest, which is Packer at 13. Bino has 5. So, I mean, if Bino's the guy that's cracking this round open, goodness gracious, what is happening here? In fact, the 3 players that were first involved in the action for 1 of 30 were the 3 more support-oriented players. So I don't know if it was just by design or what. Mike W obviously providing some auxiliary kills. Mike W will be the standout performer on 1 of 30 if all goes according to their plan. So keep an eye on him. But if you've got the rest of the team joining in, things are looking pretty good for 1 of 30 then.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong at all, Parker. Bino takes that IGL role on this 1 of 30 team. Some people think it's Packer. Packer certainly has a leadership role on this team, but Bino is listed as the official IGL, but still able to frag out on those supporting roles when he gets the opportunity. SSG probably not expecting to lose that first round. They'll go down to the basement for their second opportunity to try to get a defense round win, and there are quite a lot of roamers. You can see these orange bodies scattered around the map, some on the top floor, some here on the mid floor as well. Raid and Aiden on that top floor trying to lock things down up above, and it will be Aiden, the first one to fall. Bino is not done after his multi-kill in round number 1. He will find yet another early frag, taking down the youngster on Space Station Gaming, 19 years old. Aiden ends up falling early in this round.
Aiden, their highest rated player, best entry stats, and best KD on the side of SSG, so if he's not doing well, the rest of the team is going to find some problems here. Raid obviously is on the board as well, if need be. But he's been very quiet so far. Giddy in the ground. This entry from 1 of 30 has been terrific so far. Jesse finding 2 kills with really no contest at this present point in time. Mike W might find another. Yes, he will. But Silo credited with the kill, but Mike W was definitely in on that one. Mike W credited with the kill in the bottom left. If Rival hadn't gotten that kill, Jesse, I'm not saying I would eat a hat, but I mean, I'm already eating one. Might as well keep adding to it.
Oh boy, Rival gets away with it. It's not a problem, but he kind of needs more here, Parker. Top of cargo stairs all alone, goes for the swing and hits the head on the Volspur. That's nice. Brings the man count disadvantage down to just 1 and gives a little bit of an opportunity for him and Dream to lock things down now on the bomb sites. We see this kind of 2-pronged push coming out from 1 of 30. You got Packer down here in EXO, and then Mike and Bino pushing together on the cargo side. They got to deal with these mirror windows, and they've only got 30 seconds to pull off this execute.
Packer was playing on that lurk later role. A lot of the times they'll call it mailbox, where he just sits and holds an angle. It's Dream and Rival now attempting to keep this one together. Rival, sensational, good for 2 kills, not good enough past that. Mike W with 3 frags on the round. These first 2 that we've seen from 1 of 30 have looked very well practiced. This team has certainly made improvements. Now, obviously, the wheels could fall off, but we are seeing a much better 1 of 30 here today than we saw through much of the groups.
Yeah, I have to agree, Parker. It's been kind of surprising to see 1 of 30 dominate the early game. That was one aspect of this match where I thought SSG were going to have the edge. Unfortunately, the entry fraggers of Raiden and Aid have yet to really get active in this matchup. It was technically an opening pick for Space Station in round 1. Round 2, not so lucky. Aiden actually turned 20 a couple weeks ago. Ends up being the first one to go down in this one, so that nice angle that we saw coming out from Bino. And then from there, the Roamer is just very isolated, very solo. Look at all the information that's being brought on the side of 1 of 30. Packers on the Dokkaebi, Volspers on the Snake. They've got a lot of tools to find these individual roamers that are scattered around the map on the side of SSG. They're working together, they're using their information, and they're clearing these players without any potential trades coming through on the side of SSG. So really clean start coming out from 1 of 30. I want to mention Mike W as well, because he is now 5-0, and he's been so good, as you mentioned, in the early rounds for 1 of 30. He's not actually an entry fragger. He's listed as a support player on this team. You see it in the operators. He's playing a lot of Ace, a lot of Thatchers, but you're absolutely right. He's been getting involved a lot with the opening duels throughout the group stage of 1 of 30, and seems like that is looking to continue here in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, Mike W plays a much more, I would say, sheltered style of defender, and he plays a lot of that smoke. He plays that mute. Sometimes he'll play Warden. He plays Hard Breach a lot on attack, or that support that enables the Hard Breacher. So Volsper will be running the Ace, but it's not uncommon to see Mike playing on that Hibana if need be. So yeah, I mean, the fact that he's able to get these, I don't want to say like garbage kills or like garbage time if people know what that means, or the cleanup kills, but Mike W can definitely be there to support. But again, he's got the best entry stats on the team. Packer has 11 entries himself.
Yeah.
But he's lost 8 of those. So Packer is getting into the action early, but isn't usually the guy getting the kills. His most played operators are Deimos and Snake. He's on a shield this time around and will go off to the races all on his lonesome, missing a golden opportunity, caught in a crossfire, and there's an entry from Packer, and 8 becomes 9. Rival finds 2 kills, down goes Bino, traded out perfectly though. There's been a lot of trades across SAL and now NAL, and it puts SSG in a better position. Silo looking for something, unable to do it. Raid, his first kill of this round, first kill of the series for Raid.
Swapping mags.
And with half the round to go, 1 of 30 finds themselves in a spot they haven't really been in, and that's a deficit.
Yeah, really good start to this round, SSG. We started with Aiden having an excellent impact trick on the IT wall as Volsper just drones right past it. Cleared out all of Volsper's Selma charges, at least 2 of them on that initial wall. So that keeps IT closed. That lets the anchors play a little bit more aggressively down and towards the sites. Dream and Rival finding 3 of the 4 frags already through this round. Rival huge to stop that initial push. Now Dream gets 1, leaving Volsper all alone in the 1v4. He's got good map control. All of top floor is his to play with, but Parker, in this 1v4 disadvantage, I'm just not sure what Volsper is going to be able to get out of this. This is a really tough spot to be in.
I can't tell if his player cam is frozen or if he's just making a stink face this whole time, but I have to imagine it's frozen. The face, though, definitely applying for the situation. He finds himself in, one tucked really close into the corner. Aiden will get the final kill. Yeah, that one was not really going anywhere. You were spot on with that. So SSG reads it correctly. The 2 entries of both Bino and Packer fall flat on their face, taken down by 1 player on Space Station before being swiftly traded out himself, but the damage was already done. SSG does get on the board, denying 1 of 30, a perfect 3-0 start here. As defenders on this map, SSG should be a little bit better on these numbers. We'll see if that changes course now that the last ban is coming in.
Yeah, I think for Space Station, you desperately needed that round. This is your opponent's map pick, so that's maybe the one silver lining, whereas if they do lose this map, they're still in a good spot for the series, but obviously they're coming into this game as the favorites. They had a much better group stage than 1 of 30 did. They're also playing with a much more prestigious organization, and despite a lot of people doubting this team when they came into the season, I think they really proved themselves through the group stage. They showed up, they won a lot of games that people were not expecting them to, and I think they kind of showed a very fun style of Siege where they were getting aggressive, they were getting active in those early games, and frankly, the roller converts, Raid and Aiden, were really leading the way in that charge for Space Station Gaming. So good to see both of them getting active there in round number 3. They get SSG on the board and set themselves up hopefully for a better second quarter. I do really like that ban coming out from them on the Ace. It's been played every single round by 1 of 30, usually by Volsper. They'll hop over to the Hibana to try to change things up.
Mike W on a familiar role now, playing on this Grim operator, and will be there to support, once again, the execute. I mean, you look at the lineup, and a lot of people would be stuck in their ways of saying, oh, well, it's got to be the Ash of Silo who'll be in the building first. Silo has struggled from an offensive perspective, not in this game, but just in general. Third highest amount of frags on the team, but I mean, he's very close to passing that baton to go down lower to both Wolfsper and Bino. And again, Bino's the guy who, I mean, he's playing shields for the most part.
Yeah.
Obviously not doing so here. You've got a shield ban, 2 hard breacher bans, so there is some flexibility on what 1 of 30 can play. It will push them out of their comfort zone, but we're not really seeing a ton of changes. All of these players now playing operators that are very much in the wheelhouse of 1 of 30. And you do need to remember that when you put a newer team together like this, they're going to probably stick to the same couple maps and the same couple operators unless absolutely necessary, because it's what they've practiced and it's what they know.
While the breaching is slow but steady, the mute jammers have been dealt with, so the wall should be able to get opened up. They've got an angle into the IT breach now, and they opened connector a little bit earlier too. So I would say the push is coming along for 1 of 30. Ash charges by Silo being used to destroy some of those mirror windows, so you've got a little bit more util now that you've dealt with. You can see Giddy, his window has been cracked there looking into connector, so it gives a bit more of an advantage over towards 1 of 30 to try to make their way into that room. Very clearly posting up for one of this kind of 2-pronged push through both IT and then through connector. Usually you need 2 or 3 angles, IT, connector, and then kind of aqua garage. Very obvious which way they're going with this one. Without the clash, you'd assume that they can maybe get a little bit more space than what they got previously, but they didn't have any problems with it back in round 1, I'll tell you that.
Silo might have a good read here onto this pinch in electrical. Bino's been allowed to jump on in, and I think it's the Fenrir of Raid playing the corner. Yes, it is. Raid comes out with the first duel. Packer trades out Dream, so neither team gaining any advantage. But Jesse, this round, there's only a minute left. Down goes Raid to Wolfsper. Wolfsper starting to add quite an impressive tally, and he's got another now that he thought was tucked into the corner. Packer and Mike on the kill feed. It's Giddy, his last one standing, but Wolfsper strikes him. Wolfsper thought he was playing by that bomb chassis, by the way, but then second-guessed himself, or maybe got bad comms, peeled off of that spot. That could have been a devastating position for 1 of 30, but they find their man at the last minute, get the final kill, but they were doing a good job of sweeping through IT, sweeping through electrical. Maybe a bit too passive a defense from Space Station.
Yeah, I was exactly thinking the same thing, Parker. SSG in the group stage were known for their fast plays, their aggression, their ability to jump in and take some of these fights. But now, for the first 4 rounds, it really feels like it's been a lot of sitting in a room and waiting for the attackers to do something. And that's just not the style of game you can play against 1 of 30. Not when they're bringing operators like Capitao, like Grim, when they're exploding into the site after they're having a lot of success on these wall breaches. I think that's going to be part of what gets talked about here in the TAC timeout. It's just how they can make these early games go more in their favor and how they can take a bit more control. Often it is 1 of 30 initiating these fights, it's taking these space, it's forcing Space Station into gunfights, sometimes in uncomfortable situations. And sure, like, they're the attacking team, they're the ones who are supposed to be doing that, but I don't know. I feel like SSG could be getting a little bit more loose with it. They could be getting a little bit more aggressive. They could try to take some more fights that catch 1 of 30 off guard. Right now, it's been a lot of sitting around, playing your spots, waiting for the push to come into you. And at that point, 1 of 30 are able to just set up exactly what they want. It took so long for the opening gunfight to come through in round number 4. And yeah, that 5v5 execute looked really, really clean. You got to disrupt it somehow.
I mean, if this is 1 of 30's most comfortable map, and you have to imagine it's definitely up there given that they chose this map.
Yeah.
SSG opts to start defending on Nighthaven Labs. Again, don't really want to go into the numbers too much because they bore a lot of people, and frankly, most maps at this present point in time are very favorable for the defenders. Even if they're not, there's usually 1 or 2 bomb sites that you can flip a coin and the defenders can have a good job of. You have to factor in, obviously, operator bans and stuff like that. But the point is that Space Station should be good enough on this map, on this side, to pick up 3 rounds. That means that the win condition for SSG through this first half is to win the next 2 rounds. There's very little that I've seen through this bomb site rotation that gives me confidence that this SSG team is going to be able to win the next 2 rounds. It's Siege, anything can happen, there's no momentum, 1 bad entry, 1 bad misdrone, 1 bad comm, and suddenly the round is way more winnable than it looked, and SSG finds themselves in a position where it's a 3-3 tie. But this is a worrying spot for Space Station to be in so early in this map. They should have more than 1 round at this point.
Rival's being hunted at the moment, Parker. There's a lot of pressure here towards top cargo, and Rival, he would have heard that Banshee, so he knows that they're already in the building, but might not know exactly how deep Packer has gotten. No, he doesn't. Packer, great little entry, finds Rival. He's not watching the right angle. That's a really nice opening pick, and again, it's SSG on this roam game, kind of sitting in their spots, not able to take the gunfight, and it's 1 of 30. They take the initiative and take the opening pick.
It's just, I mean, when you got guys like Rival or you got guys like Raid dying early, I don't have a ton of hope for this SSG team. The supporting cast just hasn't been there. In fact, Raid and Aiden are combining for 3 kills at the moment. This is well below their usual numbers. So, yeah, a bit of a worrying sign right now for them. Down goes Aiden at the hands of Bino, so things do not improve for this team whatsoever. Giddy will join. 1 of 30, terrific on these entries so far, but I will say the defenses from Space Station are making 1 of 30's entries look better.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is, like, 1 of 30 are winning these fights. They've got better information, and SSG are also not close enough to trade. It's like you lose the opening duel, right? Maybe if Rival's looking the other way, he can get Packer on that opening pick, right? It could go one way or the other, but because Rival is all alone down at the top of Cargo stairs, there's no way for a trade if that does go poorly, whereas Packer did have other players kind of around the building lurking to help them out a little bit more. You also, as attackers, just have a lot more information available to you, as we see with ops like Doke and Snake, but also just with the drones. So they're in that advantageous state a lot more often than we're seeing from Space Station Gaming. Raid and Dream now left alone on site. They've been here a couple times before. They're going to have to really pull something out of the hat because this 2v5 looks really good for 1 of 30.
Now Dream looking to put up more than a single kill. He's got Tachanka in his hands. He's got Raid as backup, and he's pushed himself now over to this Exo set of stairs. You might have a good read here. There are 5 players still upright on 1 of 30, and with 30 seconds to go, a 4-1 scoreline looks the most likely. Dream will shut down Packer, immediately pivoting. Bullets go out, but no targets to be found. Diffuser planted. Raid is gone. Dream will need to clutch the round as all hell is broken loose inside the bomb site. And SSG looks like they have no clue where to go. Dream's got a pretty decent idea, but there are so many bullets whizzing past his head that there's nothing he can do. 4-1 so far with 1 more round to go in the first half. A 5-1 start would be incredible and almost unthinkable for 1 of 30, but it's within reach, Jesse.
It absolutely is, Parker, and it seems to be the same story every round. One player I really want to focus on at this point is got to be Volsper. He's been playing really, really well so far today, not even necessarily in that last round. It's not that he was bad, but throughout the game, round after round, he's been finding really big picks, and that makes me really happy to see because Volsper is a young guy. He's a rookie, of course, playing his very first stage. He has yet to go positive in a match in the North America League. He's been negative or even in all of his contests so far since joining 1 of 30 and playing here as a professional, but now by far on pace to go positive for the first time ever, and it's been amazing to see that improvement coming out from Volsper. Yeah, 5-2 now. He tweeted after his first couple of games that he didn't feel like he was playing well enough, that he was going to work harder to be better here at the highest level of Rainbow Six Siege, and I think you're seeing that in the server today. On track to have his best game of his career here, first match of the playoffs up against SSG, and it looks really nice on him.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody really pulling their weight on this 1 of 30 roster. Space Station entered today's match with only a single player having a negative KD, and that is Dream. Well, if you look in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, every single member of SSG has a negative KD to start this game. That is devastating, especially when these numbers are not just green, they're bright green. Aiden a +17, Raid a +12. Very close to breaking 50 kills for both of these players. Aiden within striking distance, and depending on how late this matchup goes, he could have hit it. I mean, he's only 1 kill closer because Aiden's been having a pretty rough day, but so is all of Space Station. They just simply look outclassed at the moment by 1 of 30. And I mean, it does lend some credibility to what Packer said on the podcast. He said, we feel really good. We think we match up well against them. And so far, he's looking like he's spot on.
Listen, if anybody's going to take an orderless team to a major, Packer certainly would be one to do it. He's done it before, of course, on that old CL for Life roster. Right alongside Bino, right alongside Giddy as well, who now sits across from him in the server. Could be a big moment for Packer. They'll have to win 1 more best of 3 after this one, and we're only at the beginning of this, so we won't get too far ahead of ourselves, but definitely is a great start coming out now for 1 of 30. The information continues to be good. Volsper on this Snake, spotting out the 1 player top floor. It's going to be Aiden and Raid that are roaming up there, just as they have on most rounds when they're going for this roam strategy. But look at this, Parker. The information remains very good, and they could catch off guard SSG one more time.
It's really been the story of this first half. Space Station playing a bit too restrained and not able to fight back. They're not wasting enough of 1 of 30's time, and it's allowed 1 of 30 to get set up on most of these executes really effectively. The scoreline shows perfectly just how dominant this has been for 1 of 30 up to this point. Of course, there are two sides of Siege, so there is a possibility that Space Station might just be more comfortable attacking, and frankly, they haven't, just passing the eye test, they haven't been a bad team whatsoever on attack. They get caught in an uncomfortable position now on that rafter staircase. Mike W., the highest rated player on this team heading into the match, will continue his reign of terror. He's got 7 kills at this point in time, and the 6th round's still not finished, so there's more damage that this sledge can do.
And again, Parker, I feel like a broken record. Raid all by himself. He's got to watch like 9 different angles. He's surrounded by players on 1 of 30. He just doesn't have a chance at escaping that positive. He ends up dying to the first player that he spots. Now Rival's got a lot of work to do. He's got the the sharks circling around him, and Packer will bring this man count lead up to do, hoping for a 5-1 half.
Raid and Rival dead doesn't give me a ton of confidence. Diffuser getting planted right now by Bino. Dream will lose Giddy. It's him and Aiden. Dream shooting at Packer. A flawless end to this first half, now within reach of 1 of 30. Somebody just needs to find Aiden. It'll be Volsper finding both the final kills. And 1 of 30, a 5-1 first half. Right now, just wasting no time whatsoever. The side swap comes in, and it should benefit 1 of 30 based on the numbers. Oh boy, I don't know. I don't know how we're feeling about this first half, but you know what? Maybe the desk can help us out.
How are we feeling about this one? Because 1 of 30, Parker said it right off the bat, that they thought they are hands down the better team in this equation. Did not feel like, or it was early enough to make that statement, but look at what they have done here. 5-1 on Lab's attack.
Yeah, I mean, it clearly goes to show they know exactly what they want to do on this map on their attacking side and why they've kept this map maybe outside of groups and shown and displaying it here. I mean, one thing I will say, this is the most fluid I think we've seen this team look within a single half. Granted, they are 5-1, so obviously something's working out. But even just in terms of their operator lineups, they always have something for the walls. They always have something for the roam clear. They got that information. They also have the disruption from a Lion, from a Capital. They have a Twitch to be able to get any little bit of util to help towards that execute, clear any of the information from the Camptron map. I mean, you've seen them time and time again getting those opening picks. I mean, they understand exactly how they want to approach these SSG roams. And then on the side of SSG, they look a little disoriented. I think Jesse also hit the nail on the head. They aren't in position to go for trade, so it clearly shows a lack of comfortability on their side. But so far, I mean, 1 of 30 looking very convincing.
Yeah, I agree. 1 of 30 has been looking strong. I don't want to take anything away from them because I do feel like they're assessing the situation. They're getting that first pick more often than not and just executing. They're keeping that man advantage. But I agree. I feel like a lot of the issue is on SSG's shoulders. They're going for these over extraneous roams. Everyone's very split up. It's to stall time, to fall back to site. If you're going to go for a fight, you should be teaming up, but that's not coming from SSG. They're continuously spread out, trying to stall time, but they lose pick after pick consistently, and there's no adaptation. I think that's the biggest thing for me watching SSG, especially with an IGL like Dream. There's no communication of, let's just maybe give up a little bit of map pressure so we can just have a trade potential, so we can just have players holding on positions in areas. We're not seeing the adaptation from SSG at all, and I think this map, 5-1, losing your defenses like that, I think it's already wraps. That being said, if you're at SSG, you want to just be able to feel as comfortable as you can going into Clubhouse.
Right, see if you can build a little bit of momentum at the very least, even if this one may be just out of hand. We'll see if they can bounce back 5-1 at the swap. Parker, Jesse, back to you.
Oh, thank you very, very much. Jesse, do I say couldn't have said it better myself?
Couldn't have said it better myself. I'm glad we got the desk to break things down and kind of expose a little bit of what's been going on in this game, because it has been really rough for SSG. I mean, they can now move to the attack, and we can hope that their attacks will be looking a little bit better. I will say, Space Station Gaming's attacking win rate was a lot better than their defending win rate throughout the groups. 74% attack win rate from SSG through the group stage, so they are a good attacking team, but I do fear that a lack of familiarity with this map has really hurt them in this first map of the series.
Oh, absolutely. And hanging on for map number 2, their choice of Clubhouse might just be the only thing at this point in time that they can really do. Again, the numbers for SSG really do tell the whole story. A lot of these defensive rounds are them sitting there, getting droned out, not being able to fight back. They're not being able to waste time. A lot of people think that roaming or lurking is often designed to get kills. Yeah, I mean, that's a part of it, but a lot of these teams have set up their roams designed to waste utility and time and then try to trap the attackers into unfavorable positions where then you can prey upon them and get those kills, whether as the anchor and support players that are situated quite well because the attackers don't have enough time or information to execute on later in the round, or because they think they have intel that might be outdated and they try to go for swings and get picked off by roamers that might be supported or unsupported. 1 of 30 seems to understand the assignment and how to go about this map. SSG are mostly just playing to die, and I know that that sounds a little bit simplistic, but really the desk backed it up. We've talked about it, and your eyes are also telling you the same thing. It just looks like a lack of comfort for Space Station, and you know, on attack, things don't usually get much more comfortable.
Yeah. In a moment like this, Parker, I look for a hero, right? Who's going to step up and start taking some initiative here on the attack? You can see so far the util game has gone pretty well. I like the IT breach. They banned out both the Bandit and Kaid, so they shouldn't have had any problems with that. The Mira not being run by 1 of 30 either, so the wall gets open without any real problems. They've got good meeting control now, so they've got good space, but once these kills start to come in, who is going to be the guy to step up and say, all right, I'm going to find a gap, I'm going to get this multi-kill, I'm going to open the door for my team? Traditionally, I'd say it'd be somebody like Aiden or Raid on this SSG side, but really, I would take anybody at this point.
Yeah, you have to hold out for a hero. And I mean, there are heroes on the side of Space Station. There are players that are very, very good. And most of them are rookies. I mean, they're being guided by guys like Giddy, Giddy's been around a while, but not at a tier 1 level. Dream obviously has been around for a very, very long time. The other 3 are as green as they come. So if you're Aiden, if you're Raid, if you're Rival, you look to that leadership that you have on this SSG team. Unfortunately, sometimes you can't fix that in the midst of a map. But hey, Space Station, not too bad on their entries throughout much of the kickoff. How are they doing here? They've used utility well. They've actually been able to push 1 of 30 a little bit back and take map control quite fast to the point where we could see action breaking out at any second with still a minute left in the round. That's pretty good for Space Station.
Ray does open things up, finds Packer. Now a swing through IT will let Silo get his 4th kill of the game. Capital bolts continue to come through. They kick down Mike W and give SSG the man advantage. They continue with this push, but the Toxic Babes equalize 3-3.
Volspur and Silo now tucked into the corner will allow them to get back up into a 3v3 full fighting position, but SSG tearing through them. Dream and Giddy are gone, and now it's Rival against a very hurt Volspur and an almost dead Bino. Very winnable, but not if you don't hit your shots. Volspur seals the deal, and just like that, map point for 1 of 30 on their own map.
I mean, there were good bones to that push, Parker. I loved the Capital play. I loved some of the util they were using and the positions they were taking. But in the end, when the rubber hit the road, it was 1 of 30 who were popping off, getting those kills. Volspur in particular, my God, double digits after that round. 10-2 for Nathan Myers in his rookie playoff game, the very first time he's playing a best of 3 at a professional level. Beautiful to see that coming out from him. Very close. Again, I thought that one could have gone in either direction, and it is top floor defense for Nighthaven. So you kind of look at that attack and you say, well, that's pretty good in a bubble. The attacking teams don't often win that top floor site. The positions they were taking were great, but in the end, did it matter? Not really. This is still now a 6-1 game for 1 of 30. They had to pull off some miracles on the attacking side, and close isn't good enough when you're in the position that Space Station are.
Yeah. Close but no cigar still means no cigar. Close and no major still means no major. So, I mean, you can be as close as you want. And we even talked about this a little bit yesterday in the Team Liquid Alienware phase matchup, where you can be the better team through 90% of the series. But if you lose, cool, glad you were the better team. What do you have to show for it? Nothing. You can dominate on your own map, win 7-0, go into a 15-rounder on your opponent's map, and then lose a 15-rounder on the tiebreaker. And you can turn around and say, well, we won more rounds. Congratulations. Are you at the major? No, you're not. So who cares how many rounds you won? At the end of the day, you just got to be the better team objectively. And right now, that's 1 of 30 here on this map, pulverizing Space Station. Right now, 6-1, and yeah, you're right, that round could have gone either way. There was hope for Space Station there, something that hasn't really been present through much of that first half. But how much hope can you hold out on this map? Look at how daunting this is for Space Station. They now need to win 5 rounds in a row just to go to OT. Then they have to think about winning. right now, victory not on the table for the Astronauts.
Yeah, we'll see if they can isolate some fights. That's what 1 of 30 were doing such a good job of on their attacking side. And frankly, 1 of 30 are spread out quite a bit on this roam game, much like SSG were. So that maybe opens the door to be able to find some of these players and get an isolated gunfight. They've also brought a lot of information, but it is 1 of 30 that strike first. Mike W inside storage takes Giddy. He's playing on the snakes. The info is there, but he's all alone. Despite the vert pressure up above, despite other players knowing that position, they're not able to play together to work that pick, to try to get a trade. Now Blitz Dream is trying to push up in through Rafters, but again, relatively solo here, and the man count favors 1 of 30.
Things are not improving for Space Station whatsoever. Rival will give them a single kill onto Silo, traded out for Volspur, but Dream's been trying to terrorize them with the shield, and he's letting most of these players escape. Volspur with 12 kills now. An absolute hero. We were talking about heroes on the side of Space Station. How about Volspur? Volspur with 12 kills so far. An incredible performance for him. One of his best so far through the NAL. He's still got, well, I mean, presuming he stays on the team, which we imagine so, he's still got at least one more stage to go. Who knows what happens with rosters here, but I mean, he's going to continue to grow as a player. What a statement it has been for him. Aiden will pick off Mike W. That's a bit of an ego challenge. And Jesse, inexperience can cause you to toss rounds that seem quite easily won. With Aiden in Dream's position right now, you got to imagine 1 of 30 are the favorites to hang on for this round.
Yeah, smokes for Dream to get a plant under, but 2 Toxic Babes and 2 impacts in the pockets of 1 of 30. They've got plenty of plant denial. If they go for a plant here, it's not going to be easy.
Down goes Bino to Dream. It'll be all up to Packer to clutch out. Diffuser getting planted. Aiden with the good coverage. Some life on the side of Space Station as they hang on, and Giddy looks like he might be doing a bit of praying. I mean, hey, anything to win your engagements, and Space Station stays alive. Still a daunting task. Map point remains for 1 of 30.
Pray to Dream and he will deliver for you. I said that they couldn't go for a plant strategy. They didn't, Parker. Dream steps up and gets that kill, puts them into a 2v1 before they even think about putting Diffuser on the ground. Really important that Dream makes that call. He takes down Bino, because I think if he had decided just to play for the objective, that probably wouldn't have gone their way. Again, I was a little surprised at how poor the roam clear went. They were together there. You saw the Dokkaebi following up Dream on the replay. Rival able to get a couple of more kills there and continue to hold on to the #1 spot on the team. But it really comes down to this late round where there's just a little bit over swinging happening on the side of 130. You called it an ego swing from Mike W, and I would have to agree. 8 and 3 when he goes for that play. Doesn't exactly pay off. They toss the man advantage. It happens. Those are the type of mistakes you can make when you're 6-1 up, though. I mean, 1 of 30 are not going to be kicking themselves that bad if they lose for losing that round. If they lose the next 4, okay, maybe we're starting to panic a little bit, but a little bit of over-aggression. It gets punished from 1 of 30. I think they can rein that in to close out this game before we get too deep into the match.
I agree with that point about how this is the position where you can kind of make those moves, but I would argue you probably shouldn't be. Play safe, play smart, keep your ego in check. I mean, it's not a full ego challenge. Mike presumably thought that he had the right read on it, so I mean, it's whatever, but
yeah,
you're going to play up against better teams. Let's say you win Space Station here, right? You're going to be playing up against better teams moving forward. You got 5 fears on the docket right away, and if you beat them, then you actually make the major, and you're going to be playing up against even better teams. That kind of thing that Mike just did, it's not going to fly against most of the teams in the NAL. It's certainly not going to fly against a lot of this international competition. So this is not so much an ego challenge. This is a very common spot. Volspur swinging over on Rafters, takes down Raid. Goodbye to the Ram. And maybe a sigh of relief for Space Station. Rival dies as well, and now Dream is shot from multiple angles. Another one for Volspur, continuing to add to the tally, Jesse.
He just looks like a completely different player from the group stage Volspur we saw. He looks so good, Parker. Mike W, top of the stairs, gets one, and let's finish it off. Another kill for Volspur. Why not? A massive round coming out from him, and a massive game top to bottom. Volspur leads 1 of 30 in this game in a crushing victory over SSG.
Volspur entered this match with 23 kills through all of Kickoff. I think he just finished that map with 14. Oh my goodness, talk about an incredible run. Anyway, we got the break ready for you. There's still so much more Siege to go. Let's see what happens after the break.
7-2. It was a dominant start for 1 of 30. They come out of the gate swinging and take down the team that was 3-1 coming in, maybe the favorites coming into this matchup, lose the first match, 1 of 30. A very, very strong start. We saw 15 kills from Wolfsburg after, I think Parker said this, 23 kills all stage before this. Now 15 in this game, a wild difference in this team overall.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the bigger picture to paint in this matchup in particular was just being in the ability to trade. The comfortableness on the side of the map, where clearly 1 of 30 was very comfortable on. You saw how fluid they were moving through the map, but then even on that last little stint on their defensive half, I mean, they were playing very well on those trades. Round 8 in particular was a map that I wanted to highlight. Sure, they did lose this round, but Wolfsburg just immediately recognizing, okay, he's going to be pinched, he needs to collapse, he needs to fall back. He moves to that server column and is able to pull off a double kill there just off the transition of being able to play in that position. But then the round falls apart here, which is still, you know, rookie mistakes here. It's going to come with a learning lesson. But through and through the map, I mean, they were playing pretty pristine.
I mean, I think that round shows the limitations of how successful SSG was. I mean, we highlighted that they are stronger when it comes to their attacks, and that round painted it perfectly. The trades, Dream on the shield, then being able to follow them up and constantly getting 1v1 picks. That's not what we saw on defense at all. That was the biggest plot hole for SSG. There was no adaptation. We talked about in the mid round that they were all very spread out. The whole game plan was to stall time, maybe get a pick here and there. But after you lose 1 or 2 of those rounds due to being so spread out, adapt, change something up. There was no adaptation, and 1 of 30 recognized that, and that's where they just stacked bodies on each other. They knew that if we just push, we find this gap, we find this first player, we'll be able to get that kill, trade it no matter what. Nobody from SSG is going to be there to trade. And I think you said it beforehand, it really seemed like a fundamental lack of understanding Nighthaven Labs from the side of SSG.
I mean, round 9 in particular, if you can even recall, we don't have it, but you can even go look back. I mean, Wolfsburg swings onto the guy outside a balcony, gets that kill. They had a cam on it. Dream is over pushing towards Aqua stairs from the outside, which already you should be able to just process of elimination. You don't have a player covering that. Someone needs to cover for Dream. Dream's entering into Aqua, now is fighting a guy at the window, fighting a guy in Aqua stairs, loses that fight. It clearly shows a lack of understanding, clearly on the side of SSG, that just isn't their favorite map. But that's the beauty of a best of 3. They have 2 very good maps going forward.
In kind of the game within the game that's been playing out here, we talked a lot about the battle of the rookies, the battle of these young teams. We kind of have a literal battle of the top rookies here coming into this game. Aiden, Raid, number 1 rookie rated overall in the league. Mike W, a close second. And here they are going toe-to-toe again, and things look a little bit different this time.
Yeah, I mean, I think Nighthaven Labs is one of those situations where we have to take it map by map. I mean, Mike W himself, I mean, they had a really good game plan going in. He was playing on that ace, you know, that secondary supportive role, but the beauty of that is once you use the utility, you can go headhunting. Yeah, you can go refragging and be the trade player, and that's exactly what Mike W is finding success on. Same thing with Wolfsburg. As for Raid, there's not really too many opportunities because the strength from SSG is their attacks. And when you go 5-1 down on your defenses, at that point, it's just, let's just keep the momentum up, the mental up, going into a map like Clubhouse, which is a lot more elementary, a lot more basic. And I think SSG would have a lot better of an opportunity to showcase their talents on the next 2 maps, not just Clubhouse.
I'd agree. Well, Clubhouse is next, and a big one that is needed for SSG if they want to get back into this one. 5 Fears awaits the winner, so a very big map too to see if we can go this one all the way to the distance to start off the playoffs. We'll be right back.
I'ma keep it going
Well, we'll be getting into Clubhouse in just a few moments here. Our final few players joining the lobby now. But we talked a lot about 1 of 30 and what they've been doing well before the break, Lax. Let's shift gears a little bit and talk about SSG, because they clearly need to work on some stuff going into Clubhouse. A long way from a 7-2 to hopefully a map win for them. What stands out to you as one thing they can concretely improve if they want to send us to that third?
Just being able to play their cuts, being able to play for the trades. I mean, when we last saw them play, it was versus Wildcard. It was a 7-4. We believed that Wildcard was going to win that just sheerly off of how well Wildcard plays on a map like Clubhouse. But immediately, that defensive half that they had, it went, 2-4. We weren't sure what it was going to look like. But once they got to that attacking half, they were doing such a good job, which is why we were highlighting Aiden, which is why we were highlighting Raid, is because they were doing such a good job at managing the players and moving them around, coursing them into gunfights, coursing them into crossfires, not allowing them to get much leadway in any of these roams. And if they continue to do that and actually have that team play, have that dynamic there, it's going to be a struggle for 1 of 30, because now they're going to be playing a lot more loose on the side of defense.
I mean, SSG started off very aggressive. They find their first opening kill. Raid and Aiden go get that kill. Then they set up the lockdown cuts, and that's what we want to see from them. Starting out on attack would be great for SSG, but that being said, as long as we can see that same style of attack, but then transition it to defensive understanding, as long as we're playing together and focusing on the trades, we'll be better suited on a map like Clubhouse. SSG will be a little bit more comfortable.
Well, let's see if we can get this first best of 3 of the playoffs.
Let's see.
Going all the way. Yeah, let's see.
So you disconnect. See ya.
Okay. Parker and Jesse, it is all you guys. Let's get Clubhouse underway.
Thank you so very much. Greatly appreciated, gentlemen. And I'm just happy for us to see map number 2. Now, Jesse, typically with this much downtime between maps, do you think that benefits the team that just got smoked, or do you think that benefits the team that is going to be riding pretty high? Because 1 of 30, well, maybe some of their momentum is chilled a little bit here, and the community vote seems to suggest so, because SSG has gone from in the 70 percentile down to 59% despite this being their map. Do you agree? Do you think it's troubling for Space Station?
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe it's troubling for 1 of 30, losing the momentum from map 1. They were so dominant on Nighthaven Labs. Now coming into Clubhouse, they're going to have to keep that energy up, keep those vibes up. But at the same time, look at those player cams on the left side of the screen. They are all smiles. Volsper's got a smirk. Packer's got a smile when he lifts his head up large enough or high enough that you can see it. The side of SSG, they're smiling too. It looks like Giddy's singing a song or something. Okay, there's definitely some positive vibes over in the SSG camp. They know they're not out of this series. They know the game plan is win Clubhouse, win Chalet. Was the first map brutal? Yeah, kinda. But it was also your opponent's pick. You're not expected to win it. You're not hoping, you're not thinking you'll win it. You hope you win it, sure. But at the end of the day, this series is still anybody's game.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to mentally reset. Take it 1 map at a time. Chalet awaits us as a tiebreaker should she be needed, but I don't know if that's going to happen. When you get to a best of 3 and you've got inexperienced teams, and let's not kid ourselves, both of these squads are inexperienced teams. Typically, you're going to have a couple maps that you know really, really well, and you hope that your opponent that you're matching up against doesn't share those same maps. For Nighthaven Labs, it looked like they didn't share it at all, because it was a confidence-inspiring map for 1 of 30, and it was, frankly, a map that SSG looked like they didn't really have a good idea of. So when you come into this situation, you think, all right, we're going to lose our opponent's map. We just got to win our own. When you go to Clubhouse now, we know Space Station's players might be familiar with this, but how do they do as a team? And 1 of 30, despite the fact that these are all relatively new players themselves, have likely got some idea of how to tackle this map at a T2 level, but how does that work from a T1 perspective? For me, Space Station Gaming should have the upper hand here,
10 seconds left.
but I suspect this won't be a blowout for either team.
I mean, just ask Shopify Rebellion how 1 of 30 look on Clubhouse at a tier 1 environment, and I think they would tell you that they look pretty good. Opening game of the season, that was an 8-7 loss for 1 of 30, but and I don't like to use the S word often, Parker, but I'm going to say it. They probably should have won that game. It came very close, max overtime, couple of tosses that they make, maybe just because it was their first ever match as a team. So 1 of 30 have a lot of experience here on Clubhouse. They've played this map in the past. Space Station as well, of course, beating Wildcard earlier in the group 7-4. That was a much more confident victory, a confident game for SSG, so it makes sense why they'd pick it. But 1 of 30, no strangers to Siege's oldest map. Now we've got a bit of a dirt rush coming in here. It will get spotted by Bino and he pops the Vulcan, but the Monty's already past it and he's taking a lot of damage.
Ooh, I don't think he expected such a quick follow-up from Raid. If he did, he was ill-prepared for it, and it's allowed SSG to get some good ground in this dirt tunnel. Escape tunnel, as it's called. Bino was trying to escape. Did not succeed. Raid still holds the defuse kit in that position, so the diffuser is but feet away from getting into the bomb site. That's a very advantageous spot for SSG, but Packer is being called in on the flank. He gets one. Not before Wolfsburg can die. That was Giddy credited with that kill. He's posted up on blue stairs. Packer in a tough fight here. I favor Giddy's weapon in just a straight 1v1, but Packer's not a bad shot. Giddy looks primed and ready to drop a Candela in this position. He'll work effectively and pushes him out, but Giddy cannot hit his target. Packer does get away. Not too bad to recover on the side of 1 of 30.
Yeah, Packer shot that Candela so that he could then cross the angle, doesn't get blind. That could have been a free kill for Giddy, but really nice reaction to come down from Packer. In this 3v3, they know all the positions from SSG. They're just pushing Oil Pit, they're just pushing Dirt Tunnel. Everybody is kind of on this one side of the map, and it allows SSG, or 1 of 30 I should say, to kind of focus their attention this way. They can hold the angle in the Dirt Tunnel as long as they don't let these blue players get too deep or cause any panic. They should be totally fine. Mike W on the kitchen hatch will make this very difficult to plant.
Yeah, this is a really good cover by Mike here, and he's kind of given his position away by firing a little bit early. Raid's been entrenched in this spot for so long. Giddy's moving up now to give some coverage, and that might be a bit of a problem for Mike W. But right now, over by dummies, playing just behind the boxes. Giddy can flash away and now reposition, but Mike has very wisely gone prone. Completely blind inside a church. Down goes Mike. Giddy quarterbacking this entire thing, almost single-handedly winning the round for Space Station. Giddy, the hero that you were hoping for on map 1. Well, he was a little bit late here, but what a confidence-inspiring execute for SSG.
Yeah, that was not an easy 3v3, Parker. 1 of 30 really had the heavy advantage in that round. They couldn't get in from Dirt Tunnel thanks to Mike W's position, but Giddy recognized that. It was very much a smart push in from the guys on Space Station. Giddy uses those Candelas to get space in the mid-round, pushes up inside of Armory, gets kind of towards that dummy's position, and then he bites Mike W on the hatch. He knows that this kill right here is the most important kill of the game. As long as you can kill that hatch player, you can get in, force a plant, gets one more just to show off. Giddy, a really impressive first round here on Clubhouse, and it's good to see because despite going 2-11 in the season opener, Giddy has been fantastic for Space Station towards the latter half of that group stage. Posted over a 130 EPS in his last 3 games before today. If he didn't have that real stinker of an opening match, he'd be a top 3 player in the league right now. So watch out for Giddy. He is playing very, very well, despite what the stats might suggest about him.
Yeah, he was one of the 4 players on the team that entered with positive KDs. We highlighted it back in map number 1, but just in case you didn't tune in for that first map, it does bear repeating. Aiden top on the team with a plus 17 KD, plus 10 on entry, and plus 43 kills, plus 7, he hits 50 kills. There aren't a lot of players at this point in time that have hit 50 in the league, so it's definitely something to keep your eyes out for. Yeah, I was just gonna say, I didn't want to say it just yet.
I'll say it.
But he's awfully close to it. And Aiden, of course, the 2nd highest rated player. Raid, the 7th highest rated player. So the numbers for SSG have been really good. They were terrible on that first map. So everybody on Space Station underwater at the moment, but a good Clubhouse will change that very quickly.
While we will rotate bomb sites, of course, we'll go back, or we'll go up to the top floor now to try to defend gym and bedroom for 1 of 30. I liked their early game last time. It was fast reactions from Bino on the anchor position to slow down that rush and get them into a good position. No real rush this time around. Okay, they've got the jacuzzi wall open very quickly. They've got the CC wall open very quickly. They've got all their hard breaching done and out of the way early into this push, but it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be sprinting right into the bomb site. Still have a lot of map that they want to clear out. Other than Raid on the bottom floor, nobody really entering into the building just yet. With this con wall open, they could decide just to kind of drop in through Logi, push the jacuzzi breach, and hit site. It doesn't, to me, look like they're going to go for a cache clear, Parker.
No, this is, they're in. Dream has found his opening. Shield goes down, gun comes out. Giddy eliminating Packer, continuing his really hot play. Now it's Rival swinging for 1. He finds Mike. Silo and Bino are on the board, and this is a brawl. Half of the round still to go. Bino taking no prisoners. Giddy and Bino, players that we've seen in T1 before. They're making their voices heard. Wolfsburg eliminating Aiden in a leave raid in a 1v3. Wolfsburg finished that first map with 15 kills. He's up to 17 total now. An impressive tally. He himself screaming towards that 50 kill mark. Aiden, I think, is only 2 away. Mike W, a single kill away from being the first player to hit 50 here in the NAL kickoff. Not going to be able to have much impact as he's dead. Silo will close things out. Standing pat over by Jim. 1 of 30. Take it and tie things up.
Raid in that round, hunting for his first career clutch. Doesn't come in that round, though. We'll have to wait a little bit longer, and it really is some solid play from 1 of 30 there on the defense. I want to highlight the hard support and the primary entry. Bino in back-to-back rounds now, I think, really locking the site down. Recognizing when the push is going to be coming in quickly, holding things down, getting 1 kill in the first round to slow down the rush through Dirt Tunnel, and then in this round as well, just inside of Logi. Packer dies, is in an unfortunate position with those Bs, but then able to step up and trade out a couple of kills. Bino is so important to retake this space in Logi and then kind of isolate the rest of this push over towards the east side of the map, over towards just Jacuzzi and Cash. And then Wolfsburg, primary roamer, primary entry player, he's over towards Cash. I mentioned how that wasn't something that SSG decided to clear. Kind of comes back to bite them. He's able to play around the window, pressure those highway players, and just kind of provide that back pressure in towards Con that makes that push a little bit dangerous for Space Station Gaming. Nice teamwork coming out from 1 of 30, and they tied this game at 1.
Located a bomb.
1 of 30 saw how much they can flex that defender muscle back on the very first map, but defending on a map, defending on a map you're comfortable on, completely different than trying to do so against your opponents. And I mean, you picked the defender side for 1 of 30, so the presumption is that they're more comfortable on this side. That means you got to run up the score. If 1 of 30 cannot muster 4 rounds on this first half, it will by many be considered a bit of a failure here. But again, it's SSG's map. With inexperienced teams, the gap between the map pools and their abilities tends to be quite high. So if you suggest that, well, map number 1 is a blowout for 1 of 30, SSG now blows them out here on Clubhouse, then you reset for Chalet, maybe 4 rounds is a bit too much for 1 of 30 to be able to do. I think the win here is once they hit 3 rounds in this first half, 1 of 30 are in great shape. The question is, do they get there? A quick pace now to open up the main wall for Space Station, once again showing far more comfort here on Clubhouse than we saw on Nighthaven Labs.
Yeah, I mean, when they defend CCTV Cash against Shopify Rebellion, 1 of 30 went 2 for 2. This was their best bomb site the last time they played Clubhouse, and especially with the operator bans, Parker, both Capital and Glaz, 2 of the best ops in the game for clearing out that Rafters position. It is going to make killing Wolfsburg very, very difficult without those tools. Looking at the SSG lineup, I was wondering if we might see a bit of a rush coming out, just because they've got Raid on that Finca, but doesn't look like they're going to go for that play. We do see the front of Dream's shield, Mike W holding an extremely long angle from the gym window, but of course with the Monty playing that position, can't find a kill, saw the head briefly of one of those players, but he doesn't find the frag, and said Silo is the one to strike first bottom garage onto Giddy.
Not exactly what you want here. Giddy's been the top performer for Space Station so far. Oh, kind of in the same spot here, Jesse's a very linear execute. Mike W will hit kill number 50 before getting killed by a Claymore. Raid taking down Packer. So SSG will even those numbers out. All the top frags on the side of 1 of 30 still remain with a minute left on the clock.
Yeah, I think you take that trade if you're Mike. He's already set up his utility over towards the bomb site. You can see it there on the CC wall. Going to make it very awkward to jump in the main breach. Dream on this Monty. He has to get Wolfsburg out of this position. They want to do it cleanly. The flashes come through, but Wolfsburg falls back. He's playing behind these Kivas very smartly, wasting time and making Dream's life kind of miserable.
Nades will go off, knocking the shield around. Look at that wall here, and here comes the pain. Dream slaughtering Wolfsburg, now taking control of Rafters. He can go to work opening up this wall, making it a little bit easier to get in. Now it's up to Bino and Silo to save the round. Bino with 2 of those gas canisters in pocket. First one will go out. Second one could be tossed at any point in time. Aiden now watching the coverage. Dream breathing too much of that marigold gas. And out will come the adrenal surge. Dream marching his way into Cash. They've shoved him out of the position. Great read by Aiden. It's all up to who can find Silo. Hoping for something. Does he have the read on it? No, he'll go fishing down below. Lots of anglers know you can spend all day fishing and come home empty-handed. That's exactly what will happen with Silo. A double stack at the top of the stairs. Raid will get the final kill. Space Station regains the lead. It was a bit messy, but they got the job done at the end. Great calls and a great idea for Dream to pressure that rafters to get rid of the defenders playing up top before moving towards the bomb site.
You know, if there was one positive you could take away from Nighthaven Labs as a Space Station fan, it was probably Dream's play on the shield. Back on map 1, his blitz play was absolutely fantastic, Parker. He was able to smartly know when to go for the plant, when to go for a kill. He was often with his teammates. He was doing a really good job of kind of directing the attacks from that shield position. And you're seeing that again now on Clubhouse. With that Monty, he's so intelligent on how he takes that Raptors control. He never offers a free gunfight or a free pick up to Volsper playing in that Raptors position. He does a really good job taking that space, and even though it's really scary because he takes it with 30 seconds left, takes him 2.5 minutes just to clear that Raptors position. Dream knows he can start a plant, he can fake it. The second that smoke comes out, he can push deeper, he can get that space for his team, he can continue to be a menace on the shield. I expect to see Dream playing a ton more of these shield operators through this next 3 rounds. Expect that to go up and up and up. A little surprised they didn't ban it on the side of 1 of 30, but just given how good he was on the blitz on Nighthaven, you kind of figure you ban one, he's going to play another anyways. So maybe that's part of the thinking. Dream 1 and 2 at the moment, but in my mind, the MVP for Space Station.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Giddy had that very first round where he was integral, Dream winning the round for that third. And it goes back to what you said about needing a hero on map number 1. Space Station never saw that hero materialize. Nobody emerged from a telephone booth with a cape on. It just didn't happen. But here, it was Giddy in round number 1. Again, quarterbacking that push, controlling Blue after he'd lost his teammate, taking care of Packer, pushing in over towards dummies, and very correctly reading Mike on that hatch and getting rid of him, which allowed the plant to go down. Then it was Dream very wisely rushing through the fray on that rafters to save the round in number 3. So ultimately, great individual hero performances, but those were also enabled by the other guys that were playing in the background that aren't going to see as bright of a spotlight. SSG has retaken the lead, a good spot for them to be in, but again, it's been a pretty tough match for both of these teams, and I don't expect that to change anytime soon.
Not roaming very much at all. Both teams have adjusted their strategy for this bottom floor, Parker. 1 of 30 deciding they don't want to go for a roam game. SSG deciding they don't want to go for a rush. That is not a coincidence. Of course, the rush really prompted by how heavy the roam was for 1 of 30 last time. So it's going to be a bit of a slower round. I think that's safe to say. SSG taking their time to open these hatches, clear out some util inside the bomb site, and set themselves up for exactly the type of push they want to go for. Struggling a little bit with these hatches. Aiden still lots of pellets to play with, but it's certainly slowing down the clear as they are getting tricked off the hatch. Rotates himself around, and those two should pop without any problems. So a little bit scary, a little bit slow, but ultimately this is fine for SSG. You start to look at the tools they'll have for this execute. They're going to have all those Bs coming out from Giddy. They're going to have a couple of flashes from Aiden and Rival, and then some smokes from Raid as well. Is that going to be enough when you're going up against a Warden, a Goyo, a Smoke, some C4s on the bottom floor? It'll be tricky. It'll be tricky, Parker. I'm very interested to see what this push looks like for SSG.
Yeah, interesting is the word that I would use as well. It was a very linear take through Dirt Tunnel. I think they were hoping to topple their forces and then just push in and get a quick plant off back in round number 1. At least that's what it was shaping up for. Obviously, when Dream died and you lost your shield, you had to pivot. And it was a successful pivot from Space Station. Now, though, this is more standard stuff, right? They're going to open up Kitchen. They're going to pressure the hatches. They're going to put somebody over towards Blue. You're going to isolate those Blue defenders with the Grim Bees. You'll likely keep somebody positioned over Kitchen to watch all of that soft destruction you did. And the answer now for this 1 of 30 team is going to be, how do you use your secondary explosives? Volsper's found Dream, so down he goes. Raid will start off the killing, though, with his first frag here in this round. He's tied Giddy now for 4 kills in total. SSG not with a lot of time, though. 20 seconds to go. The Buck working his way over now, trying to sweep through towards Church. Volsper continuing his winning ways. Another from Mike W. Bino now on the board. Aiden will break 50 kills, but it's all for naught as 1 of 30 trades that round right back, and we are tied again.
Nice hold coming out from 1 of 30. They adjust really nicely. That blue play, it gets kind of scrappy with Dream being the first attacker to go down in the midst of that. It comes off the back of Silo's death, so it ends up being a 1-for-1 trade, but Volsper so critical that he's there with the Nitro Cell, Parker. The trade game was what separated 1 of 30 from Space Station back on map 1, and I think it's what separated them in that round as well. Even though the opening pick went the way of SSG, there was an immediate response coming out from 1 of 30. They now know exactly where the push is coming from. It's coming from blue, it's coming from church wall, coming down the main stairs. There was a little bit of pressure in armory as well once Rival made that rotate in through the soft wall, but ultimately the information was flowing from 1 of 30. They didn't win every gunfight, but they won enough of them, and when they lost, they traded things out perfectly. Volsper probably MVP that round. Parker just playing back of armory, trades his teammates, gets a second kill onto Giddy. Really beautifully done.
Both of these teams showing off that they are more prepared for this clubhouse map than what we saw back on Nighthaven Labs. Much more familiarity with a pretty default map, dare I say. Nighthaven Labs is certainly not a new map, but it is one of the newer maps to the map pool. So I do have to wonder if some of these younger teams tend to favor your default maps. Go after your cafes, potentially your borders, your clubhouses, your chalets, the maps that have been in forever. I will say the pick rate of maps like Cafe and Border do kind of answer my question. We don't see them as frequently as we see like Nighthaven Labs or Lair. Even Fortress has a higher pick rate at this current point in time. But a map like Clubhouse is, well, she's all reliable, right? When you get rid of Border, or when you get rid of Oregon, when Border disappeared for a period of time, you look at Clubhouse, and this is the map that pretty much every team should know. And there's comfort here for both these squads. The only caveat to that point, Jesse, is that once again, 1 of 30 got to choose this side, so they should show that they know it decently well. The question becomes what happens when they swap sides. Does 1 of 30 still have that same level of comfort attacking? If not, they need to run up the score here.
Good pressure on the main stairs. Clearing that barb will let Rival walk up the steps to try to get towards the bomb site. There's nobody looking to flank him. All 5 anchors sitting on the top floor for 1 of 30, so they don't have to worry too much about that. Again, they haven't cleared cache side of the map. They're going direct to site for the second time on the gym bedroom bomb sites, and this is not how most teams push this map. Usually you will see a pretty heavy commitment over towards that other side of CC and Cash to try to get that map control, but Space Station Gaming deciding they're confident with the limited take, they're confident going direct to site, and this executes but to come straight in through Logi.
Mike reads Giddy like a book, now turns towards the opening in construction. Packer takes care of Dream, the F2 in the hands of Rival on the stairs. He was doing great recon work. He and Aiden now picking up a pair of kills, 1 apiece. Rival still in this position, and numbers will go back to even. That opening bout definitely helping 1 of 30. The Space Station turns the ship around very quickly. Aiden now and Rival working together. Rival positioned where Mike W had maybe an inopportune team kill against Shopify Rebellion just a couple weeks ago, if you recall. It was just some beginner shakes, I'm sure. I don't really love this position right now for 1 of 30, Jesse. They are boxed out of the bomb site. They've lost control. Silo firing through the smoke. Diffuse kit in the hands of Aiden. Rival looking for the cross now. He's allowed one to slip on by. Oh my goodness. Aiden has to get off of his position as it's Volsper and him in a 1v1, and Aiden wins the duel. My goodness. Ice in his veins and a round in the win column for SSG as they regain the lead.
And finally, we're seeing some life out of Aiden. It took a bit for him to get active in this series, Parker, but that's exactly the round he needed to step up and play alongside Rival in that 2v2. He loses his cover in the midst of it. They see the player pushing on in, but what does Aiden do? Jumps off the diffuse kit in order to make that play happen. Beautifully done by Aiden, continuing to up the clutch stat for Space Station Gaming. SSG entered this match as the most clutch team in North America with 26% success rate in their clutch situations, and they will add on to that total with another successful 1v2 from Aiden in that round. Again, they don't have a lot of map control in that push. That's the reason why there's still defenders inside of Con when they end up in that position. But because the defuse kit's over inside of Jacuzzi, because it's just inside of Gym where they're trying to get that plant down, it's okay if they don't have Con control. They can plant behind the reinforcement. They've got the cover from Rival. They're on the snake in the previous round. He does die. He lets one player slip in right past him, and you get a little bit nervous in that situation. But Aiden can always be counted on to clutch up in those big moments. 6-2 now from a young player on SSG.
There's a reason why Aiden was such a highly touted prospect. Aiden taxes most of the people who knew of him before his debut had heard of him. He did have some tier 1 reps on that old Envy squad, if people will recall. And I mean, the spiritual successor to that team is 5 Fears. Aiden sought greener pastures here on Space Station, but if he'd stayed on that 5 Fears team, it might be a little bit closer to making it to Salt Lake City. Still, the hope is that you win this best of 3 and you get to take on your former quote-unquote team.
Yeah.
Obviously, Space Station has their hands full. They will need a full reverse sweep here, as it's 1 of 30 who took map number 1.
I know there's nothing Aiden would like more than to take down JJ in a fight for the major, but gotta get there first, of course. Left that team to come and play alongside Raid, his fellow Jinxie verse main character here at the North America League at a pro level, and I think they've really been showing exactly what they can do. I think obviously Raid is a rookie, but Aiden has hit brand new heights that he never was able to really hit on Envy. The desk touched on that a little bit before our game began. Final defense for 1 of 30. You touched on this multiple times, Parker. It is so critical starting on the defense that you can at minimum get a 3-3 split. If this goes 4-2 for Space Station, then I think Chalet will be waiting for us, but still the second half to play with it. Unlike on their gym attacks, they do want to take map control for Space Station Gaming. They're hoping to clear out this other side of the map, and it starts with a nice little peek. Mike W gets aggressive with it and pays for it with his life.
Feast or famine style of play of Mike W so far today has had middling results. He broke 50 kills, which is great, and he had a pretty good first map, but is now unfortunately in the negatives for his team. Packer not having a much better day, and Packer's the kind of guy where you're expecting him to pick up kills. Good news though, Volsper's been the man just taking out the trash time and time again, and he's easily handling some of that weight. There he is on your screen. He's got a target-rich environment in front of him out on highway. He's being watched from above, but he's got 2 players that he might have been able to find. They've now made their way into the building, so I think the opportunity is completely gone here. You can't sit and be static. SSG did that far too much on map number 1. It bit them. 1 of 30 have 3 players left, and the walls will close in on them as SSG have 40 seconds with everybody still upright to pull up a successful top floor. Down will go Dream, though, to Bino. The action might happen a little bit earlier on, and now Space Station is being watched by a bulletproof camera as well. So there's layers to this defense. 1 of 30 will have Volsper swing. Rival guns him down. Silo and Bino now stacked up at top red, and Rival's looking for a quadra kill. Can he find Silo in this spot? Tearing through all of these defenders, multiple players from Space Station searching for this final kill, and it'll be Rival to get the job done. Space Station will take the first half, attacking on Clubhouse 4-2.
Space Station looking wonderful through that first half, Parker. They really did manage to win a lot of these rounds that were so important, but listen, we got Laxing on deck, ready to break down one of those critical rounds back to round number 2 in this game earlier on.
Yeah, gentlemen, I want to take a look at round 2 because this was a really good round from SSG. They could have ended it at a 5-1 half. Granted, they did end it in a 4-2, but I really want to showcase that they had a great understanding of how they wanted to pick apart this site and ultimately get control of it. Step 1, Dream is going to be pushing through Hot Tub to be able to get all the control of main, to be able to get control of bathroom, to be able to get control of gym and feed that information for Rival below. Step 2 is they are going to eliminate Packer from Logi Hatch to be able to remove any bit of pressure, with Aiden then dropping onto the outside rafters to be able to get all of control of Khan to be able to essentially cut the map in half. Now, where this is going to fall apart is the key position isn't being held here outside master window, and because of this, it makes the whole round really fall apart. And what you're going to see is Dream now pushes through. He gets all this information. He relays to Rival. He can now come up from main. Aiden drops. They put the pressure onto Packer. They get the pick onto Packer. Now, again, this is where everything starts to fall apart because, as you can see here, Raid is now just holding on to CC window. He's not applying any pressure anywhere, where Silo now is able to then rotate through Gym, into Gym, and then take this pick onto Dream because there is no pressure being applied on that master window. And as you will continue to see and how this unfolds, Silo pushes through into Gym, takes this pick onto Dream, Bino gets this pick onto Rival, and if anyone had been there, you got to understand, if he's in this position, if Raid's holding this, he gets this pick onto Silo. He has this information of Rival trying to be able to rotate and get that pick onto Giddy. And again, this entire round falls apart due to this minute detail and this small mistake that is made in understanding of how this strat was going to play out. And again, it's little details like this that, as perfect as this round played out, I mean, it was flawless up until that point, and they could have ended at a 5-1/2. Overall, it was a really good attack, but again, it's just these small details. If they look back in these rounds and understand where things went wrong, they are only going to look even stronger than what we're seeing so far. But that's here for round 2. I mean, it was a wonderful display from SSG, but you don't want to give hope in these rounds where you're dominating. Back to the desk.
Thanks, Lax. We're going to throw it quickly back over to the casters here. Fox, I'm not even going to let you speak because we're diving right back into the second half. 4-2, 1 of 30. Have some ground to make up. Guys?
Yeah, I mean, it's really easy when you've got two younger teams to be a bit more critical of the mistakes that they're making because there are a lot of things that will happen just because they're not as practiced. But it's very important, as Gabe showed off on the desk there, and I think he did a very great job of it, is that you need to be able to highlight the good. There is gonna be a lot of bad that happens when two teams are inexperienced. It's gonna happen everywhere. It happens in every field, happens in every industry, happens in every sport, every esport. But you have to highlight what they do right because both of these teams are still figuring it out. And it seems like they're getting a better handle on this matchup and how they handle each other the deeper we go in. Does that mean that 1 of 30 is done on this map? No, far from it. But I do think with the scoreline through this first half, Jesse, and you feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, Chalet seems more and more likely by the minute.
I would say there's a good chance we make it to Chalet. If I can play devil's advocate though, both of these teams have a better attacking win rate through the group stage than they do on the defense. They both seem to prefer that offensive side versus playing on the defense. So there is some hope for 1 of 30. Now that gap is a lot bigger on Space Station, 74 to 55% on their attack versus defense. It's about a 3% increase on the attack for 1 of 30. And as Laxing showed on the desk before this game began, it is still under 50%, but we hope to see 1 of 30 putting together some strong attacks here on Clubhouse. They would have expected this map to come through into the pool. Starting on the basement, it looks like it might be another kind of low map clear push, Parker, as they kind of want to just take control of Dirt Tunnel, take control of Kitchen Hatch, and then see what they can get fishing towards the bomb site.
It's their maiden voyage here now, attacking against this SSG defense. And again, good defender teams. I have done a fair bit of time highlighting the Space Station attack, but look at how quickly 1 of 30 is in the building. Packer, the only one with a kill so far. Volsper and Bino easily swatted away by Space Station. A go for Broke strategy, and it certainly appears that Broke is the ultimate conclusion. Silo with a desperation kill before, or just after Packer had died. It's Mike W and Silo now with 2 minutes still left.
Yeah, very obvious push coming through from 1 of 30. SSG read them like a book. They knew there was no pressure around the map. There was no pressure around the Moto hatch, no pressure around Garage, no pressure around Blue here, so they could kind of see that push coming down through the main hatch inside of Kitchen. It was a really nice swing out from, I believe it was Dream, to just shut down Bino there in the midst of that push. Despite getting that opening pick, the numbers now favoring Space Station Gaming. How do we react? Mike W and Silo, 2 rookies here for 1 of 30 in the 2v3 situation. They've got a lot of time to play with, but the defuse kit's in a very awkward spot. They don't have a ton of actual utility, not a lot of resources, including hard breach, to start breaching some of these hatches and getting down towards the building in other angles. So what does it look like? Well, it's going to look like Dirt Tunnel, and it's going to look like maybe some pressure inside of Kitchen as well. Lots of time to fish for frags here, Parker, but if Space Station are cautious, if they're careful, they shouldn't be giving up their bodies, and they should be able to lock down this 3v2 advantage.
Yeah, I mean, you try to go through Dirt Tunnel. Dirt Tunnel is one of the most infamous places that you can set up a crossfire. There's no way you can kill the guy that's going to be playing AK on the left and there's somebody who's going to be playing by bomb chassis on the right. There's just no way unless you were able to, you know, maybe you're a high sense player and you can do a perfect 180 flick. This should be an unwinnable position for Mike W. Best case scenario, he kills one, Silo gets the other, and you're in a 1v1 at that point. Oh, hold on a second here. What was Dream looking at? Mike W walks in, gets the kill, and immediately backs out. All of the theory crafting fails in practical application. Rival hits the drive-by and gets another, so he saves the round, but that one could have been bad for Space Station. They still win it, and they stretch their lead because of it.
Yeah, the crossfire from Aiden and Dream, not quite what it needed to be to stop that dirt tunnel push, but thankfully Rival is there to shut down any shenanigans, any hope of a 2v3 clutch coming out from 1 of 30. Really solid defense to start that second half coming out from SSG. Again, it was very reminiscent of our first round, Parker, where we start basement, we start with a decent roam up onto the top floor, so the attackers say, okay, it's our first attack, let's go for a rush, let's try to just hit the bomb site. But much like earlier in this round, I thought it was read quite nicely by the defenders. They were able to stall things out. They were able to get themselves into an advantageous position, but this time there's no Giddy on the attack with Candelas to take that space, to take the gunfights that they need to work that plant into a viable position. The 2v3 just didn't have the right resources that they needed to make that happen. So tough round for 1 of 30. I don't imagine they'll be trying that rush strategy again, but they're running out of lives here on the second map, Parker. Only 2 rounds separate SSG from Chalet.
I understand attacking that bottom floor is tough. I totally get it. And sometimes you need to get a little bit creative. But both of those teams trying rush strats, and both of them ultimately, well, I mean, technically, I was going to say fall short, because technically SSG's rush strat did fall short, but they still won the round because of the pivot. But that time around, there was no way for 1 of 30 to gracefully get out of that spot. They lost 3 players in the blink of an eye, and they didn't have a Ying holding one of the most pivotal spots on that bottom floor on blue stairs. So when you're looking at a team like 1 of 30, one of the biggest knocks against them is going to be their experience. And whether it be from a leadership perspective or a strategic perspective, they're going to trail the fact that there are veterans on SSG who are going to be able to read things and call things maybe a little bit faster. And I think that's something you need to credit players like Dream for. Dream has seen just about everything at this level. He's going to understand what's coming, and while he might not be able to marshal his troops across the field with perfection, at least he's going to have a good read on it and a good idea on how to handle it.
Well, we'll go to gym bedroom for our next bomb site, Parker. This is going to be, once again, an extension towards the cache side of the map. 1 of 30 did open some walls, and they've got Packer down below, so it seems like they do want to clear this, and they've still got Silo over here as well, so it definitely feels like this is going to be the read. 60 seconds off the clock so far, though, and not a whole lot of control being taken. A big pick for Raid. He finds the Blackbeard of Vino in the Rafters position. They know exactly where he's at, but he still holds the fort down, doing a great job of just peeking up, being annoying, but not giving up his life. This has been excellent from the rookie.
And he takes down Packer as well, finally felled by Silo. There was a nade on his lap too, so something was likely going to kill him. It was just a matter of who it was. Been able to take control of the exterior. Now they've also got Rafters control. They can start to clamp down on construction, but all this focus might distract you from the fact that the bomb site is over on the gym and bedroom side of things. So this full extension over to cache, very typical, handled fairly fast by 1 of 30, even if they do trail in numbers.
Yeah, this is awkward. They still don't have control of this east side of the map. Aiden here on the red stairs. Can he take the fight? Yes, he can. Silo will fall, and hoping for even more. Throws out the Gersmont, knows that Volsper is just on the other side of that doorway. He's got pings on it from his teammates as well, so loads of information for SSG. They could fall back and play the bombs at this, Parker, but they're still just happy to hold on to this control. Still fighting for cash because there's a fuse kits down here. They have to walk in. They have to fight this Ella. And at 1 of 30, they don't have any good way to clear the util.
That bulletproof camera was a huge thorn in the side. It enabled players like Aiden and enabled everybody else on the team to give pings too. And there's Aiden and Giddy getting really active. The last 2 players on 1 of 30 trickle into their death. They held that position inside for so long, but information is the name of the game, and it was used to great effect by Space Station. Even if the tempo from 1 of 30 to open up that wall and get in was pretty decent, everything else ultimately fell apart. And now it's map point for Space Station, now demolishing this 1 of 30 team the same way that we saw it back in map number 1. Both of these teams winning their maps dominantly. I gotta say, it's not a habit. I'll eat my words on this one.
Yeah, Parker, I mean, I was really impressed with the attacks from Space Station Gaming in the 4-2, and despite the copium I was throwing out with both these teams being better on the offense than the defenses look even better for Space Station here in the second half. They're just so consistent. They know exactly the positions they want to play. Forces attack timeout to come through from 1 of 30. Desperate to try to figure out what they can do. Now having to be perfect through the next 4 rounds. They have not given themselves much time with this lifeline. Royce, the coach of 1 of 30, will be talking as much as he can over these next couple of seconds just to get that information out, try to fix some of the problems, but it's tough to diagnose. I mean, you've only seen 2 attacks now from your boys, and first one was a rush. You're probably not going to replicate that anyways. And then it's like, well, what do you tell them to help clear Raid out better? That if they did all that they could, they tossed the util, they had the shield, but Raid just played that phenomenally. And then once they get into the low man count situation, maybe that's the one constant across 2 rounds. How do they recover these moments? Because SSG are consistently winning the early game. They're consistently having big plays that set themselves up into a winning position. And 1 of 30, I feel like both rounds that we've seen from them haven't given us the best attempt to try to recover that round. They've kind of continued to push the same angles they were pushing on plan A. They've continued to try to take that space, and sometimes they're forced into that, either because the defuse kit is dropped top red or because they just don't have util to open some of the hatches on a basement attack. But they got to find some way to get back into these rounds. The plays from SSG are not going to stop giving them that advantage.
7-2 was the scoreline on map number 1. You can see it on the top part of your screen. It's looking like a 7-2 is going to happen here on Clubhouse. So pretty quick games, all things considered. We've only been live for about an hour and a half at this point. To be able to knock out 2 maps in an hour and a half, I mean, if you're watching this after it's live, you probably got a good idea if you look down at the bottom and see how long the actual matchup was for. Wow, that was a really quick one. Then you find out that it was potentially 3 maps and go, what happened here? These teams just getting to Chalet very quickly. And for a map like Chalet, it's not really going to play that similar to either of these 2 maps. I will say, I do think there's a lot more similarities to Nighthaven Labs and Clubhouse than most 2 maps when you put them together. 1 of 30 does not have any given history as a roster playing Chalet. Space Station blew out Outlast 7-2 just a little bit over a week ago when they went to it, and the organization has a 5-1 record on it over the last 6 months. But again, that's the org. The org used to have a completely different lineup playing it up until what, a month ago, give or take. So hard to just go off of those numbers. But of course, beating Outlast 7-2 is confidence inspiring. But Outlast has looked like easily one of the worst teams in Tier 1 so far, and the numbers do tend to back that up. So I don't know how much is going to be learned from Space Station in that one official map.
This opening pick is so important for 1 of 30. They have to get themselves off on the right foot. They've got good information thanks to this snake, but can they win the fight? Packer so much damage in towards him. Silo swings instead, but loses the fight. There's a trade from Packer with the pistol, but these kills have still been falling all around them. It's a 1-man lead for 1 of 30. They're clear on the master side, has gone quite well. Minute and 15 seconds or so to try to convert the rest of this, Parker. I think that's exactly what they wanted to come through of their top floor clear. They lose their Grim, which will be painful when they go to attack this bomb site, but ultimately they got the job done that they were looking for. Man advantage now, the lead is in their hands. They're dealing with a lot of site utility. Raid on Rafters, fine, but then Aiden and Dream, both with ability to deny that plant with their primary gadgets. That's gonna be what I'm worried about, Parker. 50 seconds left on this clock. They need to make sure they're planting before they get to those final 20.
I've been watching the 2 dead players on Space Station shuffle through the yokais that remain, and it sure seems like the only one that's still upright is in construction. It's going to play such a huge part here. It's got a good read on 2 separate players on the side of 1 of 30, and because of that, they've managed to take down Packer. Bino now also almost dead. Volsper and Mike W will need to help out Bino as that case is escorted on in. Volsper in this top position on red with Bino not far removed, but they are very worried about nitro cells. They're worried about plays from below. They're worried about the yokais, really for no reason. You've got to deal with the 1 yokai, but there's very little else that can be used your way. Impact will go on Dream. He's spotted. 1 of 30 in great position. They get the diffuser down, and off to the races they go, leaving Raid and Aiden as the last 2. Raid let all this happen from Raptors. He'll have to clutch out as Aiden dies at the hands of Mike W. Mike W on a single point of HP. Raid takes him down. It's him versus Volsper. Diffuse kit still running away at the halfway point right now. Volsper on the glass, a great operator to deal with this. Will he be able to long arm him? It doesn't matter. Volsper takes the fight and he wins it. 1 of 30 stays alive. Yeah, Mike, we're all thinking the same thing. SSG still sitting on map point though.
Oh, it doesn't get closer than that, Parker. Despite having a slight advantage, you were right to call out that information advantage for SSG. That yokai inside of Khan started things off so well for them, but then they made such an interesting call on the side of Space Station. All 3 players in the 3v3 said, we don't want to hold on to the site. We're going to go down below. We're going to play the vert from bottom floor. Now, that makes sense. A lot of their players were being pushed out by the Ying. The Candelas were so impactful to try to take that space and give that advantage over towards 1 of 30. They had information on the site as well. I mean, there was that yokai, of course, inside the site that helped things out. but ultimately they just weren't able to deny that plant. And as soon as that happens, man, it becomes really difficult to retake. Great attempts coming through, but without the man advantage into the 1v1, the post plant will always favor the attackers. So nicely done by 1 of 30. Raid sure gives it a good old college try. He nearly clutches it up, but unfortunately for him, Ballspur is better today. Continues to creep closer to double digits. He did it on map 1 and could do it again on map 2 if they continue to extend this map.
Was that 24 kills for Volspur at this point across both of these matches?
Yeah, 24, wow.
It is 24 and 11. Unbelievable stuff. Again, he came into this match with 23 kills. He has 24 kills. He has eclipsed the 4 matches that he played in groups in 2 maps. He's done it in half the time. And I mean, it's not even like he's changed up his style that much. He was playing Nomad Dokkaebi, he was playing Snake, he was playing fragging operators on defense too. He was just not doing so well. I mean, he had 11 entry stats, 7 of them were deaths. So he was involved in this early action. It's just taken him some time. And again, I mentioned Outlast earlier. They didn't look like the best team in the NAL. That's undeniable.
What? What?
How do you kill yourself with your opponent's Goyo canister?
I'm baffled at that. I'm going back at it.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to know what happened there. That is actually, I know that we might joke about it, but that is genuinely a devastating loss. You've lost your Blackbeard, you've lost the case. Like that could be the round right there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he breached into the soft wall inside of Dirt Tunnel, and he breached into a Goyo canister. This is exactly what happened. So as soon as he breaches the wall with that Blackbeard shield, the Goyo explodes, and it does all that damage, and he ends up killing himself like that. That is kind of crazy. If only they droned it. That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably curtains here on this map, if we're being completely honest.
Yeah.
If Silo had to pivot off of his position, he had to go retrieve the defuse kit from Dirt Tunnel. The jig is up. They know that was dirt that was breached as well. So that's information as to where the initial execute was going from, so they can potentially turn things around. Silo guns down Giddy, so there is maybe some saving grace here. Silo's just taken up Bino's spot, but I mean, having a recruit in Dirt Tunnel instead of a Blackbeard is a completely different game, Jesse. It's much weaker. It looked like Silo was going to be joined by Mike W as well, so this might be a double play.
Loading new mag.
What?
You knew he was there.
Okay. We're trolling a little bit on both sides today, Parker. We're doing a little bit
of a throw, Jesse. It's just a little bit of a throw. A little bit of a throw.
Just like that, 1 of 30, you're back in this round despite all the shenanigans. These roamers have returned back towards the site. There's over 60 seconds, so 1 of 30 can start to pick apart this defense. They do actually have a hard breacher this time, so Mike W can start to work on some of these hatches. If they get the moto hatch open, then Rage should be dead to rights. They seem to know he's here, with Packer holding the angle from the hallway. 1 kill would be all it takes to crack this wide open for 1 of 30.
They knew Mike W was in that position long ago when he was defending. He's going to favor it again on attack. Silo making up for lost time here. Oh, he could have won the round right there. He misses out on Dream. It was a fight he should have won. Silo would have picked up his 4th kill, but it's all for naught. Now it's Packer trying to survive. He trades. What a dagger. I, in all of my life, have not quite seen a round like that, Jesse. That is 1 for the books. And what an anticlimactic moment for Space Station to win their own map.
Listen, one way or another, Parker, they get the job done. 1 of 30 on Clubhouse. It just seems to be a little bit cursed, doesn't it? End of the day, they still got Chalet on deck, so we'll throw you to a quick break and come right back to the snowy slopes of France.
7-2 and now 7-3. We're flying through this series so far, but a map 3 is in our future. SSG, they looked a huge step up better than they did on that first map, Fox. It was almost everything we talked about coming into this one. They improved, the energy was up, it was very clear they were on the ball from the jump.
I mean, we know SSG understands Clubhouse. Same SSG that we saw dominate Wildcard. I mean, they were getting the first picks on their attacks, locking down the angles so that 1 of 30 couldn't really respond. And I think that was just the structure, the fundamentals of them understanding the map that much better, and they felt a lot more comfortable. Everybody on the team was rising up to the occasion just because of the map simplicity. Once the sides swapped, I think SSG did a great job of being able to add their own layers, but I think that's where we see the fault fall onto 1 of 30's shoulders. They couldn't really find their own openings. They couldn't find a way to get comfortably into the map. They tried to bring those shields some of the times. The Blackbeard, Bino was one of those players, but unfortunately the shield was the first player getting picked apart, and that has no success for 1 of 30. If their main entry into the bomb site, into the map, is your shield and it's the first one dying, and it just looked like 1 of 30 tried their best. It didn't seem like there was really that big of glaring issues besides the fact that they just couldn't get the same level of entry into the map for the risk reward factor that SSG was doing.
And the storyline that we talked about coming into this, that kind of rookie battle, well, we said it was Mike W coming out on top, beating Raid through and through. Things have dramatically changed here coming off of map 2. Raid, I mean, was all over it. We saw him playing rafters in the trenches, round after round on defense. We saw some almost insane clutch power as well from him. I mean, we've seen a little bit of everything from this kid, and it's looking better week to week.
I mean, this is where we highlighted Raid in the first place in his debut versus Wildcard, where he popped off as well. And Fox, I think you also touched up on it as well. If there's going to be any game for any of these teams to be comfortable in, it would be against one another in themselves. They know these players. They know their idiosyncrasies, and you can just see in Raid and his confidence and the rest of the team as well. They're all playing well. They're all very well synchronized in terms of how they're doing. Even the round that I broke down in round 2, that entire strat was clean through and through. It was just a small mistake that, yes, Silo instantly opened up. But I mean, again, for me, even when we were listening to the comms in the back, it was a night and day difference in terms of what we were hearing out of SSG versus what we were hearing out of 1 of 30. And something that me and you know, I mean, once you get into these best of 3s, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. It's about endurance, and I think some of that is slowly starting to tapering, and that's where we really start to see these inexperienced teams, how they handle that, how they handle going from a tremendous win to then the inevitable loss where they just get pounded, and now you have to go to a map 3, and it's a matter of, okay, how do you bounce back from this now? That's what I really want to see once we go into this third map is, what is the mental state going into this? Because from what we heard from comms, it did not sound great from 1 of 30.
I mean, just from the level of comfortability, I mean, you go to a map like Clubhouse, SSG looks alive. Now we're going to a map like Chalet. That's a situation where it's very similar to Clubhouse.
Yes.
Very cut and dry. You know, you get the first pick on library side or master side, and then you lock down both avenues so that the other team can't find a way back in it. I want to see 1 of 30 be able to respond if they lose that opening pick, or at least be a lot more impactful on the roam, because you can't really do it on Clubhouse. You can do it a little bit on Chalet. And again, players like Packer are the people that you're going to be looking towards to carry this team out of the funk of losing that map too.
Well, you mentioned the comms, and I think maybe it wasn't the defining moment of the map, but it certainly was
good one.
A funny one. At the last moment, the last round, pure chaos ensued. Take a listen in. The comms to the Goyo canister death from Bino on the final round.
Just out the wall.
Hold on, your main sir?
Yeah,
I got it.
Flat wall before I rotate to you, Peter.
Hey,
My
I'm not
God.
gonna work that side. Whoa!
Okay.
Okay, you put a Goyo on.
I mean, they were just stunned. Stunned in the Goyo placement.
It's kind of just one of those things where you just got to accept what just happened. It's just the reality of the situation. Unfortunately, it was in the last round. But if you can make light out of the situation, it kind of shows a little bit of maturity from the team.
Maturity?
I would definitely say so. A lot of people could get super upset and then, carry that over.
Pissed off. If that was my team and we're not droning the drywall.
For sure.
And again,
I agree with that.
That's the second round that my shield is dying first. If I was in a team house with Bino, I'd smack him on the back of the neck. That would upset me. That's not what we want to see when you're playing to make it to a major. Yes, our expectations are minimized for teams like 1 of 30 going to Salt Lake City because they're a new team, blah, blah, blah. They got the first map. It's in their hands. Your shield player should not be dying. That's sloppy. I don't care how much fun you're having. You need to make sure that that shit is completely cut out going into map 3.
Right, they gotta be mature. They gotta lock in and
Hard ass.
Okay. Well, we clearly get the dynamic here. Hopefully, this dynamic between 1 of 30 and SSG, we can continue to see it ebb and flow going into this third map. We'll find out exactly how Chalet plays out after this.
Well, map number 3 has arrived, and one of these two teams will move forward in a date against 5 Fears in the next round of the NAL Kickoff Finals. Neither of these teams are qualifying for the major just yet, and neither of them will be eliminated, so we will see both of them in action moving forward. The question is, which one goes on and gets one step closer to the major, and which one has to run through hell, aka the lower bracket. 1 of 30 started off with a very strong performance on their own map. They gave the gears to SSG a little bit on map number 2, but SSG still won their own map pick. Now we go to Chalet as the ultimate decider. Jesse, on paper, 1 of 30 has won more rounds. Do you think they've been the better team, and do you think they have what it takes to win Chalet, or is Space Station going to pull off the reverse sweep?
I mean, Parker, there's no argument who was the better team on map 1 of 30 crushed Space Station there. Our analyst desk broke it down. They clearly just are not experienced enough on that map, SSG aren't, but I think Clubhouse told the whole story. That was a map that both teams had played before, both teams were familiar with. We now come to Chalet, where, again, the familiarity should be relatively equal across both sides. I favor SSG. They showed they were better when the playing field was equal, and I think we're in a similar spot now.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the one thing that we should take away from this is, irrespective of who wins this third map, these teams are pretty evenly matched. If you are a team like Five Fears, you are watching this with glee because you are seeing all of the mistakes and all of the strategy unfold in real time, and now you've got maybe more recent data on 3 maps that are typically in the arsenal of most of these NAL teams. A lot of this region plays Clubhouse, they play Chalet. Most of them play Nighthaven Labs as well. So you can see what goes right, you can see what goes wrong, because of course, both of these rosters got a lot of fresh faces on them, not a lot of game day reps. If you are a rookie, you have played 4 maps to get to this point. That's all there was for the first stage of Kickoff. So I think you said the term earlier, when the rubber meets the road. This is map number 3. This is when all the rubber meets all the road, Jesse. And we'll start with SSG on attack, 1 of 30 defending here on Chalet. First bomb site will be Kitchen on the main floor.
Yeah, and when Space Station played this map earlier in the season versus Outlast, they only had to attack 3 times, and they attacked every bomb site except for Kitchen. So this is the one look that maybe 1 of 30 will not have any VODs on whatsoever. I will also mention that SSG were successful in all 3 of those attacks on the other bomb sites. So not like you can spot out any weaknesses from those previous VODs, and it was against Outlast, as we've mentioned, probably the weakest team here in the North American League through the Kickoff so far. So not a whole lot that you can necessarily learn from, but hey, you don't need to learn much when you get tossed nitros like that. Mike W straight onto raid through the solar window to kick us off. That's going to be the only hard breacher now taken off the board for SSG.
Yeah, it's a really rough loss there. I mean, I guess the beautiful thing about a map like Chalet is that so many of these walls and floors are going to be shot out by soft destruction that hard destruction is, I think it's fair to say, not as important on this particular bomb site than the rest of the map. And frankly, not as important on this map as it is on others. You look at a map like Clubhouse, try pulling off an execute without any hard breach on Clubhouse. It's much more difficult, especially if you have to deal with hatches. Here, though, Pugilism can easily get the job done. Smokes, flashes, they can get the job done as well, and Space Station happens to have some backup. Well, they did. Rival gets dropped after the ROU projectors had gone out. Bino dies at the hands of Aiden. So the fragging will continue until morale improves. Into a 4v4 now that Rival's been picked back up, and we reach the halfway point of the round.
Yeah, you're happy about this if you're SSG. You've still got more of these Sens walls to play around, even though the first 2 did get down. You've got full site control now as well, so as long as you can avoid the vert, this plant should be able to go down relatively early in the round.
Volsper, who's had a terrific day so far, far and away the best player on the team. His numbers are quite crazy. He's doubling up on kills than deaths. 24 kills, 12 deaths. A reminder for those that did watch the second map and might have forgotten, and those of you that haven't, Volsper had 23 kills during 4 maps in the groups. He has 24 kills, 1 more in just 2 maps. Rival guns down Packer. Diffuser gets planted successfully, all under the eager eyes of 1 of 30. And now the retake, as Volsper uses a Gishmat mine to scout for information. A nice flank from Silo. Does he know that somebody else is over by Fireplace? No. Aiden picks up a 2-piece. Mike W over on the trophy stairs, gun down, and Space Station starts Chalet strong.
Pretty shocked at how they get that plant down, Parker. Rival is on 20 HP, not even, planting inside of dining, on a ping, on a soft wall, and still nobody is able to deny that plant. Packer misses all of his shots from inside a bar with the Aruni DMR. The players up above aren't able to deny that plant that's going down. Rival somehow gets away with that. There was definitely pressure elsewhere around the map. We saw Giddy and Aiden inside the building having some pressure kind of inside the site, inside a fireplace, but I'm really surprised Rival got away with that plant and was able to put them in such a strong position. The post plant was excellent from Space Station as well. I loved their positioning in the midst of that. This spot from Giddy, just not expected at all, allows him to get a big important kill in the midst of that. Helps Aiden get a nice little two-piece in the midst of that too. So really nice post plan from Space Station. They execute on their game plan of wanting to take that site very quickly. And frankly, it looks really well executed from the astronauts.
Yeah, all told, really, really well done. I'm not really certain what these tech issues have been that we've encountered so far today, but we have another. They seem to occur in between maps, which is the ideal time for them. You don't want it interrupting the actual gameplay itself. Teams are not supposed to be talking while they are sitting here in a tech pause. I don't know if the culprit is one of the players or maybe a peripheral or something along those lines, but they do happen. Sometimes there are ghosts in the machine, some small hiccups that are just outside of our control. This 1-30 team. This 1-30 team that I am a little bit worried for is that their momentum came in map number 1. Right? They started off looking really, really good. 5-1 was the scoreline through that first half. They carried that momentum. Wolfsburg was killing everything that moved. Map number 2, well, the familiarity wasn't quite there. They did muster up more of a challenge than we saw from Space Station when the roles were reversed back in map number 1. But it's been a long time since you've been winning, and there were some pretty big mistakes committed by this 1-30 team that might get under your skin. They might live in your head that you've got to just kind of push to the back and get through here. Space Station has that leadership. We've touched on it so far in every single map that's been played, and it is honestly a major difference maker. Yes, Packer and Bino have both played in T1 before on the side of 1-30, but nowhere near the experience that man on your screen right there, Dream, has. Yep. And Giddy's got some experience too. So, I mean, if you're not talking, you've got to think that the brains, they're working, they're thinking, they're coming up with coming up with next steps. Maybe Dream's too preoccupied singing, but I honestly think the longer this series goes, the more it does favor Space Station.
Yeah, I mean, Dream's got plenty to sing about. He's back in the NAL playoffs for the first time in 2 years. The last time that he made it to the playoffs here in the North American League was stage 1 of 2024, back with Oxygen before he got let go from that team. And of course, that's going to really empower him and I think feed that hunger that he and the rest of his players are going to have. You're absolutely right that there's more experience on the side of Space Station Gaming with particularly Dream, but also guys like Giddy and to an extent Aiden. But I also think they're extremely hungry to be able to prove themselves, given the fact that they're representing such an important organization like SSG, given the fact that they were quite doubted when the season began. I mean, you should see the Reddit comments when this roster was announced. There was not a single positive word said, frankly, about this announcement, but they came out and they proved everybody wrong. They crushed the group stage. They looked absolutely dominant in games where nobody thought they would. Now they've shown up in playoffs as well, and they're not a perfect team, right? They're not necessarily at that same level that old Space Station was, but you're seeing the growth with these young players. You're seeing the new generation of Rainbow Six players be developed here on Space Station Gaming, and it's been a really entertaining process to watch from an outsider's POV, and I think they got every chance in the world to win this series and make it to the major. Five Fears will be a difficult opponent in the upper bracket. There's no doubt about that. But even if they lose, they'll have another opportunity in the lower bracket to qualify in towards the Salt Lake City Major. So it's a lot on the line for these SSG guys, certainly for 1-30 as well. But you can tell that there's a lot maybe on the mental that people don't often think about when you talk about this team.
No, absolutely. And vibes, I imagine, will be high on both of these squads. You know, they made the playoffs. Only 2 teams did not ultimately make the playoffs. That was Outlast and 100 Thieves. That 100 Thieves roster in particular is something that we could talk about during a tech pause for quite some time here. But focusing on the 2 combatants that we currently have in the server, I think that if there were fewer spots, these 2 teams are 2 of the squads that people would be saying, I don't know if 1-30 makes it into playoffs. I don't know if Space Station makes it into playoffs. I think a lot of that is just simply a lack of knowledge when it comes to these teams, and the lack of experience these teams have doesn't exactly shoot them up the depth chart. When you look at NA, you've got the lay of the land, right? You've got your M80s, you got your wild cards, you got your Shopify Rebellions who've been on a bit of a downward turn as of late. You've got DZ, you've got all these organizations that have been around for so long that you can expect them to do well. DZ basically took the core of Space Station and have looked like a significantly improved team by adding, Kino and NJR to that roster. They've looked really, really good. NJR is actually having one of the worst seasons in his career, and yet DZ is still so dominant, Jesse. So it's good that these two squads were able to make the playoffs, and it's great experience for them. The fans of these teams are probably looking at the bracket and going, okay, we've got at least 2 games minimum. Let's see what noise we can make. The winner goes up against 5 Fears. A reminder, the loser goes down to the lower bracket where they play Cloud9, as you corrected me on earlier. Cloud9, of course, the former organization for Dream, so there will be potentially some a bit of a grudge match there if he ends up in that position. But right now, Space Station up 1-0 in this map and looking like they are getting more comfortable the longer we go into this series.
Yeah, Giddy as well was on that old C9 roster. SSG kind of bought out that team and built around them, adding some of these younger guys like Raid, Aiden, and Rival, really, to try to reassemble a squad here after their primary roster got taken over to DZ. So you're right. I mean, there is going to be a lot of grudges no matter where we end up. Certainly in this game, there's a lot of grudges between these players. I'll mention once again, Packer, Bino, and Giddy all used to play together on that CL for Life roster that qualified to the Montreal Major a few years back. And I know that was a big point of experience for these 3 players and has helped them grow into the position they're at now inside the NAL playoffs. The other couple of players on that team, maybe not finding as much success these days. Of course, Adam moved over to that 100 Thieves roster where they failed to make the playoffs. Uzi is putting questionable things about robots on my Twitter timeline. So everybody's kind of moved on to their own adventures. But I think at this point now for 1 of 30 and SSG, it's time to showcase exactly what you've been building towards. Since that Montreal Major, since the stage started, since Kickoff and the break that we had between the groups and the playoffs, now it's time to show us everything you've got.
10 seconds remaining.
And a really good point. These teams will continue to improve. And, you know, when you do go up against that next match, whether it be down in the lower bracket or the upper bracket, I imagine that we will continue to see those improvements. I don't think people realize, those that haven't played at this level, and I've never played at this level, but it's something that I only realize through my vantage point as a commentator and as somebody who's talked to these players, is how little 4 best of ones actually is from an experience perspective. You barely blink and your groups are over. You know, again, this is the 3rd map of this series. There are only 4 maps in Kickoff. So you're going to go through this almost doubling your amount of experience. That is crazy to think about.
Yeah, that's a good point. I've never thought of it that way, but you really are doubling nearly your overall experience just by heading to Chalet. So it's a very fast format that we have here in Kickoff. It's got to be quick so that we can get teams invited and sent over to Salt Lake fast enough, but it's all going to be worth it if you can make it in the end. All the long nights and all the multiple games a week that you have to play, even these playoffs will be a bit of a blur as you've got game after game, day after day, lots of matches to play. On Chalet, back into the game for round number 2. We have made it, thankfully, so we appreciate you guys sticking with us while we got one of the players' PCs reset after a quick crash. Now we can start to clear on towards this top floor, and despite the defense not working as well for 1 of 30, they can definitely hold on a little bit tighter to the bomb site this time around. Again, I was surprised they weren't able to deny the plant after they lost control of it back in round 1. I don't expect them to lose control of the site as quickly this time around.
This is an odd spot for Mike to be in, and he might be getting run over by Dream on this Blackbeard. As you can hear that shield coming from a mile away. Bino, the very first kill. Wolfsburg gets Rival. Dream's been down 2. A minute and 40 off of the clock. I thought Mike would be the one who would die, but no, he's the one still standing. Not a single point of damage has been done to 1 of 30. Bino removed by Aiden is all they can show for it because Silo shuts the door on a comeback, and we are tied.
Well, Parker, I said I didn't think they'd get in the bomb site as quickly, but they clearly had other plans. SSG decided it doesn't matter what the site is. We're going to get in. We got our Blackbeard. We're going to take that space. It was really unfortunate for Dream. He just didn't clear the corner tight enough, and he missed Mike W sitting in the very corner of Bathroom, which is how he ended up going down as he rotated in through the site. At the same time, they had early deaths from both Raid and Rival that were trying to play kind of on different sides of the map, one over towards Solar, one over towards Library, and as all those fights just ended up going the way of 1 of 30, the chaos did not favor the attackers in the midst of it. So nice to keep their head on straight. It's been a very fast-paced game from SSG, and 1 of 30 have done a great job responding to it.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm hopeful a computer didn't blow up yet again. Wait some information here. You ever notice how much Bino looks like Jarvis?
You know what? I have noticed that. It's not dissimilar.
I don't know if you, hey, you in chat, I don't know if you've ever noticed how much they look alike. It appears that we have a rehost now for bans. We're seeing a bunch of people get up and go to the bathroom, so I'm a little concerned this might be a bit of a longer break. A great time for those of you watching to also go up, get up, stretch your legs, go grab some water, go say hi to friends, family. You have a dog? Go play with your dog. Do you have a cat?
I do.
Don't play with your
actually,
cat. Your cat doesn't want you to do that. Cats don't like that.
Oh.
Look at your cat from afar and nod approvingly. That's the type of behavior cats like.
I don't know, Parker. I feel like both you and I have cats that are very obsessed with cuddles and attention.
My partner and I have a Bengal cat that we inherited from her grandmother, who is 15 pounds and is a Velcro cat, but only on his terms.
Yes.
He will not lie on your lap. You cannot hold him for longer than he wants. He will not lie on your chest, but he will lie next to you as long as you don't touch him too much, and then he'll get up and be angry. Typical prima donna behavior from cats. So
Yeah, Indy's much the same. She didn't want anything to do with me earlier today, and then between maps, she was meowing and scratching at my door just to try to come in and join the cast. So, you know, always on their own terms, but lovable creatures, one way or the other. There was somebody in APAC like a couple days ago who was dancing with their cat live on stream, and I am scrolling through the Twitter to try to find out who it was. I forget the name of the player. Someone in chat will know it, I'm sure.
am I like supposed to know that? Like,
I feel like if you pay attention, you'll at least know the clip I'm talking about.
say it again.
There was an APAC player dancing with their cat. That's really the only explanation. I can have.
I've seen the clip. I have no idea who it was because I just what is that?
Some kind of keychain or something?
I was gonna say it looks like a type of keychain. It looks like a little fuzzy like a ball.
It was Seal. I found it. It was Seal.
Like Kiss from a Rose seal? Wow, I didn't know he played
No,
Rainbow
like
Six.
Daystar Seal.
Oh,
There you go.
terrific song though. For those that are wondering what happens next, M80 wildcard still has to take place. Again, the winner of that matchup does not qualify for the major. They move on to play up against Dark Zero. The loser goes down to the lower bracket where I'm reasonably certain they play Shopify Rebellion because that's the only team that would make sense.
The loser of the next match plays Shopify Rebellion, yes.
Yes, just I was talking about the upcoming match.
Yes. Sorry, I don't listen much when you speak yet. Sorry.
Yeah. While we're here and while you're here, hopefully we have your ears at full capacity because realistically, there's not much else to listen to later today and every day this week for the NAL kickoff. Because we are in North America, we will be giving away tickets to the Salt Lake City Major. You will have an opportunity to enter. I'm assuming it's a giveaway. I don't really have a lot of information, but there will be 2 winners each day and they get 2 tickets apiece. So if my math is correct, 2 plus 2 equals 4.
Whoa.
Hold on. Yep, 4. That's correct. Okay, good. Really worried about that one. It'll be a giveaway, so stay tuned. We haven't done it yet, but if you'd like to attend the Salt Lake City Major and go to beautiful Utah in just a couple weeks' time, stick around and we'll see about maybe getting you some tickets.
Parker,
It'll be a good event. It's
if you win the tickets, will you bring me as your +1? Can I come?
we got a break ready. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
You didn't answer, Parker.
Well, it's time for us to get Chalet back underway. Thank you, as always, for your patience. We should have all 10 players ready and set to do battle on, Jesse, would you call it the snowy slopes of France?
That is what I said, Parker, and I stole it from you, so you knew that.
I say the sunny beaches of France as a joke because it is obviously sunny, but there are no beaches there, and there are mountains, and it is snowy.
It is quite sunny.
Mm-hmm.
Point.
Loading new mag.
Maybe if we zoom out enough, we might be able to see a beach.
I think we probably won't. Just
They're
mountains.
trying. Thank you to the observers for trying. Oh, look at that. Look at those textures. Definitely have the Ultra HD graphics on.
Oh,
There's a
wow.
valley.
Wow.
Wow, it really. Oh, it drops off. Really, that's. Oh,
Jesus, I had no clue that was there.
that is. Look at the topography. Oh,
I do apologize to the analysts watching this game, trying to see the setup. That's why you get replay files, though.
I was trying to think of some way I couldn't do it.
The replay files have always been very nice. A lot of people don't know this. I have to remind people of this like every 2 weeks, but the replay files for these matches are public. You just have to navigate to the match page on the R6 Esports website, and you can download the replay files for any of the pro games, assuming they've been uploaded. I've been really enjoying going through the match replay files and making TikTok content out of it, Parker.
I was gonna ask if you peruse them. I'm very glad that you're finding time to have hobbies.
Yeah, absolutely. When I'm not watching
Very
Siege,
important.
I go and I watch more Siege.
There you go. That's quite the life that you lead. Because we had the rehosts, all of the scores have been wiped. We can reference them and where the players are at once we get through this matchup, or at least a couple rounds. We can talk about it. Until then, top floor Chalet defending over on the other side of the building from where we just saw the entry upstairs. That will not be had. Aurora has seen an uptick in play over the last couple days. Jesse, why could that be?
Because they increased the range on her gadget, Parker, so now you can close doors and doorways off from much farther than you previously could.
Loading full mag.
Additionally, close faster, take longer to open.
Yes, many buffs.
Many buffs. Just as they buffed Thorn and we saw her pick rate shoot up, Aurora's too will increase. Echo seeing a steady increase as well as Ubisoft tries to buff these underperforming operators. How will that impact the overall environment? How will that impact this round? So far, we've seen only one of those doors go out. Now two, Aiden suffering through an awful lot of damage. I have to imagine that's the nitro cell of Mike. Hacker as good as gone. Rival traded out immediately. Dream on the board too. Down goes Mike W. With still a minute to go, Space Station holds a lead of one that's now completely gone. Volsper is having a terrific day. He's been good on all three maps, and there's been a bit of saving grace for this 1-30 team.
Yeah, now down to the 3v3, 45 seconds. They all rotate back towards the bomb site, Parker. They're happy to play behind their utility. The mirror window remains strong inside a back bar, so they're going to have good information of where this push is coming from. Giddy, Raid, and Aiden will have to find some other way to work an advantage before they can get this plant down.
This is a great cross by Giddy. If he can win this engagement, he'll blow the whole round wide open. SSG still in a good spot, but they need to now get into the bomb site, and they are losing control of the clock. 1-30, using as much gadgetry as they can. Nades go in. The Jaeger of Volsper dances around both of them and gets the swing on the hatch. Volsper dropped by Giddy, and Giddy will have to get the job done all alone. Less than 10 seconds. No diffuser control whatsoever. Two players remain for 1-30. Giddy can't get to them in time, and the clock will run out. A spirited effort, but 1-30 will win the round and take the lead.
Very competitive game here as we go back and forth. Nice little defense coming out from 1-30, and I'm really glad you highlighted Volsper, Parker. He has been popping off all day long. Maps 1, 2, and 3, maybe his 3 highest performing maps of his career, at least so far. We'll see how Chalet develops, but you said it, dancing around those nades, being able to dodge out Raid, who is up above trying to toss them from that vert position. When you've got 2 players inside a back bar, playing it for the verts, forcing them out with the nades is really your only win con in that round. I think that was recognized by Volsper, and it's why he plays so aggressive there. It's a punishable move if he gets caught off guard. If they're watching the hatch when he swings out the door, he could get hard killed, and it could have been very bad, but had to take that risk with the nades coming out. That move right there from Volsper puts him in a great position to win that fight onto Raid. overheats a little bit, goes for the neck and swing, but at that point, the man advantage is too high. The time is still very favorable for 1 of 30, and they will close that one out now 2-1.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Unsurprising that it's another gutsy round, one that ends up being fought almost tooth and nail to the very end. And I mean, I don't think even if that Banshee wasn't there, that Giddy would have made it in time. But we talk about how evenly matched these teams should be, and so far, it's paying off. You can see the scoreline from game 1, 7-2. Game number 2, 7-3. What happens here? Do not be surprised if we end up going to overtime. And then again, we do have one more matchup today. That'll be M80 versus Wildcard. That one will be fascinating to watch. Wildcard has had some domestic struggles after Dash left the team homesick. He's gone back to Brazil. He's now qualified for the Salt Lake City Major, so he'll be there. Just on the Los roster, Adrian from Team Secret, a team that won't be at the Salt Lake City Major. Well, Adrian came on over, and it's required Wildcard to make some changes. They have looked like they've taken maybe a bit of a step back in comparison to the rest of the region. So the question will be, how did they take the last week off? Are they able to match up to an M80 team that looks like they are steadily improving after losing Kino and picking up Ashen? So a lot of questions that will hopefully be answered in our next best of 3. But before we get there, which of these two teams moves on to face off against 5 Fears in the next matchup, which will determine who goes to Salt Lake City? 1 minute into the action, and the advance from SSG coming library side.
Aiden's Twitch has gotten banned out, so he's moved over to the Snakes to try to clear through this top floor, Parker. They want to be able to get this space so that they can work plant inside of office. Vaults for the first line of defense. Got Silo not too far off, but he's full blind, which is going to make this defense very difficult. SSG trying to take the spaces and they can. There's a spot, but no. Packer on the stairs gets his first kill of the map, taking down Dream and punishing the shield player of SSG.
Wow, a good crossfire here. And I mean, both of these teams have a lot of tools at their disposal. It's about putting it all together. We've seen moments of brilliance from both of them through these 2, almost 3 maps. And again, the fact that they're pulling this off with limited experience is very, very strong. And again, improvement will be the name of the game. I suspect there will be some decent careers for a lot of these players moving forward. This one in particular, Volsper has to dance around the nade and gets away, almost gets away. He manages to take Giddy down in the process, and Volsper is bleeding out, might be retrievable. Aiden looking for the follow-up. Does he have the all clear to go in? Is anybody watching in his direction? Volsper not really retrievable at this point in time, finished off by Rival, and that's Chimney Control. Packer will get Rival, though. Long range, through the wall, and 1 of 30 finds themselves doubled up on SSG and man count.
Yeah, this feels really rough now for SSG. They're desperately trying to hunt down Packer. The pistol comes out, but we're missing every shot. Aiden, that's not what he needed. Packer still on over half HP. At this point, they have to cut their losses. Packer has gone back towards the bottom floor. They can't really worry about that now. Head to the bomb site. 30 seconds to try to get this plant.
Oh my goodness, down goes Dino. Aiden warming up at this point in time, still being able to use that gadget to get a good idea. Knows that somebody's playing the A-bomb chassis. Doesn't know, though, that Packer is looking for the flank. He takes down 1. Aiden slips through his fingers. Silo will pay for that. 10 seconds left. Aiden tucked in, now hoping to get the defuse kit down, but it's watched from above by good old Mike W. And Mike Wazowski will get the job done. 1 of 30 takes another round, and their lead grows yet again.
Brilliant round coming through there from the Roamers, most notably, of course, Packer, who got that big 3K, and it's good because it's been a rough couple of hours for Packer. You go back to map 2, he was 4-9, lowest rated player on the second map of Clubhouse, and then had a struggling start through the first quarter of Chalet. Ended up going 0-2 through the first 3 rounds, but a big triple will get him back into the positives. Nice to see that from Packer, and a lot of it came from him playing around his teammates, Parker. We saw Volsper posted up on side of Mezzanine, making sure that he was taking a lot of the attention from his teammates, and even after he goes down, Packer's able to reposition down towards the game side of the map. He's able to really run circles around those players. They think he rotates back to site through West Main, but no, rotates back up the blue stairs for his 3rd kill in that round. It was just such a menace, so annoying to deal with for Space Station Gaming, and he really just is a thorn in their side. Forces the tack time, which come through from DMC. He'll have a opportunity now to talk to his players and hopefully get them back on track. It's been a long 3 rounds, a long 4 rounds, just due to these tech pauses, so I'm sure lots to talk about.
I I mean, I don't know how you diagnose what's going on with Space Station. The problems that we see are a little bit different than we go back all the way back to map number 1, because there weren't a lot of problems from Space Station on their choice of clubhouse, right? It was more that Nighthaven Labs map where we saw, especially on defense, they were just a little bit too static. This time around, it's the drone work that seems to be the biggest issue. They keep getting caught by the late lurks and the opening crossfires. So you either get in the building and you manage to survive, but then you get caught by a late flank. And I think there's, of all the 3 rounds that have been won by 1 of 30 at this point, there has been a late flank, at least from what I can recall. But on the side of those early rounds, you jump in, you think you've got 1 player down, but these setups from 1 of 30 have been great. Lots of long range engagements, using those DMRs with the ACOGs, using the power of that caliber destruction to shoot through the soft walls and use those as sight lines. It has been strategically really good on the side of 1 of 30, and SSG does not, or at least not yet, shown that they have an answer for it.
Space Station have really liked the fast takes. We saw it through the first 2 rounds. They go back to the top floor bomb site where they found some success. It was mostly limited. They got the space, but didn't get the kills last time they tried this strategy on Master. So they're going to try a bit of a different approach. Once again, they like to change their attacks up here on Chalet. They're going for more of a map clear this time around. Raid entering in through the bottom floor. Packer does exist down here in the basement. He's just actually inside a blue hall, so nearly took a gunfight there, but backs up through the stairs. So annoying in round 4. Just previously, we saw him be that thorn in their side. So they're kind of dedicating Raid's entire kit just to hunting him down and forcing him out. But Packer's playing really passive with this. He's not giving the gunfight over towards the Deimos, and he's wasting a lot of the time and a lot of the attention from this SSG attack.
Well, finally, you find Bino. He shoots that drone away. My.
And then
Yeah, not a shocker here. The amount of utility they're going to use to try and trap Bino in this position. What did I say about not having tons of intel? Nice lineup from Bino. It does not help Aiden. They know that he's looking in that direction. Packer is there for some coverage too. A perfect flash. A vault in might be able to take Bino down. It will accomplish its goal. That's giddy. Now it's Rival looking for a duel with Packer. He greets it with open arms, shuts him down. And it's control of trophy on the side of Space Station. They have watched as some of their soldiers have been felled, but 1 of 30's lost 2-2. The 3v3 with just a little bit over a minute to go, Jesse.
Yeah, not as clean as they were hoping, but they do eventually kill Packer and Bino. That was the roamers that they were dealing with. They didn't know Packer's position was the biggest problem in that roam clear. It could have been a little bit cleaner if they had him on lock. 3v3 defense, lots of util still for the defenders. They've got both Lamai and Jaeger to stop some of these throwables from clearing them out, and the mirror windows from Mike W will provide a lot of assistance as they try to close down this defense. Really important to force these players back. The Capitile Firebolt's hoping to accomplish it, but Mike does not have to move off this window.
Now it's a very strong spot to be in for Amira, and he can look long range. He'll get smoked out, though. That allows them to take more control of Solarium on the side of Space Station. 2 players now in that position. Silo will be the first line of defense, tucked in really tight to the corner. If Rival only knew that he could inch up and shoot a little bit to the right, he could capitalize. Oh my, Silo and Mike W now doubling up. Diffuser surrendered. Giddy got a kill earlier. He'll find a second on the way out. I might be looking to correct myself yet again, Jesse. 1 of 30 is dummying Space Station on this first half of Chalet.
And I hate to say it, Parker, but I'm getting some flashbacks all the way back to Nighthaven Labs. Not that the rounds are playing out necessarily similarly, but just like before, they call the TAC timeout partway through the first half, and there's no real adjustment. Yes, you've got information on 1 roamer, that's great, but they had no idea of Packer's position. Maybe they had a clue about it. They did eventually trade him out, but the fact that Packer's able to get one and Bino's able to get one on that roam, when there is so much of an advantage over towards SSG thanks to that util, it just sets up that late round so nicely. And yeah, it was a 3v3 push, but I really thought 1 of 30 were the advantage consistently thanks to the hard work of Packer and Bino playing down below the bomb site. They didn't mind if they got droned. They didn't mind if there was a Deimos track because they knew they could still hold their angles, protect each other, win those fights, and keep the man count exactly where it needed to be. 1 of 30, very dangerous that they could be going up 5-1 on the defense side of Chalet. I'll remind you again, Space Station Gaming, a far better attacking team than on the defense. 19 percentage points separate those 2 stats from the group stage.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to know ball at this level to know that Well, this is the better side for Space Station, and they are struggling on it. They won't be able to diagnose this because there's only one more round left. Then they get to defend and hope that maybe the map works in that favor. I mean, I understand what Packer was trying to do here, and it's not a terrible idea. That is a catch you off guard, completely unprepared for it, surprise you, and maybe win the round. They've also got Mike W now for insurance. This is all right. Very all in on stopping Space Station from getting into the building. I don't hate it. Obviously, it didn't work.
Yeah.
And now you've lost the Solus, but
I agree, and it's kind of the right response. Packer dies, but he's had an incredible last couple of rounds, was feeling himself. You're not that upset about losing the Solus. It can be nice to try to deny the plant if they're playing like above, but usually you kind of expect SSG to take that top floor control anyways, so end of the day, you're not too upset about that. Second goal here is going to be clearing out Library. That's exactly what they're worried about. Silo is kind of playing just in the entrance, and Volsper's here as well. No one's in the corner, which is often what you see from these defense teams. They've got the Capitao if there was a player there, but still the util is going to be very awkward to force out, right? They've got the Jaeger, they've got the Wamai, they've got so many of these resources to stop them from clearing up above. They might just have to send it into sight.
and Bino is there. He gets flashed. He's a little bit too close to that one. Wolfsburg guns down Raid. Does Aiden think he's got the clear to hop on in? Does he think nobody's watching in his direction? He'd be wrong if he thought that was the case. Nice play by Rival to get Stylo on the hatch. That's one Stylo's going to want back. All this ground being taken, but then immediately falling away. They don't expect Aiden still in this position as Mike W and Bino get two. Aiden and Dream standing the test, and Mike W will need to clutch out. If 1-30 wants to stretch their lead even more, he will have to be the savior. The fuse kit getting planted, Dream repositioning, Mike W going for a much later flank than you expected, and will now head up over towards lobby. He doesn't have a lot of intel to play off of. I don't know if he's being fed comms from his teammates, but this is going to be a really daunting task. Diffuse kit close enough to the hatch and the window where some serious damage can be done by either of the remaining attackers. They really just need to wait him out at this point, Jesse. He doesn't need to give too much. The moment they hear him get on that diffuse kit, one of them can easily find him. Giving him some patience. He's sticking it, count to three, and there you go. They swing at the same time, and SSG picks up their second round in the first half. It's in the books, though. 4-2 the score line, 1-30, just eking them out.
Nice to be able to get a little bit of a lifeline back, Parker. Space Station Gaming still very much in this matchup, but the second half does remain on Chalet. We've got our studio to break it down.
Thanks, guys. This one has been maybe not exactly what we expected coming out of that second map. SSG, the momentum, maybe it was there early in this map, but hasn't quite translated to these later few rounds. Let's take a look back at how this all began. A big moment for Aiden in the very first round of this game, and how SSG got off to a good start.
Still Ver, there's still Ver, guys.
One in kitchen drop.
One has to come down solar. I'm holding
Any kitchen drop.
Two above. One's walking down solar. Gordon walking down solar.
I'm holding West main.
Yo,
Lobby.
lock main.
Down, he's gonna be down, Dream.
Lobby dead.
That's what solar stairs.
I'm living.
Let's go!
Come on, they can't fuck with me. They can't fuck with me. They can't fuck with me.
Damn straight,
I mean,
they
like,
can't fuck with you, Aiden.
Damn
fucking straight.
Good trade though.
3 traps and not 1 West main. No vert. They're shaking. Keep applying pressure every round. They're just gonna lose more and more. They can't recover.
I mean, that's the kind of energy that we've seen from this team. It's so infectious. It just makes you smile, but that's what they can do. Now, of course, things shifted a bit. 4-2, now they're down. They need to find that again.
Yeah, they almost lost 5 rounds in a row immediately after that. So, I mean, it's good to showcase that they are getting hyped after one round, but it's quick to show how fast things can easily spiral out of control. But at least for the side of 1-30, I mean, one thing I've really liked, and Parker even said it himself, they've been very strategically sound on this map. They have a great counterplay of how they want to verse SSG. When you think of how SSG plays, they do a very good job at playing those cutoffs, using those shields for power position, gain control, and they're a team you don't want to let them set up getting into that mid to late round, and the second they do, they get picked apart. But what they're doing really well is stalling out that time, bringing on castles, bringing out mirrors, using shotguns to make long rotates. That is constantly being a thorn in the side of SSG just to get into the building, let alone getting into the fight.
Yeah, and 1 of 30's adding that extra layer. They get that first pick, they slow it down, and make it that much harder for SSG to find an opening. So that first round of Aiden getting hyped, saying there's no traps, everything, it woke 1 of 30 up. They started running way more traps, fighting on the entry early on, and making sure that they could stall out SSG as long as possible.
And even if that first round didn't feel like it for 1 of 30, it's been very clear they have come prepared for this game.
Absolutely.
Right? Like, they don't strike us always as the team that's going to have all the coaching staff and all the institutional knowledge, but they've prepped and they look ready to go. Right now, up 2 rounds over SSG. Now it's SSG who have to make a comeback happen. Back to you guys.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as
Thank
they
you very
can.
much, and very well put. And always nice when the desk says nice things about my analysis, too. I think the most troubling aspect was something you actually talked about, Jesse. This space station team is significantly better on attack than defense. Now, that doesn't mean they're bad at defense. It just means that in theory and in isolation, they should be running up the score on attack on most of these maps. But then once again, you have to take the other things into account. Is it a defender-sided map? How favorable is the site rotation for the attackers? How are the operator bans doing? Stylistically, how do they match up against their opponents? Again, these teams are very evenly balanced. And I think when you look at this map score, going up 4-2 defending on Chalet is not abnormal if you ignore which teams they're playing and what their overall stat line is. So for Space Station, I don't think the end is as near as it might suggest. I like what I'm seeing for 1 of 30. I think they've got confidence, and I think they have the overall strategic element, but do not count out SSG yet, because I think they're good for at least a couple more rounds, and that could ultimately determine whether they walk out of here facing 5 years tomorrow or down in the lower bracket where their next run begins.
I mean, I'll tell you this, Parker. If SSG are going to come back and win this Chalet, they need to be getting more out of Raid. When they beat Wildcard in the group stage, Raid was their highest rated player. When they beat Outlast in the groups, Raid was their highest rated player. When they won map 2 of this series, Raid was the highest rated player. 6 rounds on Chalet, he's yet to find a kill. We know how good this guy is. Youngest player in the league. He's been really impressive so far on Space Station Gaming. Hasn't been able to show up on the decider map now on Chalet. This is the most important game that he has played in his very brief professional career. We need more out of him.
Absolutely. Down goes rival. Bino taking no prisoners. They don't have site control, but they do have the top 4 right now under their thumb. Aiden tucked into bathroom will gun down Packer and immediately head for the hills, closer to the bomb site. And that's the right read because it's just him and Giddy left. In the span of 1 minute and 15 seconds, 1 of 30 has snapped their fingers and over half of this SSG team has disappeared. Not an ideal spot to be in. They will now recoup and hope that 1 of 30 does not continue on their reign of terror. Nice shot from Aiden. One thing I will say, win or lose, Aiden has shown up enormously for this SSG team and deserves all the accolades that he can get. But it's far more than just a one-man show. The good news for 1 of 30, Jesse, because this happened so fast, even if you did lose a couple pieces, you got plenty of time to settle in and think about your next steps over the next 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Not a bad spot for Aiden and Giddy, though. Giddy's going to reposition through the basement to get up towards West Main. That'll kind of be an unexpected position if they're not watching it through the verts. Aiden uses his last Toxic Babe now to stall things out over towards Trophy Stairs, and it's a freebie onto Volsberg. Gets the down and surely finished off. Aiden has got 3 big picks, Parker, and is dragging SSG back into this round. Sees the blitz over towards Solar Stairs. They're going to have full information where this push is coming from.
You were calling for a hero, and Aiden heeded that call. Now Giddy's got the cross onto the shield of Bino. Mike W will be the lone member to support him. Aiden's still watching those stairs from long enough away. This is a very good spot for Giddy. Giddy just unfortunately lets him go past. Now it's Mike W with some freedom, but Giddy guns him down, and Aiden goes huge. A round that seemed all but certain for 1 of 30 falls apart, and it's that man on your screen is the reason for it. Huge moves by Aiden, and SSG now trail by just 1 round.
You heard the communication at the halftime, how important Aiden's voice is to this team, and I think you saw it just there in the player reaction cam too. What a round from Aiden. It starts beautifully from 1 of 30. This rush into office works exactly as they intended to. The ram plus the ying plus the blitz, it's such a good combo to take that top floor control, but then little mistakes continue to cost them. That pick onto Volsberg is a tragic one that they're going look back on. Lets Aiden get them back into a man count even situation, then clutches up with the SMG-11. His positioning on that site was so critical. Used those toxic babes well, found those frags. Just an incredible performance coming out from Aiden as he continues to be one of the best players in North America League, second highest rated before today began with a 1.1 KPR. He has been so incredible since joining this SSG core.
10 seconds to insert.
Broke 50 kills earlier, not the first one in the NAL to do that. That was actually Mike W. He got it, I think, a round or two before, and that was because of Mike W's very impressive first map. Wolfsburg has been the story for this 1 of 30 team, though. An absolutely, you should say, Herculean effort when it comes to this team. And of course, right now sitting at 30 kills through this best of 3. That means he's averaging 10 kills a map. That is an eye-watering number. You don't usually see that from a lot of players. Nobody is remotely close. Aiden is next in line with 25, which is still like a full round behind if you were to ace. So Wolfsburg showing off. The rest of the team has been doing okay. You got the usual suspects towards the bottom. Packers having a bit of a bad day, but again, maybe 1 of 30 decided that Packer would be on a different role than Wolfsburg and allow him to play a little bit more aggressively. If that was the goal of 1 of 30, it has certainly worked. Granted, SSG stands 1 round behind now, so it's anybody's game.
It's interesting to note, going back to that last round, Parker, Aiden historically has played the Denari on that bomb site inside of Kitchen. It's not usually thought of as a site player, so maybe switching roles a little bit. The operator bans may be influencing that a bit as well. Finds so much success on the first defense for SSG. Now they get to defend up on the top floor as well. They can try to lock things down with a little bit of a roam game, both Giddy and Aiden playing down below the site. It's going to be something that 1 of 30 should have to address. There's not that much pressure over towards the library side, but these players down below could be a big problem if they're not cleared out properly by 1 of 30.
Reloading. Cover me. Launching override.
They're pretty good on their drone work on both maps, to be completely honest. So 1 of 30 should be able to locate these players. It really does depend on clock management at this point in time. The jig might be up for Giddy here, Jesse, as the logic bomb goes off. He's one of those players that you mentioned that was playing down below, and he could have easily cut Bino off of that position on rappel, but it will slip through his fingers. I think he got a little bit of a slow execute so far for 1 of 30.
I don't think they knew he was there. I mean, they had the logic bomb. Maybe that tipped them off, but it's a little bit cold feet. There was a player out on the solar rappel, so maybe an opportunity. 50 seconds left in the round. They've got to be careful with this clock. 1 of 30 do not have a single pick, and there's still going to be a Solus below the site.
Raid takes down Packer. 1 of 30 looking for some blood. They'll get it. Wolfsburg spilling Raids. That was Raid's very first kill, and it comes in round number 8. They take charge right now through Office. Rival is the next one to fall. SSG reduced to just 30. 1 of 30, hoping that their lead continues to grow. They watched their momentum get blunted a little bit in the previous round. Dream will need to save it alongside Aiden. Aiden maybe just warming up. He's taken Mike down. Reed, Dream, and Aiden side by side. You do not want a collateral to happen. Diffuser getting planted. He gets it. Oh my God. Aiden might have just done it again. Silo, the last one standing of 1 of 30. It's these final moments of the round that have been the undoing of the team on the left side of your screen. Silo will come up empty-handed, and Space Station has tied the game.
The nightmare from New Orleans will do it again. Aiden in the late round just seems like an unstoppable force. That nitro cell to go through the wall was so brilliant, Parker. The fact that he didn't have an exact line of sight, didn't know exactly where the plant was going down, but could hear it, that's exactly what he needed. He used that information to toss out the nitro, win a round that absolutely should have been in the possession of 1 of 30. They did everything they needed to. Wolfsburg's entry into the bomb site was perfect. They were watching for the Solus' flank. They didn't have any of that utility coming back in from the bottom floor. So what do? Well, they just stand tall inside the site. They deny that plant, and they get themselves a tie game up against 1 of 30. What a ridiculous round to come through from Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, I think this is the time you call your tactical timeout. That's 2 backbreakers in a row. You need to at least do that for posterity's sake to try and get people's heads back in the game. Even if they say they are, this team is not playing the way that it needs to. I credited through that first half how good this team was in the beginning of the rounds, we didn't really see that much from them at the tail end. And now that we're starting to get an idea of how they attack in the final 30 seconds of a round, it's not been that good. They lack a lot of information, whether it be because the drones are getting shot out or they're just simply rushing things and not expecting Space Station to move. I'm not entirely certain what the culprit is, but the end result is all that matters. And the end result is that there were 2 rounds in a row that probably should have gone in the win column of 1 of 30, and yet neither of them did. Both of the times, Aiden was just simply unable to give up hope, and he willed his team to the finish line.
10 seconds to go.
The man's been incredible so far. The whole rest of the team's been doing okay, and Aiden obviously benefits from the intel and the rest of the squad, and again, that leadership to help him. But there was a reason why he was not out on that envy squad, Jesse.
Yeah.
And we're seeing it here on full display. He is a terror to deal with.
Well, I actually had a conversation with Aiden a couple days ago, Parker, and he talked to me a lot about his career and the journey that he's taken, and he wasn't even initially supposed to get a tryout for that MV squad. It was a canceled tryout that ended up allowing him to play in his first scrim and eventually get picked up to Tier 1, now signed with Space Station, playing alongside Raid and some legends of the game like Dream. I mean, it has truly been incredible, the journey he has gone from just being a console kid who played in those Jinxie tournaments to now here on the biggest stage in North America. Only a couple days away from qualifying to a major if they can take down 1 of 30 and then 5 fears in the upper bracket. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. 1 of 30, I think, have still played a really good game here on Chalet. I've overall liked their attacks. It's just been falling apart at the end. If they can use that attack timeout to settle their nerves a little bit, calm down, slow down some of these late rounds and not get so caught up in forcing a plant, there is still some hope for this team.
Oh, absolutely. And I did say right at the onset, and I feel a little vindicated here, that this was likely to go deep. With the scoreline being what it is, the likelihood of overtime has skyrocketed. It would be the first OT that we see. Both of these teams won their maps in pretty decisive fashion. But Chalet has been a completely other beast. There's been lots of small mistakes that are committed that have unfortunately snowballed into something much larger on both sides of this map, attack and defense. 1 of 30, though, I hope that timeout has been used effectively for them to figure out the final 30 seconds of the round, because a lot of the time, Jesse, to your point, strategically wise, the first 2 minutes have been great. It's the last moments, arguably the most important, that need to be fixed. That's a small error, though, is Bino misses that flashbang. Small stuff like that can add up. It also shows nerves, Jesse.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of pressure getting to 1 of 30. They know how critical this game is. Trying to clear in through the Cases Hall. Mike W, first one to strike, is able to find Dream, who's playing closer towards the bomb site. Still 3 roamers up above the site now. Rival just in the library entrance. His mirror window remains intact. All those Ash charges got used, and same with the Selmas, but none of them were able to crack this mirror. That could be problematic, but Volsper walks in for 2. Never mind. Gets a 3rd, and it's Giddy in the 1v5.
This is an unreal performance from Volsper up to this point. We'll do some stat checking on him when all is said and done. Giddy just victim of siege timing and a 4K from Volsper. He kills just about everybody. 1 of 30 will regain the lead. Cannot kick themselves over the previous rounds. They are still in fine form. 2 away from a date with 5 fears later in the upper bracket.
I mean, it is just perfect entry play, and he has been doing this consistently throughout the map, Parker. The ability of Volsper to just take space, find the right moments to spot a gap, run in, and take it has been really impressive to watch. Even though there have been some mistakes, obviously that kitchen attack where he dies up above, that's an unfortunate one, but his ability to be that entry player, that primary entry for 1 of 30, grab that space for his team, get that multi-kill, and then hype up the team a little bit too. Why not? You just got a 4K. Give us a little scream. Get everybody a little bit hyped up. That's exactly what you want to see from a guy like Volsper, who, again, struggled in the regular season, struggled in the group stage, wasn't really able to find any positive games, but has looked like a completely different player here in the playoffs. By far has been the best guy on 1 of 30 for my money through all 3 maps.
Yeah, I know that some people might give you a little bit of a little bit of flack for that one, saying, yeah, of course the guy with 30-something kills is the best player on the team. Yeah, sure, but it's not so much the kills, it's how those kills are happening. And Volspor is doing a lot of this on his own. He's miles ahead of Mike W and the rest. He's sitting at 36 kills now through this best of 3. A full 13 kills more than he did through the entire group stage, and there's still at minimum 2 more rounds left here on Chalet to be played. Who knows, there could be more. He's not, as far as I'm aware, he's not within striking distance of any of the best of 3 records. I need to dust off the record books there, but I mean, this is still an incredible performance. After him with 36 kills, it's Aiden with 27, Mike W with 23, and then Rival at 21 and Silo at 20. Silo's been very quiet, racking up 20 kills in his role. He's just been doing his job, and he's a name that we haven't really said a lot, but that's because so much that spotlight has been on Volspor. Aside from that, though, the team is doing really well, and they've managed to sort out their mistakes. Crazy to think that this one could be over if some small missteps had not been committed just a couple moments ago in the previous 2 rounds, but so it goes, and 1 of 30 will now need to mentally move on as we have and look to close this one out. Space Station will hope to tie it back up.
Best of 3 kill record is 55. We've just not had a long enough series, frankly. The first 2 maps, too decisive, so not really in the combo. Run out certainly in the combo for Giddy. It does get caught, unfortunately. It takes a lot of damage outside of Big Garage, and now is starting to get pinned down as the rest of 1 of 30 collapse in on this position. He was going for that run out a few rounds ago, decided he was better off not making the play. Probably should have made that same decision this time, Parker. He remains in Big Garage and has many different angles to fight.
Oh, and he just gets fed into Bino. He had to dodge he had to make a decision. Do I try to dodge that Candela, or do I take the man directly and maybe get blinded by the Candela? It was a decent decision by Giddy, and not a spot that many people want to be in. Bino punishes him for that. And now you see the drone work going off. We talk about information, how integral it is. There's not a lot of intel operators that have been used by 1 of 30 on this side of Chalet, but Brava might not seem like an intel op, but she absolutely is, especially if those clutch drones are used to hack other cameras. Keep that in mind, because Packer might be using it to full effect. Oh, Dream gets run over by Mike W. Volspor dies to Aiden. That's 2 Titans colliding. Raid gun down by Mike W. So if Volspor's gone, that's the 1-2 punch of this 1 of 30 team so far. It leaves Aiden and Rival as the last 2 standing, but Aiden's been here before. He's clutched out against worse numbers. The fuse kit going down by Bino. Aiden and Rival cannot stop it. It will go down successfully, both controlling the hatch from above in very similar positions. This is a bit worrisome. One might want to go down through Solarium into Trophy. The other might still want to watch the hatch. Aiden in this position gets Packer amidst that gas. They are double stacked. Silo gets 1, Bino gets the other, and 1 of 30 moves to series point.
Aiden is but a man, and even for him, that clutch just a little bit too difficult, Parker. If they were able to find that plant before it goes down, they got a real chance, but unfortunately, they find it just a second too late. Rival through the hatch eventually spots it out, but at that point, barreling down the solar stairs is too difficult of an entry point. You mentioned it, Mike, having a really big round there, being that spearhead after Volspor's the first one to die, makes a really big difference, and it shows the depth on 1 of 30 as well. Even if one of your primary entries goes down, you've got a guy like Mike W, Mr. President himself, able to step up and take those fights, take that space that comes as Silo is making some space for the team as well. So everybody is really together on these pushes, and that's been the story of the map, has it not, for 1 of 30? How together they are, how coordinated they are as a group, their ability to push in, take space on a map like Chalet has just been, I think, the difference maker, putting them ahead of SSG so far through these first 10 rounds. Very impressive stuff top to bottom, and now they've earned themselves, as you said, 2 opportunities to close this one out before OT.
It's not that I read Reddit to try and get talking points here, but one of the things that Reddit picked up on very, very quickly with this Space Station team was how good the entry players were and how much confidence their roamers were playing with. You know, we would often hear in North America, oh, there's a new fragger on the scene, but a lot of times they would be a pretty passive entry. Give credit to SSG here. Aiden, Raid, Rival, these guys play with a level of fearlessness, even if they're not all on entry roles. That was really nice to see. Now, it could be them as a player. It could also be the way that the team is built around them. But it's 1 of 30 who's stolen that spotlight today, and it lines up with the point you just made. the entry from 1 of 30 has had so much teeth behind it, and they've just been biting chunks out of this SSG defense round after round.
Yeah, it's not just that the entry was so good for Space Station in the group stage, but it was frankly quite bad for 1 of 30 in their group stage. I mean, I've said it a million times, but like Volspur is just looking so much better here in the playoffs. It's been excellent to see his growth. Now they'll have an opportunity to, again, close things out in regulation. They're attacking up towards the top floor. This was a bomb site that SSG were able to win last time around. It did come off of some heroics from Aiden on the Valkyrie, but in the end, this was a successful play from them. So hopefully SSG can try to replicate that, force us into a 12th round of regulation. Giddy has moved over to the Clash, which has really caught my eye. He was on the Solus last time around. It was not finding a lot of success for him down inside the basement, so completely changes the type of operator he's playing on, and hopefully can slow down this push from 1 of 30, make it more difficult for those entries to take space and take kills.
Launching override. Lights on. Lights set.
First logic bomb goes, you hear the howl of the Candelas as now Silo will follow up his nade onto Library Stairs. Everybody is blinded. Raid having a really poor performance will go 1 and 9, and that might be it if 1 of 30 is able to overpower what remains of Space Station. Dream dies as well. Rough go of it for the astronauts. 1 of 30 now charting their course, looking for an opportunity to take down 5 Fears in the upper bracket semifinals. The winner of that series will move to the Salt Lake City Major. SSG's left with Rival and Aiden. Aiden will need to clutch again. He's been in so many clutch positions. He's got Packer, that's a start. Now he's got Silo as well, but the clock will run out. Bino shuts him down, and 1 of 30 takes the series.
Massive round from Silo. He steps up big time, Parker. Goes positive for the first time in his professional career and gets 1 of 30 over the line. Such an impressive match, such an impressive team. Go from group stage to this, they look night and day, so much better. You heard about the confidence before this series began. You saw it in the server, and you'll get to see it again in a couple of days when they move on to play 5 Fears.
Absolutely incredible stuff. How do Wildcard and M80 follow that one up? We'll find out as our next match is just moments away. Sit tight. We'll be right back.
I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
1 of 30 have a date with 5 fears for a spot at the Salt Lake City Major. What a start to the playoffs. 1 of 30 come out, defying expectations, take down SSG, and we have not seen the end of their run yet. We have got Volsper standing by, so we're going to welcome him in now. My God, Volsper, tell me right now how this is feeling. We were talking about this all map. Parker was talking about this all series. You go from dropping, 23 kills over 4 maps to absolutely going nuclear. 37 kills over 3 maps. What's it like in your shoes right now?
It feels great. It's definitely like a weight off my shoulders. You know, I definitely put a little bit too much pressure on myself, I think week 1. And, you know, just to come in and finally put in, you know, the hard work shows, you know, it feels great.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine. Big game from you, big win. My question is more around, we got a chance to see the communication between you guys after map 2 on Clubhouse, that last round of Bino dying to the Vulcan canister. And my question to you is, obviously you want to be able to have some fun, right? You lose your Blackbeard opening round, you lose the map, you just want to be able to shake it off. But in my opinion, it felt like you guys were a little too shaking it off. Like, no one was upset.
Are you asking a question, or are you standing on a
No, I'm asking a question. I'm saying, like, is there a level, we can't hear all of the communication. My question is just, is there a level at which the fun in games is cut out? Did you guys mention that after the map itself, or something to be a little bit more tighter on the droning or going slower? Is there a level? Yeah, that's my question.
That's a question.
Okay. I would say that last round, we had a plan. It was kind of a preset thing, and Bino died. And we didn't have, like, the right util or op, so Packer called it for it to be a broken round, and let's just try to find it and get gaps, find kills. Obviously, I failed at doing that, but I don't know. I think we take it serious. You know, we work hard, but I think our silliness and our friendship, you know, really keeps us above teams because you know, we just laughed at that. I mean, like, what are we gonna do? That's Bino the carrot. That's what we call him, the carrot.
Carrot.
I mean, he's a little guy.
Why do you call him the carrot? Are you gonna tell us?
There's some lore behind
Those who know. Those who know. Yeah, I would say those who know. Maybe he'll expose it one day.
All right.
For sure. Well, Volsper, I want to congratulate you guys on the win. That was a very much needed win, especially after the regular group stage. But going back to the group stage, you guys got that 1 win over 100 Thieves. That was desperate need of a win. Obviously gave you those 4 points to even sit to where you guys are now. What's kind of been the process for you guys, kind of taking everything and what happened in the group stage, having that week break, then coming into today's match, and just being able to look like a night and day difference of a team than what we were seeing throughout that group stage?
I think the week before the stage and the week after our first 3 games, we didn't have the best scrims. We didn't really stick to our goals too well, and you know, I think we caused more problems than fixed. So this last week, we just, you know, you gotta humble yourself. You know, we wanted more. We expected to maybe get 2 or 3 wins, group stages. You know, we have a lot of confidence in ourselves. So,
well, clearly you do. And your stats speak for it in itself.
Yeah. So, just kind of humble ourselves, you know, and actually work through our problems. You know, every day is a struggle. We don't have like a clean day of scrims because we work through our issues. So just really focusing on our problems, you know, as individuals. I think that's a big thing, is improving as individuals. That just makes you a better team. So I think just better scrims has helped an insane amount.
Absolutely. And just one last thing, and this isn't a question for you to answer, just whenever we wrap this up, if you just want to send me a picture of those katanas in the back, I'd love that. I have a couple katanas back at home myself.
Yeah. No, I'll let you know about that.
All right, sounds good.
All right, Volsper, thank you so much. We will see you in that match against 5 Fears in just 2 days' time. So get prepared, get ready for that. We look forward to seeing you out there.
Sweet. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. What a win and what a performance from this guy. I mean, the numbers speak for themselves. The difference that this team showcased from the group stage to now, Lax, I mean, it really was wild.
Yeah, it definitely was, and it's not what I was expecting, because what we saw from game after game in group stages was the lack of identity, the lack of being able to adapt and understand where things are going wrong, where things are going right, how they can fix these issues. And throughout the first map, I mean, it was a beautiful display of how well they understood Nighthaven Labs. I talked about their map pool not being that strong. They pull out Nighthaven Labs. Wonderful map from them. Great plays. We hop into Clubhouse. It was a little bit of not understanding how to play that map. The trades weren't necessarily there. Now was a bigger question of, okay, you go from a high to a low. How do you bounce back? Where's the resilience from these guys? And immediate adaptation straight out the gates of understanding the counterplay, how they can get this map going in their favor, how they can get these gunfights going in their favor. And it was just, again, a night and day difference in terms of what we've seen out of all 5 of these players.
Yeah, in map 3, that's when we saw the adaptations, the IGLing from Packer be able to come in full force, because they really understood what SSG was doing. And it wasn't a moment of, oh, our preparation was good, we know how SSG is going to play. They just adapted very well. They understood the win condition for SSG. They were attacking head on to be able to slow them down on their defenses and be able to make SSG be very uncomfortable, because that was SSG's strength, is getting the first pick, locking down the site, and getting picks that way. And what did we see? We saw 1 of 30 fight early on, win or lose the pick. They fall back down to site. They were not moving. They were not giving SSG a leg back in the game, forcing SSG to execute, and vice versa on their attacks. There was a lot of times where they'd get the first pick and explode on the site altogether, never giving SSG a moment to get those suffocating kills out, waiting for it to get into the last couple of seconds. They were very, very smart on their time management. They understood in that final map exactly how to beat SSG.
Absolutely. So the run for SSG is not over yet. They still have a chance here as they are sent down to the lower bracket, but a big deal for 1 of 30. They now play 5 Fears for a spot at the Salt Lake City Major. Speaking of, we hinted at a giveaway earlier, and it's going to happen right now. You got to be very careful in the Twitch chat. An exclamation point will immediately get you timed out. All you have to do to enter is type Major, and you will be automatically entered to win 2 tickets to the Salt Lake City Major in just a few weeks. Over the next few minutes, we'll be collecting entries. If you win, you'll get a DM from one of our wonderful Twitch mods and some details on how to collect. There'll be 2 winners today, 2 winners tomorrow, all the way through the rest of the playoffs. So again, to win tickets to the Salt Lake City Major, you can type Major in Twitch chat to make that happen. As we collect those responses, we're going to step aside. We've got M80 and Wildcard coming up your way next, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Well, one best of 3 down, 1 of 30 move on, but our next match is sure to be a good one as well. M80 and Wildcard go toe-to-toe. We'll bring you an updated bracket picture as how things stand right now after that victory. We said 5 fears. They will now be playing 1 of 30. That will happen in just 2 days' time. Meanwhile, Dark Zero await the winner of that M80 Wildcard game, with SSG moving down to the lower bracket. I mean, maybe it wasn't the way that SSG wanted to start, but with 2 chances here, it's not over yet.
I mean, if you're SSG and you got Cloud9 as opposed to SR, you're still going to be very comfortable. It's an opportunity for you to make your way all the way through the lower bracket. We've seen it happen every single time a team falls to the lower bracket. They go undefeated. So at the end of the day, I think there was a lot of good to take away from SSG. Can't be upset about their place.
And SSG as an organization, obviously not this roster.
That's true.
They have a penchant for lower bracket runs and finding a lot of success. They did this a lot last year. But we'll dive into the action for this series here. SSG aside, it is M80 and Wildcard. 2 of the more legacy teams. Not a lot of youth, not a lot of rookies here, Lax. When we look at Wildcard, we look at a team that has consistently struggled domestically. We brought up this talking point coming into day 1 of Kickoff. They do not perform well domestically. They have to find a way to beat that pattern now.
Yeah, the big question for me is, will history repeat itself? As we've seen time and time again with this wildcard roster, is they always punch at the middle of the pack whenever it comes to group stage. It's certainly not the songs and prayers that we give these guys whenever it comes to a LAN event. Regionally, they just underperform. But the second they get into playoffs, and most recently in the playoffs to make Munich, they would end up making Munich, and they would end up being one of the best teams outside of M80 going on to win the entire thing. But then again, once they get to LAN, they always perform. So I'm expecting a lot better showing coming into playoffs, just similar above even what we saw of 1 of 30. They were able to bounce back from one game to the next into the next map, and then they ultimately close out the entire series, now putting them 1 step away from SLC.
I think something that happened when it came to interregional play is a lot of it was big individual plays that would scrape them by because they were better than the average team in the NAL. Then they go to the event and they power up. But since picking up Adrian, it seems like there's a little bit of a difference in the way that they've been underperforming, because Adrian's been doing amazing. He's way better in position as opposed to Dash, but the rest of the roster roles-wise feels like they're just missing the mark.
Well, I'm glad that you're talking about roles and that we're talking about specific individuals, because there's 2 players that if you want to talk about this roster, they have to be mentioned, and it has to be Bay and Baby Shark. Particularly, I want to focus on Baby Shark here, because for me, when we're looking at how he's playing now, he plays a standard entry, but not the standard entry in terms of how it's actually played. He plays a far more passive sort of entry, which typically, that's not what you want from an entry player. You want them to be able to get into the nitty-gritty of things. You want them to be able to take that map control. You want them to be able to get that opening pick, similar to players like Newers, like Ambi. So for me, I want Baby Shark to kind of play a little more aggressive here, so the rest of the team can kind of shape out the rest of the round, especially where we've talked about Spiker struggling. Now pivoting onto a player like Bay. A lot of Bay's success really comes on his defensive half, because he's so good at being that defensive player. He understands the structure. He understands the personal awareness of positions. And that, for me, is where Bay really shines, is because he always knows where to put himself strategically, being able to take 1 gunfight or 2 gunfights, and then being able to fall off of that. So far, I believe he's played 17 rounds on defense, only getting 13 kills, I believe, in some of those rounds. So for me, if he can kind of find either of these players, find comfort in where we've seen them time and time again, that's when I think everyone else will start to piggyback off of that. And especially on a player like Spiker, where he is taking on those roles of Dash, being able to play those shields, being able to pivot maybe onto a more supportive Habana or Thermite, whatever it's needed. That's only going to make it easier if those players are finding far more comfort within their own realm.
It's a team that's been curious as to why they're struggling, right? Like, they've addressed that on social media. Like, the scrims are going fine. Why can't we translate that to game day, right? Now, that hasn't been a problem for M80. They made a change. They bring in Ashen, and so far, Fox, it's clearly been a productive change. They're moving in the right direction, but we know how these things take time.
They do take time. Have they looked as dominant as M80 in the past? No. I think it's fair to say they aren't the same M80. That being said, every player on the team in their interviews say that transitions like this, going from Ashen, losing a support player like Kino, it takes an immense amount of time to get everybody comfortable on their new roles. And before we got to this week, we actually highlighted, was Ashen better in his position than Kino was? Is the team doing better with Ashen as opposed to Kino? And the answer is yes, he was. They are doing slightly better, and they haven't had as much time as they did with Kino. So hopefully with more time, it'll be better. But my question was more, who is the player that was going to be impacted the most with losing Kino?
Right.
It's hot and cold. And is he feeling a lot more comfortable in this role since losing Kino? Because not only is he having to play shields, play support, but he now needs to make sure that somebody else is taking that secondary supportive role, playing those difficult positions where he gets to be able to be on that flex. So it's very difficult to manage 4 different players on who's going to be playing what flexible operator, and it's a lot for him to task. And I wouldn't say he's doing better or worse. He's at the exact same area as he was rating-wise in the last year. So it's not a win, it's not a loss, and hopefully we can believe in the M80 where with more time it will become successful, and believe in Fabian's infrastructure. I mean, it's proven us wrong time and time again. They've won majors with it, so hopefully this will be another situation where they can prove us wrong.
Over their history, these two organizations have clashed quite a few times. I went back in the numbers. I think it was 9 exactly, with M80 holding an edge 7-2. But when this comes to the maps, especially recently, with the addition of Fortress into the pool, we see some things shake up. Is that where Wildcard might be wanting to lean? Something new?
I mean, that's the beauty of a best of 3, though, is you're most likely going to get one of your comfortable maps. The other opposing team's going to get one of their comfortable maps. And the decider typically is a toss-up between both teams and having, maybe a little bit of comfort there, maybe not so much. But end of the day, looking at this right out the gate, already Wildcard is going to play one of their most comfortable maps. I mean, we saw this displayed at SI. They were one of the only reasons why NA was on top of the charts in terms of Fortress, because they went flawless 4-0. So if we're talking about comfortability on a map, by all means, Wildcard has Fortress in their back pocket and ready to showcase it, where we've even just recently seen M80. They didn't find success versus G2 at SI, and they also didn't most recently find success over 5 Fears on this map as well. So if we're looking at this first map, I think this is going to heavily lead in the favor of Wildcard if those changes are made.
When you play against a team like Wildcard with their map pool, you're going to have to play one of the lesser evils. M80 banning Clubhouse, banning Labs, getting a map like Fortress, they can play it, M80 can play it. It's a good testing ground. We know it's going to be an uphill battle for M80. Transitioning to Cafe, it's one of M80's favorite maps. That I believe they played it in the regular stage. It didn't look that thrilling on it, but that being said, it's M80. We believe that it's their game to win at the end of the day. Wildcard hasn't really impressed us when it's come to the regular stage so far. So at the end of the day, I don't think it matters too much on the maps, as opposed to will we see the Wildcard that can perform at events show up today when it matters most? That's the question
I
that
agree
we
with
need
that.
answered.
Well, this is a tricky situation, and we'll welcome in Intero and Jesse for this next part, because we're looking at a situation now where M80 play Wildcard. The loser plays Shopify Rebellion. One of these 3 big organizations with a lot of international presence, a lot of results, will not be able to make the major. That is not a situation we thought we'd be in.
No, certainly not. And this is something that every region, to their credit, is grappling with, though, right? This is not like a uniquely North American thing. There's only 4 spots for these regions. And right now, frankly, there's more than 4 good teams. So who goes? That's the question. Add the 5 Fears through a spanner in the works here, and it's anybody's game.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? There were so many upsets throughout the group stage that now teams have been seeded into the bracket, and they might not like who they're going up against, but you only have yourself to blame if you find yourself in that situation. The good news for these 2 teams, of course, they can just avoid that lower bracket by winning today.
Yeah, that would be the easy way out. Fortress is up first, guys. Have a good time.
Thank you very much. It's just that simple, right? Just win. That's it. Just win. Why doesn't every team in the region just win more? It's really quite that simple, Jesse. But no, it won't be very simple today. These are 2 incredible teams. These are, by almost every metric, these are the 2 most successful organizations coming from North America in international play over the last calendar year. And there is a high likelihood that one of them does not ultimately make this major. So who ends up coming out ahead? Both of them had some pretty big roster moves, losing a core component, losing some of their identity in the process. M80 lost Kino, picked up Ashen. Wildcard lost Ash, picked up Adrian. Jesse, if I had to ask, which team do you think emerged better off of the 2?
Ooh, that's a tough call, Parker. I mean, M80 have definitely been off to the races a lot stronger. I feel like their switch was less natural. They had to change the roles around a little bit more. Gunner's taking a bit more of a backseat. He's playing a little bit more support, a little bit more passive with Kino's departure. So that's obviously been a bigger change for them, but I also think that they've found better success. I think time will tell. I think both roster moves have the potential to be quite successful for these 2 teams. I know that's kind of a nothing burger answer. I'm so sorry, but I truly do feel that both of these teams can find success with their new rosters. I don't know as much if both of these teams can find success on Fortress. I was pretty shocked to see M80 let this one through. Wildcard, when we saw this map debut at the Six Invitational, were undoubtedly the best team, not just in North America, but in the world at this map, beating giants like Furia, like Falcons, like SSG. They were so dominant on this map, and M80, they've never won it ever. So I'm very surprised to see this map coming through. If Wildcard can show up and even be 80% of the team they were at the Six Invitational, I think it's going to be really difficult for M80 to win this first map of the series.
I mean, I agree with what you're saying here, but Wildcard looks like they've taken a much farther step back than a lot of the other mainstays. I think of all of the regions, out of all the teams in this region, Shopify Rebellion has taken by far and away the largest step back. But they didn't make a roster move, so we often don't include them in this like gaggle of teams, right? It's usually Wildcard when we say, well, they made a roster move and well, they weren't as good as they were before. Wildcards had to adjust. Spiker is playing on shields. That was Dash's role. And Dash, whether or not his individual stats were poor, they were poor more often than not, it looks like he might have fit the team a little bit better. Now, admittedly, this was a move that Dash seemingly pushed for because he was homesick. So it's not really like Wildcard made this move themselves, and now they're dealing with, you know, the self-inflicted, you know, knife wound to the heart of them and their fans. They made the best of it, picking up Adrian, who just finished second place at SI. So he's obviously a talented player. Spiker adjusting to this position, still calling from this role, and very quickly they are in the building, Jesse. Less than a minute into live action, and they are already tantalizingly close to this bomb site. As ROU projectors go, Ashen drops. Baby Shark is the first one dead. Wildcard cleaning up, but then immediately M80 answers back. To a 2v2 they go. Hot and Cold flushed out of his position by Bay. A stalemate now, a 2v2 with over a minute and a half to go. This is good stuff.
Yeah, this is exciting. I mean, now we're in this 2v2 spot. How do we adapt for Wildcard? The rush didn't get what you were hoping for. It's a nice swing from Gunner, gives them the man advantage, puts the IGL into a 1v2. This is very difficult to win on the Blitz. Spiker will have to go big now. Knows seemingly the last two positions, knows there's players around horse, but can't win the fight. Gunner just too good in the 2v2, steps up big time to lock it down and give the early lead to M80.
I like that entry. I like that they understood the assignment, right? You cut off a potential flank that could deal with that cannon hallway that leads into the bomb site. So what do? You throw the ROU projector down and you use a second set of smokes to block off top white. There was a rotate in the soft wall there at the bottom of those tower stairs that lead into the bomb site. That was a very critical spot that Hot and Cold was playing. Because of the commotion in the site, he had to stay anchored in his position. He could not go for a flank, and even if he wanted to, the smoke would have stopped him in his tracks. It set up a lot of really isolated engagements that at the beginning favored this Wildcard team, but half of the server got cleared out in the span of 10 seconds or so. So kudos to M80 for responding to this. Great job by Wildcard on their initial assault, especially with the crossfires they established, but M80 was just a little too slippery. And I mean, hey, both of these teams are very good. They make deep runs at LAN events, but only one of these organizations are major champions. So if you won a major and you got your major winning coach and you got 4/5 that major winning roster, they've seen some stuff, and they're probably prepared for it.
No, you're absolutely right, and it's true too that domestically, M80 have been far better than Wildcard throughout the last couple of years. Wildcard have played, I believe, 6 stages of the North America League and have never finished in the top 3, which is ridiculous because they've finished top 3 internationally, just never domestically, which is a pretty rare stat to see, but something about these online games always seem to cause some problems for Wildcard, and we've seen a bit of that throughout the kickoff so far. Again, good kind of 2-0 play for both Gunner and Gavin to lock things down in that first round. But we'll go to the other top floor site to keep things rolling, Parker. It's going to be dorms for our second site here on Fortress. And Wildcard will kind of take a different approach, knowing that they have to go for a full map clear. They're not going to start it with a rush just like what we've seen from them in round 1. So they start to clear out these roamers. Diffuser, maybe the most aggressive player here, just inside of Museum, hoping to play with Gavin not too far back.
Changing back.
I see Spiker. He's able to do some damage. Spiker also taking damage from the Razor Bloom debuff now as Gunner dies. Wildcard striking first. Very early action so far through these 2 rounds. Wildcard wanting to push the tempo up a little bit more. It's their map. They are presumably playing on the weaker side since M80 got to choose that starting half. So why not Wildcard set the tempo, set the pace, try to knock M80 off, because if you can get away with 2 really quick rush strats and find yourself a nice 2-0 lead, hey, that's a third of the way through. You've done an excellent job, and then you can play maybe a bit more conventionally, of course, assuming that rush strats are not the conventional way that Wildcard plays. I like that they checked the tub, by the way. I think after the Philippox game, you got to check that tub all the time because they didn't drone that, and Team Liquid Alienware literally won a round because Philippox just popped up from that position and demolished the attackers.
Yeah, absolutely. They're dotting their I's, they're crossing their T's, and now after the roam clear goes through, they can start looking towards the site, understanding that rush round 1 didn't go their way, so they changed tactics pretty dramatically, clearing through the full map. Spiker's got a way to try to get himself into the bomb site. Historically, Spikers love playing the Maverick here to try to open things up, stop any kind of bandit tricking, but deciding they don't need it, getting more value out of this Blackbeard to be able to clear through that north side of the map, set themselves up pretty nicely to go for this push. If he can get himself into a plant spot, that could have been big, but Diffuser just crawls through to take him down.
What is happening in this match? I mean, theatrics, obviously, but we expected that. Kansan's got a couple silhouettes that are just out of reach. Almost dies in that position. Hot and Cold now on the board, shredding through Agent 94. Baby Shark will die shortly thereafter. M80 through these mid rounds, they seem to thrive in the chaos. They get all the right reads, they win all the gun duels, and Hot and Cold screams so loud he scared his poor cat. 2-0 start for M80.
Yeah, you can see the emotion on the side of M80, and I really like what they're doing on these defenses, Parker. When things get slow, when Wildcard are just getting ready to set up, M80 are swinging out. They're taking the initiative. They're making things happen, even though they are the defenders. It takes us all the way back to the very first series, the very first map, when we had Space Station Gaming versus 1 of 30. One of the biggest criticisms we had was on their defense. SSG weren't really making those swings. They weren't making a lot of moves. They were really just sitting in their spots and hoping to win the duels. M80 are very active on these defenses, whether it's the fact that they're engaging so quickly on the roam, like we saw in this round earlier on the north side of the map, or whether it's just the late round movements, whether it's Diffuser crawling out on his belly to be able to get a kill in the midst of that, whether it's Gavin, who now consistently has dropped 2K after 2K in the late round chaos to pull things back for his team. It's been really impressive to watch.
Lots of weapons on both teams.
10 seconds remaining.
So far, the offense, though, sputtering for Wildcard. I like the idea, again, behind these rush strats, but if things fall apart early and you can't recover, it's quite tough. I mean, you saw it in the matchup that preceded this.
I only know how to outdo myself. Had it all for that.
Denari setup, Parker. He's going to make this
No,
happen.
I know. Look, I'm not a man of short words, but I see stuff like this and I just think, I'm just not creative enough. I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not. I've been playing a particular Pokemon-inspired game on the Switch that also kind of plays like Minecraft and Stardew Valley, and I see all these. I just went on YouTube once, looked up a bunch of videos, and they're like, "This is my Pokopia home," and I looked at it and I was like, "Yeah, I'm just too stupid for this. There's no universe in which I could even come close to making it look that nice." And then I see even some of the intricate setups that teams play, and I'm just like, man, I'm so out of my depth here. I do appreciate the creativity of the Denari tripwires, especially the one that was found a long time ago where they just coiled it on the bottom, and the moment you vault through the window, you just insta-die. Yeah. I'd be punching my monitor if that happened to me, so good to see Gunner use it, though.
It's long been loving this Denari. We'll see it once again now being played on this bottom floor site. That hatch dropping into sitting is such an important hatch to try to control, whether you're the attack or the defense. Curious if Wildcard will have much pressure up above. They did bring a ram, but this is going very horizontal, and it's a beauty shot from Adrian, which rips the head off of Gavin. Start us off strong with a one-man lead. Now we start to see that burp pressure from up above. It's pretty solo from Baby Shark, trying to cause some distractions as his team hits towards the site.
On Cold levels things out yet again, and there's M80 once more. It's Gavin using the Razor Bloom. Very rare to actually see a Razor Bloom kill, usually just used to slow people down and do some damage, maybe some displacement. So kudos to them for that. 2 rounds in a row now where Adrian has started off the bloodshed. And well, he doesn't really have a ton to show for it. He gets an opening pick and then is very quickly traded back. And the intel ops outside of the Dokkaebi are the ones that died at the hands of Wildcard. Big difference here. Round number 1, shield focused with a bit of intel. Second round, mostly shield focused. This one, all intel all the way. Is that the holy triumvirate of the Dokkaebi, the Lion, and the Deimos? Add Snake to the mix if you really want, but he's obviously banned. Still a lot of intel there for Wildcard and 3 very irritating operators to deal with. Still with all this information, Wildcard trail by 1.
Yeah, it's so awkward though. If you don't have control of medbay, Gunnar just sitting inside of there, being able to hold things down. Spiker equalizes, taking down Hot and Cold, so that things maybe bodes well for the attackers. The positioning I still like from M80, but with 30 seconds left, Wildcard could have an explosive execute to finish us off.
Baby Shark's been having a bit of a rough stage. This is the time where he needs to come alive along with the rest of the team. He was instrumental in their LAN runs. Down goes Kansan at the hands of Ashen. So Baby Shark will need to do even more. He won't get it done. Ashen with 2, Diffuser the final kill. And that's all she wrote. 3-0 the start for M80, and they are really not breaking much of a sweat so far.
Yeah, and one thing you can notice between all 3 rounds, Parker, is Wildcard will take some moves to get close to the bomb site. First round, it was a rush. Second round, it was the roam clear. Third round, it's kind of interesting. They're taking space towards the south side. They get around the site, but then there's always a pause right before they go for the execute. And whether it's them trying to bait out movements from SSG or from M80, or whether it's them just trying to set up their utility, that pause always seems to screw them, because if they go slow, then sometimes M80's not doing anything and they're just wasting their own time. If they try to go fast, then M80 often are making swings. They're making those moves, and it's catching Wildcard off guard. It's making it really difficult for them to try to make these aggressive plays and have success when they actually go for the executes, because I think the early game has been relatively successful, but it's just converting those final pushes, those final 30 seconds where Wildcard have really been struggling. Big moment from Ashen, of course, the one to kind of close things down in that third round. He's playing against Wildcard for the 12th time in his career, but has just a 27% win rate versus this org, because historically Wildcard had ownership over SSG. It seems like, and it's a low sample size so far, but it seems like Ashen's fortunes are changing as he's now moved over to M80.
Timeout now finishes. Great points across the board. Opening kills for Wildcard tell a bit of a story again. The opening rounds, so good. Go back to round number 1. They almost got the opening duel 2. It was a trade, so even though technically Hot and Cold got kill number 1, there was a blink and you miss it back and forth between these teams. So in theory, all 3 rounds, Wildcard has been getting kills immediately the moment the action begins. Sometimes it's ahead of M80, one time it's literally a second afterwards. So the start of the round are okay for Wildcard, and I do wonder now with this new look and this new identity and Spiker changing things up because the roles on the team have now forced them to do so, if they think maybe on this map, if M80 doesn't have the familiarity that we do, then we can get away with playing cute and cheeky, and I think we are going to get a rehost here.
Sure, we'll get it sorted out. Quick little tech pause, hopefully nothing too dramatic, but I mean, in any case, this Wildcard team might benefit from slowing things down a little bit. They just used their tactical timeout, and it seemed like we were getting in nicely before the tech pause came through. So a bit more time to dwell on the words of Lagonis. He will not be able to talk with his team anymore, of course, through the tech pause, but they can think about those words a little bit more, hopefully try to get themselves back into this game mentally. I wonder if there's maybe some pressure to it as well, Parker. Obviously, Wildcard have not had the best stage, but you come into what is undoubtedly home turf in terms of Fortress. You were, in my opinion, and what most people would agree, the best Fortress team in the world the first time this map was shown in competition. 4-0 at SI over some very, very good teams. To go down 3-0 has got to be quite shocking, especially because they've changed some strats up, and certainly they've changed a player on the roster. That'll make a big difference, but it's still the same map that they know and love. A lot of the same styles of push are going to be the same. That top floor clear over after clearing the North Rome game was very similar to what we saw from them at SI, so I wonder if that's maybe getting in their head a little bit and making them worry a bit about, okay, well, have we been found out? Have our strats been read too much? Are we still that same Fortress team that we were back in Paris?
So apparently there was an issue with the timeout where the coaches were unable to speak. So there has been a rehost due to that. So we'll get that all sorted for you. Just trying to be as accountable and forthcoming with you, the viewers, as possible. Obviously, if you're calling a timeout, probably want the coaches to talk to the players. I think that's
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty good thing. To your point, though, this is the type of thing where when I reference numbers and data, and we talk about things like, oh, they're the best Fortress team, it's a completely different team. They didn't just swap a player, they swapped their roles up, right? Spiker went on to Dash's, for the most part, he went on to Dash's old role. It's a role that he's not familiar with. It's a role he does not have experience playing. Yes, these are tier 1 players. They can adjust to just about anything. But again, you have 4 maps in Kickoff. Sure, they've probably been scrimming it, but you've got to adjust to Adrian. Adrian's got to adjust to you. The rest of the team needs to adjust to the changes in style because the calling is obviously going to be different. Spiker can't call from his role the exact same way he did previously. He's going to be seeing different things. His focus will be elsewhere. Who knows if Adrian is helping with the team on the day-to-day when it comes to calling. And the meta's changed. Aurora is different, right? She got some serious buffs. Solid Snake is in the game. Shields are still very viable, but we have now shifted quite quickly towards Dokkaebi, Deimos, Snake defining a lot of these rounds, and it's also changed operator bans. So very quickly you go from being what could be the best Fortress team in the world on wildcard side of things, which I have no issues with whatsoever, to suddenly it's a whole different landscape, a whole different meta, and you've now got kind of a different team as well. It's very easy for all of those changes to add up enough to make it where you don't have that edge on this map. Additionally, Fortress was a lot newer back then. Now teams have been scrimming it more, they've been playing it more. Maybe other teams have changed up their map pools, and suddenly we're seeing squads play Fortress more. And to that point, Fortress has actually seen quite a lot of play across all regions, surprisingly so. Other teams could just catch up. So, I mean, if Wildcard was resting on their laurels here, it's not going well. And I mean, overall, as you pointed out very, very well too, this team is like perennially 5th place in the region.
Yeah.
They do well internationally, but this is a team that always seems to be on the outside of the top 4. When they play domestically, it's internationally where they flourish. So a lot of things working against this wildcard team right now.
I think what confuses me most with this wildcard team is you talk about the roster change, the role changes, you talk about Adrian and Spiker having to change roles, and that's all true, but Spiker is by far playing the best on this team. You look at their stats and even how they were playing throughout group stage, and it's not the supports where the role changes were, where they're having problems. It's guys like Baby Shark going -11 through group stage, being the lowest rated player that's still qualified to the upper bracket. I mean, his role hasn't really changed from the old team to the new team. Obviously, there are things changing around him, and that can affect a player, but it's some of these other guys that I think have been extremely successful for Wildcard in the past. He was the best player on Wildcard in Stage 2 of last season, who have now come into the new season and just haven't been able to find their stride. For Baby Shark in particular, I know it's something he's talked about, I know it's something he's working on, I know it's something he's desperately trying to solve, but it's not necessarily the roles and the players that you would expect after a big change like this that have been the problem points for Wildcard throughout this stage so far. It's very difficult to diagnose from a fan's perspective, certainly from a caster and from a desk POV, without knowing the internals of the team. We're never going to really have the right answer as to what's been going on with this roster, but it's definitely something to keep an eye on going forward, because I do feel like as this team has changed with their roster move, maybe their ceiling is even higher. Adrian's a great player. Dash had some problems last season. For some reason, putting things together have not gotten the results Wildcard are looking for, and while I had hoped that the time between playoffs and group stage had maybe been able to smooth over some of those issues, so far, through at least 3 rounds of playoffs, we haven't seen that.
Yeah, and again, just to go to show you, this is 4 best of 1s for you to find your footing in a game environment. And I say game environment, and I stress this point, because you're going to be scrimming, you're going to be practicing. You know, you got your game day reps with your team at SI, and then SI was 2 months ago. Like, time has flown by here. The game changes, players change, attitudes change, meta changes, map pools change, rosters change, and you have to be on top of all of that. I mean, I hate to use them as kind of a focal point here, but look at a team like Shopify Rebellion. They made no changes. They brought in an assistant coach to help them. The roster remained the same. This is a team that consistently finishes top 3 in their region, usually in the conversation for top 10 to top 8 internationally, and they're in the lower bracket and are one best of 3 away from failing to make the major. Did they make any changes? Not really. Ambi started helping to call on defense, but surely that's not the only reason why they're having issues. Obviously, there were other things that must have changed about their strategies behind the scenes, but effectively, for the average viewer, this is the same team, and yet there seems to be quite a drop-off in their ability. Wildcard made a move. They picked up a player who I think is objectively better in Adrian.
Yeah.
But sometimes bringing on the better player does not necessarily make you an overall better team. So I agree with you. I think that the skill ceiling might be higher for this wildcard team, and maybe they do get better, but maybe it just takes after Salt Lake. Who knows?
Yeah, I think, and again, we're maybe reading too much into 3 rounds, but it's all we really have to go off of, so I'm still going to
We are stalling for time.
I think this is a very difficult matchup for Wildcard. You go to the group stage, what were some of their strongest statistics? Well, they were very good at the entry conversion. They had an 80% win rate when they got that opening pick, but they're going up against M80, the best recovery team in the North America League. They have a 47% win rate when they lose that opening pick, and I think we've seen that. Multiple opening picks now have gone the way of Wildcard, even round 1 where they didn't get the entry, as you said. They have the early advantages. M80 are the best team in North America at reclaiming the advantage and winning the round anyways. What was another one of Wildcard's strength of the regular season? Well, they were the most objective-focused team. They had the highest plant percentage of any team in the North America League. But you look at this first 3 rounds, they haven't gotten a plant off once, and M80 are the best team at denying plants also in the North America League, allowing plants in just 5% of defense rounds that they played throughout the group stage. So I do think there's a factor where a lot of Wildcard's strengths that they were able to show through the regular season kind of get nullified by M80's own strengths, and that might be part of the reason why we now have a 3-0 lead for M80.
Yeah, of course. And Ashen is, and nobody's ever doubted Ashen's ability as a player either. I do know that when the SSG team would struggle, Ashen was a lightning rod for criticism. Not, I don't think, because of his abilities, but because of him as a person, right? Ashen is loud. He's brash. He is, in so many ways, he is the American stereotype that people all over the world see and will often skewer. I think Ashen is a great presence for an esport. I think he's a character. I think he makes people care about his matches. I think he's the type of person that makes people talk. I don't know how he is as a teammate. I've never teamed with him, but I don't think you could argue that he made SSG worse. And I mean, M80 took a player like Kino, who had some struggles, comes onto the team, and he looked really good. He was playing the unsexy roles, but he looked really good. Now Kino's over on DZ being one of the best players in North America. So Ashen has big shoes to fill. And he doesn't fit very perfectly into Kino's roles either. But there's familiarity there and there's comfort there. And Ashen is finding the system. All of it under Fabian as a coach, who's very different from Call Out. I think that's fair to say. So Ashen is now dealing with, you know, different coaching, different vibe. It's not that SSG friendship team. I think he's flourishing in this role. And just as we said that about Wildcard, I honestly think that with Ashen on the team, this M80 skill ceiling could be a little higher than it was with Kino as well. And you know what? That's not a knock against Kino because he's playing on DZ right now, and DZ looks like an absolute juggernaut.
Yeah, I think the potential is very high in North America. All teams have made moves that could end up resulting in some big performances in the future, but thankfully we have to speculate no longer because we are back in the game. We do appreciate your patience waiting for this match to resume. M80, a perfect set of site rotations through the first quarter, winning all 3 of the primary sites here on Fortress. We go to the top floor once again, though, this office site. Last time Wildcard tried a rush, they're not going to be trying that again. Multiple drone operators being brought by Bay and Baby Shark. You've got Spiker here on the Monty as well, so it speaks to me, Parker, that they're going to take this push slow and steady, clear the south side of the map, go for a full top floor clear, and try to get some space before they go for their execute.
Well, Spiker's being harassed left, right, and center. Flames in front of him. He eats an impact nade as well. The guy who was responsible for the opening picks in the last 2 rounds, Adrian, he's gone. He's bleeding out. He'll need to be secured at some point. The job will get done. Ashen catches him. Can I say Ash catch him? No, you don't get the rep? Okay, that's great. Okay, whatever. I laughed. It was very funny. I thought it was a very funny play.
I laughed.
The next one up. leaning in real life while trying to deal with the pillar in front of him. Hot and cold, gunning down Baby Shark. Wildcard once again very quick, 90 seconds off the clock, and they are just knocking on the door of this bomb site, and yet they come up empty-handed, as we've seen through the last 2 rounds.
Roam presence has been so annoying to clear out for a wild card. I mean, every time they try to take space, there's a Goyo, there's an Impact, there's a Thorn. You said it, Parker. It's just been so difficult to take space. They've spent almost 2 full minutes, and they have gotten control of briefing, but man, it has cost them a lot of bodies. Now trying to do what they can to continue to get space. This breach should be fine. There's mute jammers, but it shouldn't stop these cans from getting the wall open. They'll have an angle in towards the bomb site, but I'm worried about just how many different angles M80 will have. They can flank out through Master. They can push up around Horse. If one of these players loses their gunfight on the side of Wildcard, it could all come tumbling down for the plant.
Absolutely. Spiker will already be in a position where he's relying on 2 players to contend with 5, so it'll be a really tough spot for them. Bay makes it a little bit more winnable. Down goes Gunner, and 30 seconds remain on the clock. They have to jet off. Nitrocell will go out to finish up what remains of Bay. Kansan dies, and Spiker is shortly thereafter. 3 separate players on the side of M80 involved in that final altercation. Long delay between rounds, it does not matter. M80 back to their winning ways. They are undefeated so far here on Fortress.
And it's good to see Ashen continuing to find success on this M80 squad. We talked about him a lot in that tech pause, but really just having a big impact on the roam. He found that opening pick onto Adrian. He found it, I believe, just on the outside window through vending. So able to get kind of that early pick onto Adrian, who has been excellent on the opening pick department for Wildcard today. And at the same time, Baby Shark kind of hitting the back lines over towards Mez, ends up falling to make that a 5v3, Parker. And it's again kind of some of the similar stories we've been talking about with Wildcard, where they're not able to get some of those early rounds converted. It's especially tough if you don't find that opening couple of kills, if you're not able to win the early game. And M80 looking so confident. I said that this was going to be nearly an impossible map for M80 to try to take up against Wildcard, but despite the successes they've had in the past, it is looking like this will be their first time falling on Fortress.
5 seconds to insertion.
Grim stuff, and not the stage and the start that they wanted. I mean, we did talk to Spiker on the podcast a couple times, or about this issue a few times, and what it means for the team, and he was pretty confident that they'd be able to work it out. Spiker undoubtedly has a great mind for this game, but there's a long trail of players with a great mind for this game that ultimately never won a championship. Spiker and fans of Wildcard really hoping that they don't add his name to that list, but there's obviously a big hurdle here that this Wildcard squad need to get over. And I don't think you can just simply say, oh, well, it's because Dash is off of the team. There's obviously a lot more going on. Baby Shark is not looking like himself. He got a lot of praise and accolades at SI for how dominant he was in games against tough competition, and yet he enters the day towards the very bottom of the North American charts. A 78 EPS is bottom of the barrel. He's in the cellar right now with a negative 11 as well. And despite that, he is the 2nd most entry stats of anybody on the team. He's just dying a lot, and that's a problem for them.
Yeah, absolutely. He knows this problem. He's been talking about it a lot on socials. He's trying to get back into things, but it's been a tough start to the season for him. Now with just approaching that 1.5-minute mark here on the round, Parker, they are desperate for one of these opening gunfights. Hot and cold, repositioning on this roam. He is very aggro. Decides to fall on back, decides he doesn't need to risk his life as the Tachanka. They'll fall back, reinforce these sites, and I don't know if this is better or worse for a Wildcard. They take a long time, but they don't end up getting any picks. I guess it's better than round 4, where they lost 2 bodies in the opening gunfight, but I do feel like they're kind of playing into M80's hand once again. They're going to be stalling out quite heavily here on this bomb site attack, and if the time gets away from them, it could end up being really devastating.
Kansan now taking some damage. Wildcard will strike first. They've done that a couple times so far. It's never netted in a round win, so they're hoping that their fortunes change this time. Ashen gone, now Bay will follow, so neither team with a big advantage. Credit to M80 for being able to trade this one right back. Gavin swings! Oh, he almost had one on a Kansan, but Kansan can now level up in this position, very quickly finding himself in a 1v2. These teams come to blows and then everybody dies, Jesse, all at the same moment. Impossible for us to talk about it. With the final kill, M80 secures another round and they are staring down a perfect first half. Right now, sitting at 5-0, one more round before the side swap.
The last time Kansan faced up against M80 in his career was at the Munich Major, where he posted the best game he has ever played, 15-2 on map 1 of that best-of-3 series. Goes for a good try here, nice little triple kill on the round, sets himself up nicely to trade his teammates, but it's not quite enough to even scrape by 1 up against the M80 team that they're facing today. Struggling once again to get themselves in with those entries. Yes, it's a technical opening pick, but then the advantage is immediately traded back out. You talked about it. Diffuser steps up for a big pick in the middle of that round to try to equalize that man count. And again, I don't think the time was a huge problem for them. I do like that Maverick coming out from Spiker. They started to have ways around that wall denial, and it helped force them into some awkward spots on the side of M80 that got them that opening frag. But at the end of it, you're barreling up Old Tower, and the shots are frankly just better on M80. They look more confident, they look more composed, and they're winning so many of these duels that Wildcard can't seem to compete on.
What does this mean for map number 2, Jesse? Like, you get, frankly, you get humiliated on your own map choice. You know, I heard that the Edmonton Oilers are playing in the Stanley Cup playoffs, and I hear that you as an Edmonton native, a day away from your birthday, which happy belated birthday to Jesse J. Chick for those of you that are following along. Tomorrow is technically Laxing's birthday, but since they are in the Copenhagen studio, it is technically Laxing's birthday where he is, so happy birthday, Laxing. But my point is that if Puck Drop is in about an hour or so, maybe M80 got the memo and they're like, let's get this one done for JC, and we don't mean the good Lord up top.
Hey, I mean, I know Ashen's a big hockey fan, not necessarily of the Oilers, but listen, maybe try to catch that game as well if your team is already out of the playoffs. In any case, I'm sure M80 are not going to complain about an early finish. They are really storming over Wildcard in this series and have been so dominant on this defensive side here for Fortress. Down to the bottom floor for their last attempt. They could close out a flawless half Parker, which would almost certainly shut the door on Wildcard's chances, at least for this first map. You're looking to that entry as you always are, aren't you? I mean, it's a very similar push to what we saw last time from Wildcard. They've taken the ram up top. They've gotten a little bit of space with that. They're mostly playing around these old tower stairs. I like the Thatcher. They'll clear out both Kaid Claws, which have been placed on this hatch, but when you come down to the executes, 5v5, where Wildcard have struggled all day, is this util burn going to be enough to finally let you get that kid on the ground?
Yeah, great question. They've got this top floor control, and they're now looking down endearingly into the bomb site, but M80 so far just evades them away in corners of the rooms, not visible from the destruction that's been done from the attackers up top. Now logic bombs will go off to enable and help them here. Kansan suffering some serious damage. Bay dies, and Spiker seemed to hesitate as he watched him drop to his death right in front. Baby Shark will get his first kill. He and Adrian moments ago without a single frag since coming back from the rehost. What are they able to do here now? Outnumbered 2-1 yet again, and Baby Shark being watched on that default cam. He's got a couple targets to try and find. Now on over to Adrian as he gets ever closer. Ashen sitting like a target dummy inside the oven. We kept him in there for a little too long. Adrian dies at the hands of Hot and Cold. So does Baby Shark. Okay. Not today, he says. A perfect first half for M80 on Wildcard's map.
Parker, if I was Wildcard after experiencing all of that, I would be completely floored. I would be speechless. And thankfully, I don't have to come up with anything to talk about because we've got our desk to break down those first 6 rounds. What have we got our hands on here, guys?
At the mid-match point here where we're coming in to break this down, it really feels like we're doing a post-map analysis. 6-0, this feels like it's just about over, Fox. Maybe we thought this team was going to come out swinging, but 6-0, map number 1, what is happening
These
right
guys
now?
suck.
These guys.
It's a close game. You know, for Wildcard, I mean, like we said, it didn't matter what maps it comes down to. Are we going to see the tournament Wildcard that we're used to winning. I mean, no, we're not seeing them right now. Of course, it's defense fortress, but the way that M80 is playing, I mean, this style of play of bringing so much utility that Wildcard has to go through step after step, wall after wall, and at any point, M80 can turn the Jets on and fight them exactly in the place that they want to fight Wildcard, and it just looks like Wildcard just doesn't have a way around it. If they're trying to get through Bandit Tuberal, even if they bring a map, whatever the case may be, it just doesn't look like they know what to do. And frankly, I mean, M80's just playing very smart, and when they choose to go for those gunfights, they're winning. Even in the last round, it looked like Wildcard just kind of gave up. They opened up the hatch and said, all right, let's drop. And two people drop into a crossfire. It's just seems like Wildcard has already counted their loss out in this map.
And, you know, I don't want to say Wildcard isn't trying here because they are clearly still bringing operators to help with an attack. It's just every time they get to that late round point, I think Jesse or Parker said it, they just stop. There's immediate pause that you can clearly see that they lose all sense of what this next step is. Players are dying, then players are going off on their roam. I already talked about Bay and Baby Shark. They're supposed to be the entries, but I see them droning for themselves. I see them doing their own obstacles and, you know, things that they're trying to do on their own. They need someone droning for them. And even for the side of Spiker, I mean, yes, you are taking on Dash's role. Yes, you can use those shields a little better. But if it's clearly not working, pivot off of it at that point. Do something else. Try to get yourself in there. And I think that's really what's hindering Spiker in particular, is that he is taking on these roles. Whereas you look at him back when he was up with Dash, he was off on his own doing something with someone else and getting information relayed. Now he's taking in information, which on one side, that should be easier for you to make a round go into your favor. But then on the other, you're also changing your style of play, which maybe systematically just isn't working out, regardless of picking up a player like Adrian. And also maybe Adrian might have to shift onto a different role. But whatever we're seeing right now clearly is not working anywhere into their favor.
It feels like we're going to be having a similar conversation in maybe just a few seconds, but for now, Jesse and Parker, back to you.
Halftime. Oh, by the way, there might be one more round. Not quite halftime. Hooray! I mean, what it would be for M80 to take this 7-0. We talk about statement matches, and we talk about players having statement games. Aiden just had a statement game on Chalet in the series that preceded this. I'm not going to spoil what the end result was, but sometimes you can have a statement match and it really doesn't mean much beyond, you know, making a statement for yourself or for your team.
Yeah.
Here on M80, everybody looks good. They're jostling kills. They're all prepared for it. Wildcard doesn't have a single answer. Wildcard gets first kill. Doesn't matter. Wildcard gets dominated, finds some footing in the mid round. Doesn't matter. Now Wildcard gets to defend on Fortress. The name is quite apropos because this does tend to be a bit of a fortress for the defenders at times. So Wildcard, by nature of this map, will likely do better here. And again, they chose this map. M80 chooses the side. Wildcard will likely see much greater success. But you got one round. That's it. You bottled this first attempt. That's it. The game is over.
Well, M80, they've certainly got their opportunities. They can go for something crazy. They could go for a bit of a rush if they wanted to. Choosing not to do so in this first attacking round, they're not following in Wildcard's footsteps, and I have to say that's probably a good idea given how those footsteps went. Also not going for a super heavy roam clear from what we're seeing so far, Parker. Instead, they've got these players down below, and this should get spotted by Adrian. He's about to see one. There it is. Finds Solid Snake down below. That's Gunner, and can track his movements as he's likely going over towards the main stairs. If he makes it there or not is another question. The shotgun doesn't quite find its mark, though, Parker, and Gunner will escape with all his HP.
Oh, Ashen gunning down Spiker. Hot and Cold needs to be retrieved. There goes Bay. In a hurry, things falling apart for Wildcard, so M80 showing their teeth. Hot and Cold does get finished off by Adrian. That Nitro Cell would have claimed Ashen if he'd gotten too close. Credit to the youngster for not bothering with that engagement. And allows Ashen to show what power Adamos has. They'll hunt down the pulse, so Intel versus Intel. Wildcard also bringing the Valkyrie. This is a lot of information for the defenders, and they'll use it, hopefully, to their success in the next 90 seconds.
Great information coming out from Gunner. He knows the exact position of this player inside a bedroom. It's Adrian on the pulse, so information goes both ways, but it's going to be easier for the attack to try to capitalize on this. Sees that one crosses, pulls out the secondary, and Gavin eats about half HP, but he is still existing just fine outside that main breach. We've got players down below. They've got players in New Tower. There's information strong on the side of Wildcard, but they have to take a fight to get this man count back to even.
Gavin has a really good read on this. Baby Shark exposes a bit too much of himself. This might be the ball game as Adrian gets active over towards those tower stairs, now running for the bed. Not quite tucked in just yet, but bedtime fast approaching for them. Kansan on the board now. Diffuser goes down. M80's lead still holding strong. They've got one more player. If Ashen attempts to get the defuse kit down, as he is, they just need to cover. He gets picked off by Adrian, though, so poor coverage on the side of M80. Will either of these two remaining players attempt the defuse? No. Kansan shredding Gavin. Gunner almost punished him for that. Gunner flicking over. Caught in a crossfire. Wildcard will not go without a round. They win their first defense. It's tight, but a win is a win, and they prolong their stay here on Fortress.
Welcome to the game, Wildcard. You're a little late, but at the end, you've shown up, and that's what matters. Nice little defense coming out from there. The information, I think, was so critical in that, Parker. The pulse was feeding from start to finish all of the moves that were being made on the side of Wildcard. Because they had all that intel, because they knew where these players were at, they could go for kind of aggressive swings. And yes, it didn't always work out their way. Adrian and Kansan got left into a 2v4, but they had the information to play with in that 2v4. They knew where those players in M80 were likely to push from. That allowed them to hold the crossfires. That allowed them to take good fights. That allowed them to hit the shots that they were hitting. And it's a big pullback from Adrian and Kansan, the oldest and the youngest player on this wildcard team, to try to get their roster back on track and survive in this game against M80.
It's a long series, so when we go on over to Cafe, it'll be our fifth unique map of the day. The only overlap between this series and the series that came before it would be Chalet, and that's if we need a third map. Right now, the likelihood of us seeing map number 3, given the scoreline, and given that the next map is M80's, and M80 is just a single round away from winning map 1, yeah, I wouldn't bet too much on seeing that Chalet. So either way, unique maps. But yeah, Cafe, that is going to be an exciting one. And if you think this wildcard team loves their unpredictability on a map like Fortress, well, boy, oh boy, there is so much rush potential and quick plant potential on a map like Cafe. The only thing is, it's going to be more comfortable for M80. So will wildcard still decide to go for broke, knowing that they are behind on that map just in terms of knowledge? It might be a viable strategy to try and even the playing field. It has not worked on Fortress this time around. Now we turn our sights towards round number 8.
It's going to be a Dorms defense, of course. Very standard site rotation from both teams through the first 8. Gunner loving this solid snake. He's been using it really nicely. Not historically been his operator. I mean, he's played a ton of different ops on attack throughout the group stage. He's played some of the most attackers of any player, but it's not surprising to see him necessarily on this snake. You can start to get information down below as there are no roamers down there. Diffuser gets the main breach opened up, and wow, here's that information coming into practice. The Echo just playing on the site and able to get cleaned up from below. Perfect coordination. The drone plus the player beneath him. Gavin, nice little work with the pistol to be able to get that opening pick onto Adrian.
Opening duels have not been as important in this series as you'd think, but when you give M80 an inch, so far on Fortress, they've taken a mile. It did not work out on the previous round, so there is precedent here for M80 to ultimately bottle it, despite having a numbers advantage. They find themselves in familiar territory, and with over a minute to go, Hot and Cold's getting the diffuser down. Wildcard reduced to just 3 players. Nitrocell goes out to no avail. Baby Shark dies as well, and in the post-plant, M80 just needs to find 2 souls. Bay and Spiker now working together. Bay's taken down 1, still 4 more to find, but the timer will be a bigger impediment. They need to be quick here. A good swing from Spiker, but a cleanup from M80 sends Fortress away. M80 stealing Wildcard's map in dominant fashion.
Huge round coming out from Gavin. Absolutely perfect game coming out from M80, start to finish. Those defenses were impeccable, and the attack with the information just as good as well, Parker. It doesn't get better than that for M80.
No, it doesn't. At least one more map. Will we see a map 3? Let's get through Cafe first. It's up after this.
When we say open and shut, we could use it to describe this game, but slammed the door in their face is a bit more accurate. 7-1 M80. Absolutely dismantling Wildcard on the opening map, Fox. This was exactly the game plan for M80 going in. I mean, this is exactly the kind of thing they want to do, build that momentum, go into map 2 and end this right now. They know a spot in the major is just 2 best of 3s away, and it feels like that time is getting ever closer.
Yeah, it really looks like this is the, we were talking about, is M80 as strong as they once were? I mean, map 1, it was definitely a good showing. I mean, the fundamentally, the way that their strategy works is they're bringing so much utility that sometimes, you know, weaker players might struggle when they have to use that much utility and constantly be putting up wall after wall. But that's M80's game plan. Since Fabian has joined, it's always been that style of play. Utility on attack, utility on defense. I feel like I'm a broken record by saying that their defenses were just so strong because they were just adding so much utility. And right when Wildcard would get maybe past 1 wall or 2 walls, that's when M80 would go for those gunfights. They'd explode, they'd get picks all around. It didn't seem like Wildcard could ever really get a leg in the match. It is what it is. I mean, I don't really know what else we could say about that, because did Wildcard play bad? Yeah, maybe a little bit, but I really do think M80 just played so well that Wildcard looked as bad as they did.
And that's just the reality of this, is sometimes a team is just naturally going to play better than you on any given map at any given day. It's the beauty of a best of 3. We just saw most recently in the most recent match of one bounce back to the next, and then it went to a full game of 3. But now it's going to be a situation for Wildcard, you know, where are they going to fix on their mistakes? As we talked about, they were very timid on their attacks. They looked like once they got to their end goal of how they were going to approach the site, they would just stop. And then that's immediately what you're talking about. M80 would just spring into action, get 1 kill here, force another play here, and then Wildcard is out of options at that point. Then it's basically chicken with its head cut off, trying to run to a site, trying to make it work. So for me, for Wildcard, again, it's really going to be on Bay and Baby Shark. It doesn't matter what map we're going to. If their entries can't get into the building and create space, get even opening picks going into their favor, I can't imagine on a map like Cafe, you're going to get any sort of leeway once you're on that attacking half.
If they keep up that performance, I mean, there's no reason to think why it's not going to be the same thing. I mean, you talked about Hot and Cold coming into this game, how his role has shifted, how things have changed. We look at how he performed in that first game. It feels like everything's going right for this team. From what he was looking like before he came into this match to what he just did now, it's another night and day difference.
I mean, he really looked to be coming alive. I mean, you can just see already throughout the regular stage, you know, 28 kills, 29 deaths, not too bad, but he already has a third of that in one map. So that being said, a lot of pressure is on Hot and Cold, but when everything is going well for M80, when the strategy is working and you don't have to do much micromanaging, you don't have to worry about these small things, that's when you can see the IGL brain come through, and he just knows where to position himself, what angles he needs to hold, and the rest is history. The rest is Wildcard just walking into his crosshair and Match just cleaning up, and that's what I'd imagine we'll see on map 2. I don't know if Wildcard will be able to resurge themselves going into this series.
Well, we're all thinking it, so I'll just straight up ask you, do you think Wildcard can take that performance on map 1 and somehow turn it around, solve it for map 2, send us to that third?
No. I mean, given what we saw, I don't think so. I think they're obviously having a lot of team issues. It's not to say that they can't do it. They're a strong team. They beat strong opponents, and that's no exception to M80. But even when you look at the last time these guys played, it was back during the NAL regional finals, and they got dismantled on Cafe. I believe it was a 7-2. I'm sure Jesse's going to correct me if I'm wrong on that. And just, again, based off their performance on Fortress, they were super confident going into it. They had a clean record on it, and then just what we saw, completely dismantled.
All right.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think the first step is Wildcard getting drones in front of their entries. If they can just abandon strategy, get Bay and Baby Shark to walk in with a drone in front of them.
Baby Shark went 1-8. You can't go 1-8 on entry. Like, you can't do that. You're not going to find any bit of success for your team, let alone yourself.
It's like Jonah in ranked.
Okay.
I mean, you're giving him a little bit of credit. I don't even think he gets a kill, let alone gets to the building.
All right.
Jonah just looks like he'd stand there like a deer in a headlight waiting for a spawn kill to happen.
That's what Wildcard's doing.
There's one clip of me playing ranked with some other casters, and it was a disaster.
You're making it sound like that's a lighthearted way to put it. Like, disaster's like nice.
Yeah.
Than what it really could have been said.
I threw a C4 missing like missing the target by about 10 feet. Then I moaned and I ran out a window. I mean, it was really bad.
We could throw you into anybody on wildcard right now, and they'd probably get more rounds.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. But I'll take it. And wildcard, hopefully.
Hey, disconnect, join the server.
I'm good at the disconnecting thing. At least I have that down. At least I have that down. But speaking of, one of our players has disconnected, so we have to get them back into this lobby. When we do, we will get this second map underway. Don't go anywhere. Map 2, Cafe, M80, wildcard coming up.
Well, this could be the end of the road here for Wildcard in the upper bracket. The loser of this series has a date with Shopify Rebellion, and the loser of that series goes home. So good news, Wildcard fans. This isn't the end of the road for your journey to maybe make the Salt Lake City Major. Double for M80. This isn't the end or the beginning of your journey. Rather, you don't qualify based off of these results. M80 would then move up the bracket to go up against DZ in what would be an incredible matchup. But let's not get ahead of ourselves here, Jesse. While Wildcard got absolutely demolished on their own map, there is always still hope for the comeback, and Wildcard have proven time and time again that they are a team that can hang with the best of them. Will that materialize here on M80's map pick?
It's going to be a tough battle, Parker. There's no doubt about that. M80 love to play here on Cafe. They are 2-0 since the season began, and Ashen joins the roster, beating both 1 of 30 and Shopify Rebellion. So we've got a lot of experience from this team playing on this map. That means VODs will be available for Wildcard, no doubt about that, but you still have to be feeling confident if you're in the lime green today. They played expertly on their opponent's map pick, now get to come to home turf where they will go up against Wildcard playing for their upper bracket lives. Starting on the attack might be the only disadvantage they have in this map, but I still have to imagine they'll be feeling confident. 56% attacking win rate on Cafe since the season began. That's a 9-round sample size as well. So quite a lot of data suggesting that M80 should be off to a strong start this game.
I mean, we didn't expect them to be off to such a strong start on Fortress, and then they go 6-0, Jesse.
Yep.
Once again, they want... Go ahead.
Sometimes data lies, as it did in that previous map, so maybe now it'll lie the other way.
You are a numbers guy. If anybody has a good read on when numbers are wrong, I have to imagine it's you.
Thanks.
So I trust you on the numbers. No? Okay, great.
What do you mean? They might lie. They might lie. I don't think they'll lie, but like they could lie. I didn't forget about you not taking me to Salt Lake City when you win those tickets, so don't expect any goodwill.
First round here on Cafe, and we are live in action. Wildcard choosing to defend first, a familiar spot for people on this map. Cafe not really seeing as much pick rate in NA as some of its contemporaries, but a stable and reliable map. I do worry for Wildcard's chances here, as we always want all 3 maps and we always want a competitive series. That Wildcard might have some early struggles. I think for me, it's going to see not what the results are, but how they go about it, right? Because there's a 4-2 where teams are competitive and just there needs to be a winner in the rounds, and then there's a 4-2 where you get demolished, the same word I used earlier, on your losses, and then you demolish on your wins. What is the confidence going to be for Wildcard? Because I think there's good reason for their confidence to be shaken. M80 didn't have a real weakness on Fortress that could be exploited. They were good on the entry, they were good on trades, they were good on the mid-round, they were excellent in the final moments of a round. Where does Wildcard start to turn that ship?
It's got to be in the early game, Parker. This was maybe the one thing that they had some success on was the opening picks on map number 1. They've got another opportunity now here on map 2 to find that first frag, get things open up in the round, start yourself off on the right foot. It's always where it has to start. This top floor clear, of course, will come underway from M80. I like the tools they brought for this, but it's the peek through the window. Adrian, yet another opening frag in this series. He's been very sharp with that today, Parker. Now they just have to convert it.
Yeah, I feel a little bad for Adrian because he got the opening duel twice before. This is lucky number 3. It's only been him and Kansan striking first on this team. And guess what? None of those times resulted in a round victory. They lost every single time they got first blood. So not really an indication as to where this round is going to go, but ultimately a great start. And more importantly, you take out the Capitao. This is a critical operator for making space. Adrian will take down Gavin now. His second kill as a Nitro Cell goes out. Gunner on the board. Diffuser 2. Kansan in on the fun. Half of the server gone. 50 seconds still remain, and it's M80 down by 1 player.
It's a classic Nitro Cell up through the laundry hatch. An oldie and a goodie. So gives the advantage over towards Wildcard even more. Still that 1-man lead. Lots of time to work with if you're M80. And they've got a bit of map control here up above. Make sure to see where they want to take this. They could go dropping through the pillar into the reading door. That will be the play for Gunner. He's in a plant spot if he wants it.
He's got Diffuse Kit. He just needs the correct read. Might find some salvation here. Diffuser good enough to trade off 1. That means that Gunner will have absolutely no coverage. It's down the alarm bells. Wildcard getting in mighty close. Kansan hitting him. Gunner manages to get away, but he doesn't see Spiker over on the reading door. Good coordination by Wildcard. Very M80-like on Fortress. And Wildcard get a much-needed round to start off this map.
Yeah, again, despite the information advantage that M80 had, there were just some tricks they didn't expect. Adrian peeks out the window for the first pick on a hot and cold. The nitro for the second pick there over towards Gavin. And once you've got kind of that two-man lead, they're able to run away with it with the man advantage. Happy to concede that top floor because they know M80 are the team who have to plant. They try to get a little pinch going down those white stairs. Diffuser, good for one, not good for more than that. Tough push there in the 2v3 for M80. They did it their best, but not quite enough. Kind of surprised Gunner committed to the plant and got it down in the end there. M80 are a very objective-focused team, and you can see that they're willing to die for that plant to go down, but even still, not quite enough for Gunner in round 1. Competitive, but Wildcard off to an early start in map 2.
It's a small snapshot, but there was a lot more confidence there from Wildcard, and I liked what they had with Adrian, his position in particular. He read into where the attackers were coming from and was fully prepared for this. Whether it was because they were actually able to figure this out ahead of time, given that this is M80's map, you're probably going to be aware of how they're going to play it. That is one of the small downsides of your map pool, is that your opponents will likely know how you're going to tackle certain things. Again, maybe M80 is bringing new strats. Who's to say it would be? It would be a question. I think I got something stuck in my throat. I'm dying. I'm dying.
Parker, don't worry. I can tell you that I don't know if the strat itself was so different, clearing all off, but they did have very different operators, so this is definitely a new look from M80. Once again, trying to change things up a little bit. There are consistencies. Diffuser loves the gridlock here on Cafe. The Buck, a very common choice here from Gavin, but hot and cold on the sends. Again, something they've played. This is actually a very similar strat to what they played earlier in the stage. So this bottom floor attack might be a little bit easier to read from Wildcard, but you're right, they didn't have any struggles with that when they were defending down onto reading. Now one floor below should be much the same. I expect this to be a slow push, Parker, because we've got a full anchor setup being played by Wildcard, and M80 have brought double soft breach operators. They're going to want to take this top floor control. It's likely we won't see the first kill until the last like 45 seconds or so in the round.
Yeah, it was like Marco Rubio grabbing for the glass of water there, if you know that reference. Just trying to not choke on whatever air I breathed in. But either way, back from the dead and now able to cast it again. I think your points are spot on. I think this will be a very practiced execute from M80. They are still droning things out. They are still taking map control. We are leaving the discovery phase, and now we are in the mid-round. Typically break things down with the discovery phase being the first minute or so, then to the mid round, then the late round and execute as the final moments here. And with teams in North America, we don't always make it to the late round, especially these two teams. We saw a lot of very quick executes. Not going to be very quick at all. You are spot on. We're about to hit the minute mark, and they are still dotting their I's and crossing their T's on the side of M80.
Sends walls from Houghton will be really interesting to see kind of where those go down, what the goal will be to try to make this execute happen. Hunting for the Zoto canister right now on white stairs is what we see from Diffuser, hoping to clear that out so that they can get the hatch open sooner rather than later. Adrian's position in VIP will be well known. Every team really does put a tuber out in here. It's a very strong position to try to hold inside of VIP. They might not be as familiar with Hansen's position, also locking down VIP, but that two-player position inside of that room, it could be a bit devastating if M80 don't clear it.
And they'll get the leadoff pick now. Baby Shark gone. Baby Shark had a really tough first map. He won't have much of an opportunity to change things around. Adrian, sensational. Spiker as well. Great in the clutch in the previous round. And he's doing some mighty big work here. 20 seconds to go. Ashen in the bomb site. Nobody on M80 has that defuse kit. It will need to be retrieved, and it is being camped by Wildcard. Great structure from this Wildcard defense. Sputtering on the side of M80, but Gunner has now made it winnable. 10 seconds for him to find Spiker. I like the odds of the shotgun in the hands of the smoke. Gunner needs to pick this one, so right. And he runs out of time right as Spiker seals the deal. Wildcard off to a great start, up 2-0 on M80's map.
Yeah, beautifully played by Spiker in the midst of that, Parker. He really does everything he needs to in that round to lock things down. Starts off playing Whiskey Bar, right? And just trying to stop that pressure as the Sens wall comes in through the restaurant window. Slow down that push from M80 as they try to get VIP control. Adrian was good enough to get one early pick, but it was that pick onto Hot and Cold, which dropped the diffuser, which was so critical in shaping the rest of that attack. Kind of allowed some rotations to come through from Wildcard. You saw Spiker move then into coat check, into the front door reception area, and just have so much success as they're locking down that bottom floor bomb site. So M80, despite taking their time with it, not able to handle that early play coming out from the 2-brow inside VIP, and then not able to clean things up despite Gunner's best attempt.
I mean, it's been a rough recovery from this M80 team, but hard to judge how many drones are actively being used because I'm still of the suspicion that that drone count is not always accurate. Look at that lineup from Gunner. But yeah, I mean, a very close round, but one again where wildcard Adrian in particular has done an exceptional job of flying under the radar. He's just not being spotted by these M80 aggressors. And at some point, you're gonna need to pin down this player. Spiker, though, to his credit, has been so clean in the final moments. And Adrian is getting a ton of information, scouting with that yokai drone just outside of the bakery door. They've got the pulse there for backup as well. Cafe has jump out and spawn peek potential. Ashen was on a roster that loved spawn peeking, if you recall. Not to see if he tries it when they move to defense. As for now, though, the main job for M80, Jesse, just make it in the building and maybe not give up a player early.
Yeah, they want to be able to take that space to be able to convert in towards and execute. They've got mining and dining up on the docket for our third round here, and our third bomb site selected in by Wildcard. And they brought Ashen on the blitz to try to help maybe with this top floor clear, and then also, of course, with execute as well. Not an operator we've seen him play on this map since the season began, so could be something that isn't expected by a Wildcard. But the ram in already top floor. They're going fast with it, Parker.
Yeah, they've decided to go a breakneck pace. I like this. Off to the races they go. Great read by Gavin through the wall. It allows Ashen to move up with impunity. He just needs to be wary of what happens over towards White Stairs. Adrian was integral in the first moments of this round, gaining so much intel, and there's still potential for him here as he shreds Gunner and will now try to buy time against the blitz. There were two others in tow, though. M80 was getting their kill come hell or high water, and they, well, it ends up working out. M80 on the board.
Bit of a chaotic round, Parker. I'm not sure if you caught it, but Hot and Cold jumps in the skylight, finds the opening pick, uses the ram to cause some chaos. That's all well and good, but then he dies to the vert and drops the defuse kit upstairs in bar. It kind of puts the pressure on the guys of M80. They no longer really had planting as an option, so even in kind of the 2v4, the 1v4, there was some hope to play around. So the time was pretty crazy. They had over half the round to go still, but even with that, they couldn't exactly force that plant. There was maybe an angle to get back in for Kansan and Adrian, the best two players so far today here on Wildcard, but not to be in that third round. They strike back with a nice little rush. You'll get to see some of this. This is after Hot and dies top floor with the defuse kit. It really is just good pressure being taken by Ashen and Gavin, making that space inside of reading. There's some good answers back, but the blitz, which is what I highlighted before that round even began, really just makes it oh so easy for the rest of these players to jump in, take that space, and get those free kills.
Well, this one's been a little bit more like what I was hoping for between these teams. Why don't we just make this map number one and just keep going, and then make you unable to watch your little hockey game that you want to watch? So,
well, listen, Parker, we're headed that way anyways. Wildcard taking an early lead on map number 2. And I'll be honest, I kind of rather, I'm happy to stick around and watch these two great teams if the gameplay is better than what we saw on map 1.
Yeah, map number 1 was really not one for the books. So,
yeah.
I mean, if you're a fan of M80, you loved map number 1. If you were a fan of good Siege, I mean, M80 was doing good Siege, there's no denying that, but it wasn't a particularly tight contest. And of course, for those listening, it's just banter. No, there is no universe in which Jesse is eager for a match to finish early so that he can go watch a hockey game. If you're taking the things we're saying seriously, well, I got some beachfront property in Saskatoon for all of you to buy. Either way, I just want a good contest between these teams. And moreover, for the story, I want Wildcard to bounce back to where they were. I don't have any vested interest in any of these squads. Fabian is my mortal enemy, more than you, actually. But I still want M80 to succeed, just as I want to see Wildcard return to form, because I think it's fair to say the Wildcard that played at SI, the Wildcard that played at Munich, the Wildcard that played at Reload, that's not the Wildcard that we've been seeing here so far in Kickoff.
Yeah. It's been good to see a bit of bounce back here on map 2. A lot of that's been driven by the captain, Spiker, now 6-1. The lone roamer below the bomb site, not being addressed much by M80 as they just focus on this top floor, but it's a long shot from Bay. Another early death from Hot and Cold will do them well, and Bay's good enough for 2, finding Ashen to put them in a 4v3 advantage.
Fire Arrow does good work. Ashen is having a bit of a poor game. But don't worry, he and Baby Shark both without kills so far, so canceling each other out, I think, is the way it goes. At the halfway point now here of round number 4, the defenders still locked in on this top floor bomb site. It is a mid-clear upward push for the attackers. Spiker wanders down, Gunner catches him on white stairs. More information now will be at the disposal of the attackers as those cams are cracked. You can see the bulletproof cameras being brought by Wildcard. If intel is the name of the game, Dokkaebi obviously a strong operator for many reasons, but this one in particular, really good patience here from Gunner. He spotted 2 targets. Hits a goo mine, manages to get one. He knows that the jig is up. Still taking damage from that mine. Sees another inside a back bar. He's got information. He'll have to stop at some point to pull this out. All the while relying on M80 to cover him. Diffuser bottles that one and allows Baby Shark into this series. Diffuser going down. Kansan hoping to stop it. He will not succeed. Gunner and Gavin now as the last 2. Baby Shark's been dropped, so Kansan will have to do it all himself. I don't think he can retrieve his teammates, so Kansan will need to swing. He's hoping for somebody on the side of M80 to move. He's got a read on one over towards Cocktail. This is a rough spot for him to be in. He outduels the Dokkaebi. Time running out. If you're Gavin, all you have to do is survive. Play the long game, but Gavin gives him the gears, and M80 takes the round.
Gavin's not one to sit back and win on the time, Parker. He wants that frag. He's been so good for M80 all season long, really since he joins this roster. I mean, he's just been fantastic, clutching things up here in the late round. It's Gunner who I think has the biggest impact in that one. You mentioned him walking up those white stairs, having that information on the Dokkaebi. There was the Echo on the board too, don't forget, and there was still a Yokai cam alive, I believe in back bar, which did get hacked, which could have maybe been watched by the attackers. So definitely some really good information being gathered by M80 in the midst of that. And then just putting together those final couple of moments there in the plant, getting it down Cocktail. If Kansan just knew where the plant was going down, he absolutely could have denied it. If he sprays enough through the bar, maybe he's able to get that player downed, but I don't think he had perfect information and certainly didn't know where the last guy was as well. So tough 1v2 to come out from Kansan, despite all the successes that he has had historically in that clutch position. Is not able to get it done today. Prompts that attack timeout again early to come out from Wildcard, but unlike on Fortress, the scoreline is relatively fine here. It's only 2-2, but I guess just feeling like they could have won those last couple of rounds, like maybe there's some big issues that need to get fixed. Lagonis deciding to call it early for Wildcard's attack timeout.
Yeah, again, this goes back to why you call timeouts in the first place. Maybe there's something he's hearing in their comms, or maybe an understanding of this map that he feels is improper, and you can nip that in the bud before it becomes a much bigger issue. Coaches hear the players, we don't. Coaches can sense the mood and the vibes of a team. If a particularly talkative player is not talking like normal and your strats revolve around that, maybe the timeout is being done to try and say, hey, what's going on here? We need your voice in the team. Maybe it's not even a strategic thing. You can't know. The only real way to know is to ask them directly afterwards, and if they feel like being candid and honest, they might tell you. But a lot of times they just give you the boilerplate, like, oh, just the team wasn't performing well.
Yeah.
Terrific. I don't think you called a timeout because the team was performing well. I don't think that's why they do it. So I get it entirely. But yeah, sometimes you win a couple rounds and the coach still doesn't like what they're seeing and think that there is potential to do better. So call a timeout early, maybe settle your players down, and success will follow.
We'll go back to reading for round 5. This is the bomb site where Adrian really started things off with an explosive nitro cell up through the laundry hatch, as well as a swing out on the white window. He's brought the Sentry and actually has not brought a Nitro this time around. Barb and Impacts to play with. His teammates rip the Nitros instead. Spiker just playing down below the new hatch with potential to toss that up for an early pick if they get ballsy dropping that hatch. It's a run out instead and hits the air jab. Ooh. Adrian goes flying and Ashen to punish for his first frag.
Well, Ashen is on the board. Baby Shark found his first kill in the previous round, and that settles all the goose eggs that we saw. Now just a couple breadsticks for some of these players. So Got to get them out of the bakery at some point. Getting rid of a utility-based operator like the recruits is a good first grab, but I do think there are other players on wildcard, operators in particular, that would have been a better target. I see a player like Adrian who's been one of the most alive and active from a kill department across Fortress and now here on Cafe, and I think that's a big loss irrespective of who he's playing on. It should give M80 a little bit more breathing room. Down goes Diffuser at the hands of Spiker. Spiker's also been pretty good. 7 kills, 2 deaths. He'll have to do even more as Kansan bleeds out on the ground. Bay circling around. I don't know if Kansan is retrievable. Diffuse kit being planted by Hot and Cold. Ashen is here to protect. Looking over towards Fireplace. A beautiful shot by Baby Shark. My God. Gavin gets sent to the afterlife on that one. Sitting on that skylight is such a strong position, and he just could not contend. Hot and Cold eliminating Spiker. That's probably target number 1. M80 looking for the win on this round. Diffuser at the halfway point, a 3v3. As now finally we see M80 head back to the bomb site. Baby Shark almost takes him down. Kansan gets one. Ashen a double for his 3rd on the round. Make it a 4th. M80 take the lead.
Oh, Liam Paz, welcome to Cafe. You were maybe a bit quiet playing on those shield rolls earlier in the map, but a huge multi-kill to be able to get M80 into the lead for the first time on the 2nd map this series. And Parker, what a round it was to come through from M80. I mean, it was a nice retake of top red coming out from wildcard. In the midst of that, you saw Spiker rotating up those red stairs, Kansan trying to push up through bar, a couple different players collapsing on that top red position. But as everybody on wildcard was taking the top floor, regaining it back under their control, M80 were planting in the site. Sure, you're getting nasty shots on the skylight, that's great, but you're on the top floor with your entire team, and Hotten's planting the diffuser. Sets them up so perfectly for that post plant. The objective focus game that M80 love to play continues to shine now on Cafe. Ashen a little pop-off dance after he gets his 4K, and it is finally a lead for M80.
It took quite some time, but we finally arrived here, so kudos to them. And 3 in a row for M80 is certainly quite the feat, and they've done it without changing up much of this operator lineup. They're trotting out very similar ops. Obviously, the big exception was the previous round. Diffuser has played the gridlock every single round so far on attack. He will change it up now and will go with the Twitch, as this lineup has been completely blown up. Ace now being brought for the 2nd time in a row, just the 2nd time in this first half. Flexibility on the side of M80. Wildcard still using intel, but nowhere near as much. No bulletproof cameras, just the yokai drones to deal with. I think this might be in response to the constant Dokkaebi usage on the side of M80. If that is the call made by Wildcard, kudos to them. I think it is a smart one.
Well, they are still going to be bringing that echo that Kansan was playing last time that they defended on this bottom floor. He ended up posting up just inside of VIP, protected by Adrian. Not in that same position, instead going to be similarly close inside of Whiskey, but I'm curious what M80 really want to do on this push, Parker. They've dipped out from the buck. They haven't brought as much soft destruction, and so it speaks to me like they're probably going to go a bit more horizontal with this push. Doesn't mean it's a rush, doesn't mean it's going to be chaotic, but they kind of have a different set of tools and they could take this a slightly different way. Even still, recognizing there are no roamers on these top 2 floors, Gunner will take the space that is given to him for free. A lot of pressure still happening over towards Bakery, though. You see Hot and Cold tossing in some of these Selmas, even challenging the big player. His teammates are trading out towards the garage side of the map, but that's going to be okay. The brunt of this push is still being put together nicely.
It's a recruit that dies early. Again, utility ops being played, and just pure utility, secondary utility, mind you. Diffuser will find Baby Shark. Diffuser taking some damage in the process. Early set of gas canisters deployed by Spiker now. Yokai's still up on the side of Kansan too. It looks like he's got 2. Hard to tell if his 3rd is there, but he is piling around, just trying to get information as to where this advance is coming from. Now situated over by Whiskey, and there you go. You got a good read of where they are all positioned, spread out, so he will have a read as to where these attackers are coming from. The lineup, though, is good. Kansan dies. He will have to govern those yokais from the afterlife. Spiker finds his 2nd kill. Bay on the board now, too. Bay inside a bakery. He's last man standing. He's taken down Gunner in the gunfight, so Gavin could try to get his teammate up. or he might just go for kills. They surely have a read on Bay's position, but that read gone after 5 seconds. Bay's lined up, playing this pixel angle on the B-bomb site. He's given himself away, re-engaging. Gavin won the engagement earlier. He's trying to get up the Dokkaebi, almost plants the defuse kit. Out goes the pocket impact, but Gavin still wins it. What on earth just happened? M80 takes their 4th in a row. The first half is in the books.
Absolutely baffled by that play from Gavin. I have no words, so let's let the desk break things down after the first half. Good Lord.
Jesse, you're baffled. I'm befuddled. I mean, this is a wild turn of events from the first 2 rounds that Wildcard were able to take. Lax, we saw 4 in a row from M80, almost every single one defined by a clutch, defined by some hero plays. Maybe it's not the way they want to do it, but they are happy that they're doing it this way.
I mean, you never want to have to rely on a single player to be able to pull out big moments, but at the end of the day, when you're looking at a team like M80 that has won 2 majors, I mean, you're going to have big plays. You're going to have big players, and Gavini is no exception to that. Gunner's no exception to that, but specifically, I mean, Gavini here, I mean, this was a tremendous clutch coming out of him. Just good display of skill in these positions that he finds himself in. And this is where, we've highlighted. Wait, are we doing Gavini or Gunner?
A little bit of both.
Oh, okay, it is a little bit both. Okay, I was confused a little bit for a second. But no, I mean, again, all of these players at any given moment can be able to pop off time and time again. Even in the second round prior, I mean, that was a huge 4K coming out of Ash, and then even in that last round, the 1v2, Gavini once again being able to pull it off. And both these 2 players have always performed exceptionally well. It's good to still see Ashen is performing. I did like what Jesse was talking about. He wasn't finding a lot of success in the early rounds on those shields. He immediately pivots off of it. Boom, now he's on the leaderboard. Now he's getting impactful kills. But it's good to be able to transition, test the waters. If shields aren't working, sometimes you need to swap off them. Sometimes you need to play something that allows you to frag, get into the building a little quicker, move around the map quieter that a shield just doesn't allow you. And again, I mean, this is the same thing that we've been seeing time and time again out of M80 and on their attacks is they can pivot any single role given their flexibility and versatility that they have on the team.
Yeah, that's the game plan. And it's nice to see Ashen playing shields. It alleviates hot and cold having to do it. He can play flexible operators himself. And Ashen being able to have the heads-up knowledge and his teammates to adjust when things don't work specifically for him. But that being said, from the side of Wildcard, you can almost see the frustration. It felt like when they looked at their cameras, you could see the frustration on Spiker's face. Everything that's going on, they're very frustrated with how M80 are clutching some of these rounds because it's small positions where you're like, yeah, Gunner walking up the white stairs. Yeah, Gavin's in a 1v1. Yes, anything can go any way, but at the end of the day, those are small little areas that if Wildcard's paying attention to it, Gunner doesn't get a 3K and help clutch the round out. You know, it doesn't put them in losing situations, and I think that's what Wildcard is trying to focus on going into this next half is eliminating those gaps because that's what M80 is attacking on essentially.
Right, and this is Siege, right? Those little things, they add up, and you keep losing those rounds on your defensive half. Right, you're setting yourself up for failure. See if Wildcard here can make this comeback happen, can get these 2 rounds back. They got a lot of work to do, though, on the attacking side. Guys?
Yeah, great points all around. And M80 just seemed like a very well-oiled machine. At this point in time, the score line across both maps, 11 for M80, 3 for Wildcard. And while I don't think there's been as much of a yawning chasm between their abilities like that, I do think that M80 has looked like they've been in full control of this series, with the exception of those first 2 rounds in the first half. So I don't know. I just think this M80 team continues to make improvements at a very quick rate, and they didn't really need to do that much to improve. I mean, yeah, obviously losing Kino hurts, and we did talk about this quite extensively, but this is a team that is just, they're firing on all cylinders. Gunner said I think he took some damage during the prep phase. Did you see what happened?
He impacted himself trying to find the drone of Bay. So, it happens.
Okay.
It happens from time to time. It's
a small oopsie.
It's small oopsie. It'll be okay. Always plays, or very often will play the Solus here on this site, as he does on a lot of different sites. Gunner's, again, played quite a range of operators on the attack, but has played almost about 50% of all defense rounds here on Solus since the North American League began. Choosing the Melusi this time around. Impacts one way or another, though, and struggling with it regardless. mining dining defense looking very similar from M80 from what we've seen from them earlier in the stage. You've got a lot of long angle guns from Diffuser, from Gavin, holding those ACOGs to try to take those fights across the top floor. Wildcard, so far, don't seem incredibly eager to challenge those top floor fights. They've got a lot of players just kind of outside the mining window. They could go for a fast play in towards the bomb site if they want to, but there's also plenty of pressure up above that they would like to alleviate. So different goals from these players as they start to pressure the top floor.
It's an awful lot of damage done to Kansan, by the way, and now Bay will fall by the wayside. A run out through the door. Adrian gets it. He was expecting a jump out on top of White as well. Really well positioned for the European player on this squad. 1-2, mind you. Baby Shark, also European. Last I checked, France is still in Europe.
Yep.
M80 with that early aggression, and now they find themselves back in the same place they were in when this round began, tied up. 1 minute and 30 seconds just eclipsed, so we're starting to get into the execute. Diffuse get in the hands of Spiker. He's been gunning a lot. He tends to be one of the more active fragging IGLs. Well, this time around, he's going to rely an awful lot on the 2 Europeans to watch him.
And Gunnar did die to a body shot, so I'm not saying the impact self-damage was the only thing that got him killed, but it didn't help. 2v2 still down on each side, leads to a 3v3 man count still up. Gavin got 2 massive kills on the top floor. Now it's up to Wildcard to put this together without all of their players available for the executes. Spike with the fuse kit is over by White Stairs, so he's likely going to try to get down those stairs and try to make his way into dining for the plant. There's a lot of threats they got to worry about. Ashen at the bottom of red. You've got Diffuser and Hot and Cold lurking around the site as well.
Oh, Ashen, a missed opportunity. He thought he had one on the run, finished off by Baby Shark, who's getting better the more he settles into this match. It is hard to attack, so the fact that he's able to thrive in this position, kudos to him. Hot and Diffuser, the last 2 for M80 now, 10 seconds to go. Down goes Adrian, the drop from Spiker. He's all by himself. 6 seconds, 5 seconds. You just gotta hide if you're M80. Excellent final round for M80. Hot and Cold decides to go for the ego peek yet again. Gavin did that too. Man, M80 are certainly feeling themselves. What a demoralizing position I'm sure Wildcard feel like they are in. And they've already called their timeout too, so there's really no way to fix this in the moment. Another round for M80. They continue on their streak. They are 2 rounds away from facing off against DZ for a spot at the major.
I'm glad you brought up attack timeout, partner. Since Lagonis called his attack, it has been non-stop round wins. 3 straight now from M80. Just been dominating, running away with this game. It is 5 straight since Wildcard took their 2-0 lead here on Cafe. And you come back to this round number 7, it really does come down to just those long angle guns that M80 were bringing. Just hit some brilliant shots. They started, of course, top floor with Gavin hitting 2 nice kills and then Diffuser hitting 2 nice during the 2v3 push as well. Coming through from Wildcard, just really sharp shots coming out from M80. Their position's very nice as well. It's nice to see those individuals really shining. Gavin in particular, I think, has to be highlighted. Not currently top fragging, but had the massive 1v1 to end out round 6. And also, in a gas where we've talked quite a lot about birthdays, myself and Gabe's, turned 24 back on Saturday. So plenty to celebrate if he can win this game as well. He'll be feeling very good one step closer to Salt Lake City.
I always appreciate the legwork that you do to find where people live, what they do, and then I don't know what else you do with that information, Jesse, but you have a lot of power over these people and their whereabouts and their locations.
My database grows. My database grows. Don't worry about it. You get fun facts on the broadcast. That's all you need.
There is no way for you to discreetly input data. You are the loudest typer. You hit those keys like they owe you money.
Wildcard need to start hitting their keys, particularly the shoot key, if you like that transition, as they start to try to pull this game back. Oh, round 8. It's not going to get easier, Parker. They have to attack onto reading now. Very similar to the bomb site they just attacked, where the top floor remains an important part of the defense. Diffuser once again bringing that ACOG on the 2-brow, but he's the first to fall to Adrian. Traded out nicely as these players swarm through the top floor, and it's a big man advantage as Wildcard lead by 2.
Oh, it continues to grow. M80 left with just Hot and Cold. What a sweep that was. And rocking the old Wildcard skin on the FAMAS too. A good shout there. Spiker leading by example, his team hoping to turn this corner. It will end the streak that M80 was riding on at 5 rounds. closing the gap to just 2. But yeah, I mean, a lot of players chewing on their lips, chewing on their fingers, fidgeting because they know how much pressure there is on them. But every comeback starts with 1 round. You have to close that gap. You have to do it in a hurry because M80 is on the presumed favorable side here. And this, again, is their map.
Yeah. It's important to see confidence coming out from Wildcard, and we did see it in that round there. Adrian, so important in that round, being able to just get in through Cocktail, right? Swing in one of those windows, gets a massive 2-piece in the midst of that top floor chaos, is able to find both the bodies of Ashen and Gunner pushing in through that top floor. So they get a lot of early value. Comes off the back of a logic bomb, comes off the back of some of that intel from Spiker as well. Playing the Snake in the IGL role can be really impactful too. I know we typically talk about Snake as an entry fragger. That's usually how the pro teams use Snake, but I remember talking with some Ubisoft developers back before Snake was announced or released, and they said, yeah, this new operator that we're working on for year 11, it's going to be really big for IGLs. You'll have a lot of information. They kind of drip fed me some of that intel, and I was like, okay. It's good to see the IGLs kind of using that info and feeding to the rest of their team, empowering guys like Adrian's to get these kills and to really start to pop off on these pushes.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we're going to talk a lot about Spiker's own fragging abilities because he has 9 kills on his own, but how many more of those kills on his team is he responsible for, right?
Yeah.
So the fact that he's able to do this from that leadership aspect and do it on his own as well with a gun in hand. Again, the fragging IGL doesn't really exist these days, and when you think of the fragging IGL, a lot of people will go back to Kendrew with the way that that old UK squad that he used to be on for so long played it. Now it's Spiker to take up that mantle, though. The rest of the IGLs are towards the bottom of the North American League standings. Spiker sitting near the top. So while Wildcard has had some struggles, Spiker has remained consistent, and it's nice to see him settling into this role.
Yeah, a lot of the fragging IGLs just are in other regions. I mean, you got Liquefac in Europe, you got Volps inside of South America. Spiker certainly embodying that title more than most here in NA. Actually entered the series as the only player on the wild card above a 1.0 KD ratio, so he really has been fragging since this kickoff began and is continuing that in this playoff series versus M80. Rambling a bit once again because this is going to be a kitchen defense from M80 without a roam presence, which means it's going to be a slow one, but that's to be expected here on Cafe. Hoping to see what this push ends up looking like. The Sens is also being brought out by this wildcard team, and you can see Spiker starting to draw lines throughout the bomb site, hoping to cut off lines of sight when they go for the plant.
Kansan will start things off. Gunner goes down. This might be the comeback materializing for yet another round. As they've lost Gunner, you've lost those gas canisters. ROU projector goes out. I don't think it bounced the way that Spiker wanted, at least from the reaction on his face. But it might be just enough to conceal their drop. Knocked off of the Yokais as the Echo gets knocked off because of that logic bomb. And now Baby Shark will contest with Gavin. It's an ugly fight. He loses a lot of HP in the process, but he walks away with the victory. He and Adrian punished, both down but not out, as Diffuser has a great read, an incredible cross, doing so much damage in the process. Kansan on a shred of HP. Spiker will need to retrieve his teammates unless Kansan can do it, but Spiker is in the middle of the bomb site. He's completely alone. Yokai drone skirting in front of him. Sets of eyes now trained in his direction from the remaining M80 players still upright. Kansan trying to sneak his way in under the cover of darkness. Will he be able to get these players back? Both Adrian and Baby Shark are in recoverable positions, but Kansan knows that Diffuser is lurking somewhere nearby. He finds Ashen, time running out. He has no choice but to watch as the Yokai drone is shot. Diffuse kick going down. Does Spiker pull it off? Diffuser walking in. Kansan blocking them out. Hot and Cold will need to clutch. This is completely turned on its head, and Houghton will get finished off by Kansan. An unbelievable final moment of the round as Kansan saves it, and Spiker trusts him completely.
That was absurd, Parker. He shot the Yokai cam with, I think, genuinely on 000, less than a 1/10 of a second when Kansan kills that Yokai, stops the plant from being denied. That could have been an entirely different round if he just doesn't click his button a little bit faster. Kansan saving things on a sliver of HP, maybe literally 1 HP, playing in that clutch position alongside Spiker. That should have absolutely been it for M80. The yokai from Cotton Cold was perfect, but he's just not able to deny it in time. He waited until the last second to try to deny, and I pray we get it on a replay, Parker, because it was just a ridiculous shot. It's right after that clip. We just missed it, but Kansan shooting the yokai cam was ridiculous in that moment. And then the fact that he wins the 1v1 too. I mean, again, just on 0 HP when he makes that play happen. An unbelievable clutch from Kansan.
I would be heated if I was hot and cold. That was crazy. Just crazy.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
And that would have been, for the record, that would have been series point for M80 if they pulled it off. Wild card, what unbelievable fortunes. And Kansan is just, he's a terrific player. He hasn't really been talked about this much so far through Kickoff, despite how good he has been.
Yeah.
He's not been the top rated player on his team. He's down in the middle of the pack. He's actually 26th of all the 50 players. But we're not that long removed from where Kansan was statistically one of the best players in North America all of last year. And he can easily outduel the best of the best. He does it domestically. He does it internationally. Not really known for his game sense, known more for his mechanical ability, but his game sense on that particular round was unimpeachable. And he and Spiker worked together to deliver an incredible final moment.
Yeah, and I'll say it again, Parker. I said it earlier in the cast, but Kansan's #1 game, the best performance of his career, came at the Munich Major last season. It was a 15-2 map that he played up against none other than M80 themselves. So we know how good he can be when he plays up against this core here of M80. And he really does all the work necessary in that last round to keep them competitive on this second map. Gunner goes for a bit of a run out outside of Bakery. Had a target outside on the window, but unfortunately wasn't able to hit his shot. So back on the Solus, as we so commonly come to expect from him. Gets read a little bit by a wild card, and they don't get hard punished by that. Bomb site top floor here as they work to try to clear this top couple of roamers.
Very patient play from Kansan now on this window. He almost died in the very first round of this second half, if you recall, when he was on Rappel in a very similar position. He put himself in harm's way only so that he could pull off his hard breach. The X-Kairos is far and away the best hard breaching tool for long range. You are easily the safest that you can be, but you still have to expose yourself for just a period of time. Adrian dies, Ashen follows shortly thereafter. I feel like we've said this about 4 times in this particular series. Kansan will die shortly thereafter. So all the hard breach now gone from Wildcard, and I didn't get to see it, but Kansan still had 16 individual X-Kairos blasts in his pocket.
Yes.
You spawn in with 18, so he was only able to use 2. If that's correct, that is quite devastating for Wildcard. Gunner takes down 1. Hot and Cold gets beaten by Bay. Bay was looking for another, but there is a fade away from M80 as now Spiker swings into the building. Spiker holding that defuse kit, looking to break double digits as he hunts down, along with his teammate, the 3 remaining players of M80. Not a lot of time to work with, Jesse. Only 40 seconds here. They might get another. Oh! Bay almost losing that engagement to Diffuser. 1 HP for Bay. Gavin goes for broke. Wins the engagement. Spiker in hot pursuit now, swinging towards the A bomb site, but he's running out of time. 20 seconds on the clock. Diffuse kit at the halfway point. Falls off, expecting M80 to be aggressive. Gunner wins the duel. And to series point, M80 go.
No doubt in my mind, Parker. Gunner is the best Solus player in North America. Such a high impact in that round, playing down to the bottom floor. They knew he was down there. They knew he was existing in Bakery because he went for the earlier run out, which missed. But eventually, he bides his time. He doesn't get cleared out. He says, wow, I'll do it again. Runs out Bakery for a second time. The second time he does it, he kills Kansan. That's how he goes down with 16 pellets still in his back pocket. It was a massive run out to come through from Gunner. And then eventually when they go to hunt him down, eventually when they go to try to refrag that kill, he is ready for it. He's watching. He gets his 10th kill of the game, managed to get a really massive pick, I believe on the Baby Shark as he tried to push him down right there. Yes, on the bottom floor. So well done coming out from Sean. He gets one last one here, taking down Spiker in the 1v2 post-plant too. So, or not quite post-plant, but plant denial here from Gunner. Beautifully played. Pushes M80 onto series point. Will they get 2 opportunities to close it out?
The end of the road here in the upper bracket for Wildcard might be soon approaching. It has been a significantly improved Cafe over what we saw on Fortress, and I do have to wonder if part of it was just them taking some time to settle in, because they are playing much more confidently in their engagements. One thing that I didn't really want to mention in map number 1, just because we had so much to talk about, but also because it seems maybe a little bit simple, is that Wildcard were losing an uncharacteristically high number of gunfights. And again, we've said this every single cast. You can have all the strategy in the world, you can have the best ideas in the world, the perfect operator lineup, and if you just whiff your shots in 3 50-50 gunfights, next thing you know, it's a 5v2 for your opponents, and all the strategy in the world ain't gonna help you. Wildcard is hitting their shots a lot better here on Cafe. Now, it hasn't been perfect. There have still been some serious issues and maybe some shakes, but they are playing with more confidence. Could that have changed the fortunes on Fortress? Possibly. It's just one thing for Wildcard to keep in mind, and if they do go into that lower bracket up against Shopify Rebellion, they cannot get caught flat-footed so early.
Nice hacked drone from Hot and Cold. It does get shot out there, but the information remains. The C4 tossed off of it, but Spiker is able to survive. Bay shoots the Nitro too and can start this plant.
Oh, he's getting it down. Nobody's really watching. Bay from afar. He's good enough. They've lost it though. Spiker died. A devastating kill. Not enough coverage from Bay. They've still been able to find their licks here, Jesse, as they work through these M80 players. Objective be damned. The guns are doing what they need to do. This reinforces the point I was just making about how you just need to win your engagements. Worried about the Dokkaebi hack. Gunnar will take out some intel, then take out Adrian shortly thereafter. He's just playing these pixel angles. He doesn't have a lot of information, needs to be worried about that upstairs control. He hears somebody crawling around on the red stairs, 2 of them, in fact. Logic Bomb will give his position away. An ankle biter. Gunnar is shooting at the shins of multiple Wildcard players, but that MPX might as well be doing negative damage. One more round in regulation as Wildcard bring us to the brink.
Gunnar had the aura in the 1v4. That would have been so scary if he pulled it off. I thought maybe he could do it with his positioning, but Baby Shark is good enough to be able to hit that head. That's a really important kill, I think, both to keep Wildcard alive in this series, but also build a bit of that confidence back, Parker. I mean, you said it. There have been some missed shots on the side of Wildcard, but they were very good in that round to be able to force a 12th here inside of regulation. I really liked Bay's play in that early round too. I mean, we saw him on red stairs. He shoots the Nitro Cell, he shoots the hacked Mozzie Cam, he shoots the player inside a train who's trying to stop that plant. The only player he's not able to shoot, of course, is the guy behind denying that plant. I believe it was Ashen who had eventually got that down onto Spiker, but just wasn't really an angle that he was able to catch inside of mining. So really good play from Bay early on in that push. The rush doesn't go exactly to plan for Wildcard, the most objective focused team actually that we have here in the North America League, but the kills are very good to follow it up, and it forces a tack timeout out from Fabian, hoping to end this one before we see extra innings.
Yeah, I mean, this is the time that you call it. At no point did I feel like, and I'm sure Fabian felt like this because he's significantly smarter than me and more experienced and more handsome, but at no point do I think that he thought M80 was in trouble. This is the point where M80's still not in trouble, but why save it for overtime when you might be? If there's one more round to go, or if there's something that he's assessing is the problem, or even if he's expecting overtime, this timeout can check all of those boxes. So he's a brilliant player. He's been a great coach so far. Lagonis, same thing on the side of Wildcard. And I mean, hey, Lagonis called his timeout.
10 seconds
and
remaining.
This Wildcard team has looked a lot better since then, even in the rounds they haven't won.
5 seconds left before insertion.
This is a good coaching matchup so far. It's obviously very challenging as an observer to see what the coaches do and to hear what the coaches do. But you've got 2 really strong IGLs, you've got 2 really strong coaches, and so far strategically, I'm liking what I'm seeing on Cafe. I liked a lot of the strategy on Fortress too. It was just a bit one-sided, but here on Cafe, far more even bout. And you can tell the coaches have a hand in that success for both of these teams.
Yeah, and even in this round, Parker, you see the impact of the coaches. Fabian calls for them to repeat the site. They go right back to mining and dining, playing the same site they just lost. What have they done differently? Well, they brought the Pulse, they brought the Solus. They brought good tools to deny the plant that they didn't have last time. But Wildcard, reading that that might be the case, have gone for a completely different operator lineup. Instead of rushing in for the B-bomb site again, they're going to be playing to try to clear out some of these top floor players before they go for that plant. So it's going to be very interesting to see how M80 tried to react to this. You can see the gunner was hoping for a run out with that air jab. He stalled at least momentarily. The logic bomb comes out, so does the snake, and the top floor will begin to get cleared.
And down goes Diffuser. Bay playing with all the confidence in the world now as he's got that ROU projector just concealing the top of red stairs should somebody want to go for a quick follow-up. Diffuser got caught in a compromising position on that top floor. I don't think he was expecting that drop with a minute off of the clock. I mean, hey, if you ever play on the top floor of Cafe, ooh, a nice read. You know that people can easily hot drop there, and you always have to be a little concerned. Gunner dies at the hands of Spiker. This is really just a fascinating one. Did he get the follow-up on Ashen? Gavin now dies here, and Wildcard in excellent position. We are looking at overtime. Map 3 becoming far more likely as every second ticks by. I don't know how I feel about an M80 clutch here. I don't even know if I could feel a single kill because it's flawlessly done by Wildcard to send us into extra innings.
And that's perfectly done, Parker. This is exactly what we've been waiting for from Wildcard, for them to be able to put their strats together, for their fraggers to start fragging. Baby Shark hit some brilliant shots at the end of that round. The information is flowing from the IGL of Spiker and from the rest of the team. They've got really good information as they go for that clear. And honestly, Parker, they just read that strategy so beautifully. You try to run things back, and Gunner goes for another run out with the Solus over towards Garage. He's been persistent on this operator, I gotta say. All throughout this Cafe map, he has been going for runouts, and if they fail, just going for them again. It was kind of readable on the side of Wildcard. They were predicting it, they were ready for it. They're not gonna get caught off guard like they did on previous attacks. Really clean stuff coming out from them. They're expecting every little move from M80, and they're hitting the shots when they matter. M80 floundering a bit now as they've given up this big lead, and Wildcard look more than ready to force a third.
Yeah, this is a totally different team that played those 8 rounds all the way back on Fortress. And I mean, I don't think it's really much of a consideration for this team at the time, but maybe what separates me from being a player is I'd be sitting there thinking, man, if we played like this on Fortress, we might be in a position to 2-0 them. It is nice to see, though, that Wildcard has that dog in them, has some fight left in them, because people were really quick to write their obituary after those first 4 days of Kickoff. I think for good reason, because the team did not look all that strong, and more importantly, they have never been dominant within North America. But now we're starting to see the international Wildcard, the flourishes of aggression, the good coordination, the depth. Baby Shark had 0 kills, what, 7 rounds ago? Now he's at 10?
Yeah.
It's been a complete turnaround for this squad. While we were talking, Ashen went for a spawn peek. It's been a while since we saw a team do that in this matchup. He doesn't get anything. They saw him, he saw them, he gets away, no damage is done. But I like that style of play from M80. Get under the skin of Wildcard, do what you can to try to win.
Well, I think it's a sign that we're getting quite deep in the strap book here on Cafe, Parker. It's been such a fascinating map to watch between these two teams, dueling with different setups and different attacking strategies, and round 13 is no different. This is the only time we saw M80 defend this was when we saw the miraculous Kansan clutch shooting out the Yokai cam and winning the final 1v1. There will be no Yokais to shoot out this time as Hot and Cold moves to the Clash, and in response, Wildcard bring out the Fuse Shield from Spiker. So once they get this top floor control, and they mostly have it under wraps at this point, they can start doing serious work using these cluster charges to deal with some of the util inside the site, whether that's barbed wire or whether that's going to be maybe some of the, well, frankly, it might just be the barbed wire. They haven't really brought much else in terms of Goyo canisters and stuff like that, but the util clear will be there nonetheless. Wildcard will try to work with this clock as they go for a vertical push once more.
Fuse can be such a menace on this map. Shield or no shield, AK or no AK. So Spiker is trying to flush these defenders out and take down utility in the process. It did push Hot and Cold back into the spot where a lot of teams like to plant. That's by the espresso machines in the back of Kitchen, not by the bomb chassis, which is the usual plant spot. You know, the one by freezer door. default, as it is often referred to as. After those cluster charges have gone off, not a lot much has happened. This is a very slow-paced round. Finally, we see Logic Bombs. It's got this M80 defense on the move, and Gunner hits Bay in a beautiful shot. He thinks otherwise, though. He should have not doubted himself. 3 kills for M80, answered back immediately by 2 from Wildcard. The Buck within range. They double up on him. Excellent coordination from Wildcard. Read so well. Kansan loses a lot of HP in the process. But when you rest your hopes on Kansan and Adrian, good things tend to happen. 3 kills for Adrian now, and Diffuser playing the long game, quite literally far back with the DMR in hand. Will have to clutch. They've given his position away. Diffuser getting planted by Kansan. Adrian is on the ground. Is Diffuser expecting this? Yes, he is. Can he do anything about Kansan in this position? No! Oh my word! Wildcard move to map point.
He is inevitable on that site, Parker. Kansan does it again. Another 1v1 clutch, attacking onto the bottom floor of Cafe. That's just his site. That's just his domain. That's his property there on the bottom floor of the map. Another push that seems like it's a disaster. M80 start with a massive man count lead. And then the best player from Florida steps up after the plant goes down, takes out Diffuser in the 1v1. This was really a disaster push. A 5v2 for a split second. But then the coordination between Adrian and Kansan to isolate those picks, go 1 for 1 for 1. And then the fact that he hits that 1 bullet sent out is all he needs. Head in hands for Gunner. He's got 13 frags this game, Parker, but it might not matter if they can't win the next 2.
Just an unbelievable map so far. Our best map of the day, one of the best maps that we've seen here in Kickoff, and frankly, this is probably the best map that you and I have casted since the Kickoff began. There's still plenty of time for that to change. We have 3 more days of North American Siege in front of our very eyes. Tomorrow, we will have more playoff matches. Teams will start to get qualified for the Salt Lake City Major. North America is a little bit behind all the other regions in terms of their schedule. I don't think all the APAC teams or the Chinese teams are fully locked. You can correct me on that. The time zone makes it a bit of a challenge. All of the EML and South American teams, aka the 4 teams from Brazil, they've all qualified, so they know they're waiting. They can start their boot camps, they can start their scrims and prepare. But as for this region in particular, North America taking their sweet time, as we always like to. And I look at the teams that are still in this bracket, and I think there's a lot of good Siege ahead of us. And there might still be great Siege here too. We might actually need Chalet between these 2 teams, which seemed unthinkable even 30 minutes ago, let alone an hour ago, when M80 destroyed this Wildcard team. 1 round now for Wildcard to send us over to Chalet.
Well, the major champions will know how to keep themselves composed up against some miraculous rounds from Wildcard. They will have to dig deep to be able to pull these next 2 rounds out and close out the series without needing that 3rd. Wildcard in a great position here on the defense. They've got their top floor set up, still mostly intact. Kansan on these mirror windows to set things up nicely with Baby Shark and Bay playing around him up on the top floor. M80 got good utility to try to clear out some of this util too. The Selma charge will likely grab that first Selma, although it might have actually just been shot off, so never mind. The mirror window remains here looking into Piano, and it just becomes even more awkward as the seconds tick by. How will M80 take this space on the top floor? How will they manage to clear through this roam game and take the map control that they're looking for?
Reloading.
Oh, I fall off now. A very tense moment for these teams, and there still might be more to go between them. Playing as if a spot is directly on the line. Both of these teams will still be in action no matter what happens here. Uncold suffering through it. He's had a bit of a rough game, but if anybody on the side of M80 is going to have a rough game, you probably want it to be him. His fortunes don't get any better as he walks into a razor bloom after getting picked back up. And he is down for the count. Gavin will grab the diffuser. Heir apparent, I suppose, on that roll. Final 40 seconds here. Wildcard with a 1-player advantage.
Yeah, impacts, nitros, there's a lot to deny this plant, Parker. They will need to go in and push for kills. If they can't get this long angle plant going down inside of reading, I mean, it could be very devastating for M80's chances.
Yeah, I think M80's playing a little bit scared, almost like the pressure is getting to them, which for a team that has won a major is an insane thing to say. This isn't even do or die. A bit of an issue for Ashen as he gets the read down in reading room. Baby Shark on the board. Gunner trades one out. There's Ashen, but he's traded out by Baby Shark again. Wild card, get it done and send us to map 3.
They said it couldn't be done. They said map 1, they lost it on Fortress, wrap up the series, but no. Cafe goes the way of Wildcard. They power up halfway through, and they manage to send us to this third map, Parker.
A whole new team showed up for Cafe, and now we've got a best-of-1 showdown on Chalet. Oh my word. We'll be back after this.
To go from a 7-1 loss to an overtime win on map 2, the resurgence of this team Laxing. Wildcard came out of nowhere, down 2 rounds in the first half, and they reverse sweep, come all the way back to take it. Unreal what we're seeing.
Yeah, it's completely unreal. And I mean, I can't even believe you said that these guys suck. I mean, I would never say something like that. I mean, the complete resurgence from this team. I mean, it was one from that timeout that we saw being called in, and it was a complete transition in how they were approaching the game and just the mindset. You could completely see the shift. And there were obviously huge heroics out of some players, particularly Kansan in that basement site. I mean, that one round where he was able to pull off that 4K, hitting that Yokai drone with 0.03 seconds left on the clock. I mean, it's rounds like these, as much as we talk about how strong and resilient a team like M80 is, those rounds in particular will chip away at your mental back to back and will put even more stress on you going into the next round and then even into that last round. I mean, again, hot and cold, gets down to a Razor Bloom, gets back up, dies to a Razor Bloom before getting even into a gunfight. If that's not a tilter on side of everything else that's been going on, I mean, Wildcard, wow, what a showing.
Yeah, I mean, this round where Kansan doing magic, shooting the Yokai right as there was 1 second on the clock. I think it's rounds like these, specifically the basement attacks from Wildcard, that the clutches were amazing. Thankfully that Kansan was there, he was able to clutch up, but the fact that they were able to consistently clutch those basement rounds not only was a guaranteed round win for Wildcard, but it also, like you said, was taking away from M80's mental. And that was the biggest factor. Winning those rounds was showing the weakness from M80. It was frustrating them, putting them in a position where Wildcard stole the momentum from map 2.
Absolutely.
Going into map 3, it's something that Wildcard, again, can still just dig into the wound and just make things worse for M80, because M80 now is playing with that mental aspect of, we could have closed it out. We're going into a map 3. We can't make any more mistakes. And that pressure is something that will eat at great teams, even teams like M80. And so thankfully, I mean, for Wildcard, we say it all the time, for a team to be able to come back into a series, you need either everybody to be on the same page or one player to have big rounds. And that was Kansan being the saving grace for Wildcard, and they desperately needed it.
I mean, I do love the mention that you talk about, you know, yes, we can praise Kansan, and even in the other clutch where he did get that 1v1, you got to give credit to Adrian in that round as well. He had a big 3K that put him into position to even go for that 1v1. But again, the entire team across the board stepped up tremendously, and that's really where they've been fighting against themselves, is not everyone has been on the same page. Not everyone has been able to find success. I mean, we heard and saw Baby Shark. He wasn't finding any success in the early beginning of that game, and then towards the end of it, he was at 10 kills. Everyone now looks like the wild card that we're used to seeing at an international level, where they're taking their time. They're understanding where they can pick apart the defense and slowly start constricting that site until they can go for those executes. Yes, some of those rounds did get a little dicey, but they have the players to clutch and bringing it into the next round, into the next. And as Parker said, as cliche as it is, every round can contribute to a comeback, and they absolutely made that happen.
Well, we're really seeing, you said resurgence a few times, could not be more accurate. The question is, can they hang on to that, right? Can they keep up that momentum and still play like the team that maybe has some glimmers of that wild card international success? Our third map will decide all of that. The sixth map of the night to send one of these teams on a date with Dark Zero in 2 days. It is M80 and Wildcard. They're going toe-to-toe on map 3 when we come back.
If you just tuned into map number 1 and didn't see any of map number 2, you'd be shocked that we find ourselves here on Chalet as the decider between these two teams, because everything was pointing towards this being a very quick 2-0 for M80. The wildcard had other ideas, and in map number 2, they found a higher gear and have now pushed us over to the sunny beaches of France. Here in Chalet, M80 still the people's favorite, and honestly, might have looked like the better team through this entire series, but it's a best of one now to determine which team moves forward in the bracket and which team goes down to start their lower bracket run. Will it be M80, the major champions that are technically still defending major champions because SI is not a major?
Yes.
Or is it Wildcard, a team that has a bit of a new look, like M80, but has never done as well domestically as they've done internationally? This one's going to be a dogfight, Jesse.
Yeah, it's incredible that we're even here. Wildcard had to battle so hard just to force this third map, but they've done it, and we get to play a best of one, as you said, for a spot deeper in the brackets. If you win this game, you have 2 opportunities, 2 best of 3s, where you only need to win 1 in order to make it to Salt Lake City. So this is a critical game in order to put yourself up in a good spot to make it to the major. Chalet, not a map that either of these teams have played since their respective roster moves. Historically, it has favored M80, though, winning it a couple of times back during SI and, of course, through Stage 2 as well. Wildcard haven't won this map in over 6 months, losing in that time to both M80 and FaZe Clan. So hopefully the practice they've been putting into this map will pay off, and they can show us exactly why they forced this third map in the first place.
Well, I mean, don't tell Wildcard that the odds are stacked against them, because they completely bottled their own map and have made this the most difficult best of 3 humanly possible. The only way this could have gone worse is if they lost the only round they won back on map number 1. So this Wildcard team has taken some time to settle in. And again, this is a very good reminder for people that the kickoff was only 4 best of 1s through the groups. That is not a lot of time for a new roster to gel. Certainly not a lot of time to get used to a new meta, a meta that is still steadily evolving. So Wildcard just needed, I guess, to settle in. Or maybe they will completely implode here and it'll be another 7-1 for M80, and that cafe will look like an aberration more than anything else. Who knows? Let's get into the match, because theory crafting will only get us so far. Let's see the actual practical application for these teams.
My eyes are really going to be on Baby Shark for this map, Parker. I mean, he really did struggle. He was the lowest rated player in the upper bracket before today began, but finally was able to come alive inside a cafe. It was a huge reason why they were able to win that map, and now has an opportunity to do so once again here on Chalet. Ashen is the first one to go down. It's Adrian who continues his streak of early opening picks on all 3 maps. Finds the tuber out early from the outside position and will start to pressure M80 as they now go into a 1-man disadvantage. Top floor under their control, but a duel down towards the basement, potentially brewing if Baby Shark could find a player down there.
Adrian, Mr. Start of the round. He's been involved in so many of these opening duels. Obviously, that's his role. He's going to be the first point of contact for this wildcard team, but he's been very, very good so far today on entries. He's been able to find an entry kill on all 3 maps now. That's something that not a lot of players, frankly, can say. So shout out to Adrian for that. He's had to adjust to this wildcard team, and, well, the man that I've seen having the hardest time adjusting has been Baby Shark, and he really picked it up on map number 2. If he can carry that strong play over here on map 3, we'll absolutely give Wildcard a fighting chance round after round.
Like the map control so far from Wildcard, they've taken over towards Piano. They've taken a lot of this top floor. It's really just Library that they don't have control of, but Gavin persists here inside of Library entrance. Diffuser on the stairs trying to support. While these dread mines will keep him safe. They try to push down through Case's hallways. He's got some good fights, but his teammate dies and he's left all alone, forced to fall back to the bomb site with the final 45.
Gunner, the only player of M80 so far to strike on the board, and he's been finished off as is Hot, and now it's Diffuser to get nothing done. Baby Shark with those final 2 kills. They said his name, and it immediately pays off, making me look a little bit smarter than usual. Huge round from Wildcard, and they just got into the building with no fear. M80 have completely fallen apart. You have to somehow fix this momentum that is purely in your head, but is letting you down.
Baffled that you just blatantly stole my Baby Shark point. seconds after I say it, and now you're the one looking smart for it. I don't know about that one, but I'll let it slide. As long as you invite me.
We're talking about Baby Shark.
Razor Bloom out.
Okay.
Baffled by this. You know what's baffling? You know what's baffling to me? You know what's baffling to me? The fact that you don't get to watch the Edmonton Oilers play.
I get to watch Wildcard M80, Parker. That's far better because the level of play.
Are you a fan of either of these teams? Like you're a fan of the Edmonton Oilers? Is
I'm
Connor
a fan of Baby
McDavid
Shark.
putting up on one of these squads? No.
I'm a fan of Baby Shark and the performance that he's been putting up, as I've been talking about throughout this series. Didn't have the strongest of starts, but really came alive again. 12 kills on map 2. Now starts off 2-0 here on map 3 for Wildcard, and I think it really just does come down to how the rest of the team is able to pressure the players into him and assist him as they try to go for some of these pushes. He's always been that lurk player for Wildcard, not necessarily with the rest of the team, not necessarily getting into those gunfights directly where we expect from him, but lurking in through the basement, finding his way up, catching these roamers off guard and pressuring them as they get pushed back from the site pushers. It's been really impressive to see from him, and Wildcard looking clean on that first chalet attack.
You know, I often call Baby Shark the Connor McDavid of Rainbow Six Siege.
Cast the game.
So maybe it is like you're watching the Edmonton Oilers. Hey, you want to know something funny about Wildcard and the Edmonton Oilers? They've both won the same amount of Stanley Cups in the last 10 years.
It's an interesting cutoff.
Okay, 20 years. Sorry, 30 years. This is actually going to make him mad outside of the broadcast, and I am all here for it. Anyway, 1 minute off of this second round. A terrific start from Wildcard. Everybody doing their part. Didn't really need much objective play because they just demolished these M80 players as they walked into the building. Spiker's in the bomb site with over half of the round still to go. He gets gunned down. My, oh my. How long has it been since they've won this map, Jesse? That was a bad one. And that is almost entirely on Bay not being able to deal with Gavin, who still has half of his HP. Bay's got to be hitting shots better than that because you've now completely blown the round open. That's really quite unfortunate. Everything looked like it was working for Wildcard. Adrian now empty-handed. The diffuser dropped in the bomb site. Unless M80 completely bottle this, it should be over. The defenders can just close in on the defuse kit. Sorry, I forgot that Kansan just kills everybody in puzzling ways. My apologies, chat.
Open to be able to collect this one back. Never count out Kansan, and especially with how Baby Shark's been playing, this team's still in it 2v2. Baby Shark facing off against Ashen on the top floor. He's got good information thanks to some of these drones. We'll try to use the Ram to clear out a little bit more of this utility. Find out some of this vert pressure. They do spot out Baby Shark now, so this can force the 1v1. Spot out Ashen, I should say. Baby Shark with that information. Kansan down to the bottom floor. He's going to have to be the one to retrieve the diffuser and start on with this plant. If they can get it and start that hit inside of B, it could be big for them.
It's been a complete swap now as M80 was holding this B chassis part of the map and have now fallen a little bit farther back. ACOG's aplenty for these Wildcard players. They can lock this one down. An astonishing result if they end up winning. It all comes down to Kansan yet again. 10 seconds. Ashen is from above. You're going to have to plant this one and see what he chooses to do. Kansan sticking through it, shot it through the wall. They know Ashen's position now, but Kansan doesn't have a choice. No way he'll be able to get this kill. He's just got to stick the landing. Ashen dropping with the shotgun through the wall. Yeah, Kansan, you tried really hard, but a lot of that really falls on that gunfight at the door. Spiker had full trust that the Ella would die when he did not die. When Gavin was allowed to stay in that position, it completely knocked the round on its head. A frustrating spot for Wildcard to be in, but you literally saw how one small misread and one small mistake snowballs into something much larger. It was still a very scary round for M80. Let's not kid ourselves here, Jesse.
Yeah, unfortunately just couldn't quite get the job done. Bay finds the opening pick onto Hot and Cold, but then he's reloading with his pistol, and he doesn't have nades. That's kind of the biggest thing, Parker. Usually with Deimos players, you'll see those nades trying to force a player out of position, but he brought the can openers instead. Didn't get any value out of that secondary gadget. Unfortunately, just kind of lowers the man count then on the side of M80. They're able to play the time really nicely. Ashen never overextends inside of Solar, never extending on the side of Gavin either, just inside the bomb site, letting the time tick down. We entered that 2v2 with over a minute still on the clock, but despite that, the time was the biggest problem. Couldn't work with it, couldn't try to find picks into that 2v2 situation, and unfortunately just let the round slip away from them a little bit there.
Really quite devastating stuff, but
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb
again,
and defuse
this map has had this match, in fact, is just about everything, Jesse. And I mean, it's late for us. It's late for the studio in Copenhagen. Big respect to our production team currently working at 5?
Nearly.
47? 447, something like that. It's quite late for our production team working out of Copenhagen, and of course also to our desk, also situated over there. It's a beautiful studio. We, of course, are working remote, so we're a bit privileged here in that regard. And of course, thanks to you for still tuning in. We're hoping to send you away with a very intriguing match, and so far this best of 3 has given us just about everything. We haven't had an ace yet. I suppose that's one thing that's missing. And there hasn't been a team kill. I'm going to start checking those off the boxes, but gameplay has continued to steadily improve. And we are only 2 rounds in through Chalet, and it has already been quite an unpredictable affair. Spiker attempting to slingshot has an Amaru in towards B-bomb, gets gunned down immediately by M80. That's the defuse kit dropped as well, yet again. Wildcard, come on.
I mean, you see the power of the Thorn there, Parker. The barbed wire plus gadget makes it impossible to try to make that space. The gunfight's so free for Gunner to be able to swing out and take that pick. Another one from Diffuser now is getting in the building has proven to be such a difficult concept for Wildcard. As Adrian smoked off the big window, and he had some interesting sense walls that are being set up, but unfortunately, I just don't think we're going to get to see the result of it. He's dead now. He can't bring those walls to come up. And they're just battling out for these fights. Not enough information. Gavin finds Baby Shark, and with over a minute 20 still on the clock, they've got 5 kills to find and just 2 bodies to use it.
Kansas on the vault in, caught by the cross. M80 looking far more poised on this round than what we saw previously. No real mistakes being committed here. Wildcard left to just bay, and I mean, what are you gonna do, right? 1 minute to go. They hear that defuse kit going down. The 4 remaining players on the side of M80 just need to sit and wait. Excellent patience, a pop-up from Diffuser. Maybe sit and wait's not the ultimate goal. They've got some smiles on their faces, so the mental's not chalked just yet. M80 regains the lead.
I'm sad we didn't get to see more of that push coming through, Parker, from Wildcard. It felt like it had some really interesting bones to it, but I think Spiker maybe just a little ahead of his teammates. He goes for that rappel into Solar, I guess thinking it was clear or thinking he had more coverage than he did. Under the cover of the Lion scan, he does his best to just jump in through the Solar window, but it does get red. There's too much util, and he's not really got anybody with him. So a bit of an awkward death to come out from Spiker that really just started that round off on the wrong foot for Wildcard. Something to think about, something that they can reset, and they actually do call attack timeout here. I was a little curious if they would, just because these last couple of rounds have gone so poorly for them, especially that last one. Clearly, Lagonis is wanting to use these attack timeouts early, hoping that he can fix these problems before they start to spiral into even bigger ones, deciding that now is the proper time, down just 2-1 to M80, to use this tactical timeout.
Early timeouts, again, could be called for a variety of reasons, and we can speculate. In fact, well, we're paid to speculate, actually. It's a really great thing. We can talk about what we think is going on with these teams and these players. Wildcard have had a really rough best of 3. Obviously, it's been papered over a little bit by the results of map number 2. But this is still a team that is having issues. You saw it in round number 2. They probably should be up right now in this round count. But small mistakes can lead to such larger consequences and damning results. That's what happened. That particular round went bad for Wildcard as well in a hurry. So if you're seeing these small little missteps, say you call them 1,000 cuts, death by 1,000 cuts is still death. It doesn't matter how many cuts you get or how inconsequential they seem. So trust in Lagonis to be able to settle this team down, talk them through the strategy. This is not a very familiar map for Wildcard. You said it yourself before we even played a single round. So there is going to be some, I don't know, some onboarding that needs to be done, some learning on the go. Wildcards showed up better on Shelly than I expected, Jesse. So they call the timeout. Your hope is that when you call that timeout, they play even better than they already are so far.
We'll go back to Barring Games, Parker, as we go through this second quarter. They banned out both the Deimos and the Ella. The Deimos been such a consistent staple for Wildcard. It was actually Baby Shark who played it back in round number 1. So he moves over to the Snake, can do much the same job as that Deimos, gathering information, giving yourself advantageous fights as you start to work with that intel to get yourself the frags. The drones are good too. We're seeing a little bit of information being fed by that. Gunner spot inside of Dining being given away as the drones were able to spot him out. There is a site utility they've got to worry about. Of course, that mirror window that we saw being set up by Hot and Cold is going to mean that they can't just fly into the bomb site, fly in as they tried to back in round number 3. But with all this information, the drones coming through, and of course the snake scan soon to follow, I like Wildcard's chances of getting this opening pick.
Glad Baby Shark has woken up on this team and now playing a very important operator from an information perspective. Usually you will see defenders playing very close to windows and doors. Snake counters them so well, but guess what he doesn't do? He doesn't counter Davin when he pulls his brain out of his head and jumps out of a window. Down goes Baby Shark. The Snake is no more. You spend, what, 20 seconds hyping up Baby Shark on Snake? All for naught. It's a bummer.
Oh, Gavin's such a smart play to be able to take him down there, just catching him off guard as he's busy fighting the guy inside of office. That's that team play that we expect from M80. Now with 5 players still alive, they will toss the Nitro straight out the window. It hits Spiker in the shield, and while he's fine, still half HP, but now a little bit more vulnerable. There is a second Nitro being held by Diffuser, and as they try to toss these nades in, it's actually a reposition from Hot and Cold. They get punished, and they're in the building.
Oh, Spiker was so close to finding safe pasture to get that Diffuser down, and now it's a litany of targets, but only one can be found. M80 still with the advantage. Diffuser maybe a bit out of reach. That's the case, not the player, as Diffuser guns down Adrian. Try not to be too confused. Kansan all alone yet again, watching as his team gets felled player by player. His job was to sit and wait, but what are you waiting for when everybody is dead? He'll give it the old college try. Maybe. He's just wasting time. They just called their timeout, so there is potential here for them to still talk through some of this, albeit not with their coach of Lagonis, but maybe workshop it as some players. It doesn't seem like Kansan is going to give this a serious attempt. He trades, so it'll be good for the stats, but M80 in control of these last couple rounds. Errors being committed by Wildcard, pounced upon by the defending major champs.
Yeah, errors being committed. Another way to say that would be you are copper. Those are the words that were chosen by Diffuser in the midst of that round, Parker. And I think part of it just comes down to these thorn traps. Consistently now, back-to-back rounds, we've seen Spiker just jump right into a window that does have a thorn trap on it. That time when the Blackbeard, it ended up being his demise. It plus the barbed wire probably would have been his demise last round too, in round number 3, if he wasn't killed by Gunner so quickly. But it's kind of this lack of util clear that even when you have the nades, even when you're on the Blackbeard, you have the tools to clear out some of this that is kind of tripping up from Wildcard. Just these mistakes that you don't really expect to see coming through. And then of course that kill over towards Blue Stairs as well. One where Diffuser's feeling pretty confident in himself. We've seen some really nice play coming out from M80, but it also just feels like Wildcard a slight step back from what we were witnessing towards the end of Cafe. They need to get themselves back in this game because we're used to seeing a lot better from them.
Used to being map 2 or used to being farther out?
Map 2 in last season. Bit of column A, bit of column B.
That's fair. It was always going to be an uphill battle for this wildcard team just based on the history that they have in their region, right? We highlighted it in map 1. We talked about it in map 2. We might as well bring it up here in map 3 just for the people who haven't been listening since the start. Wildcard has always domestically, and this is the point I want to put emphasis on, domestically they have struggled. Struggle usually means they're somewhere between 4th, 5th, and 6th. When they get to an event internationally, they do really, really well. Getting there is the bigger struggle than succeeding at the event. Now, usually that's a very good problem to have, but for Kickoff, it's a terrible problem to have because the runway to land this thing is so short. And for a team that usually needs that long runway to prove they're one of the best, they're going to have to be better immediately. Now, Wildcard obviously didn't get that memo back in map number 1, but they made the upper bracket. So they are doing something right, and they're still adjusting to this player of Adrian, who, for the record, has looked mighty good. They're going to get a leg up now as Gavin gets a little bit irritable, jumps out, dies to a Claymore. So the first kill for Wildcard comes in maybe unexpected fashion here. They've taken the Thorn down. Now it's a run out from Hot and Cold. He won't find anything. A lot of gumption on the side of this M80 team, but they're not finding any success.
Yeah, struggling with it there. Gavin ended up jumping out of games as that opening death, but it's Baby Shark with a technical second, the Claymore for the first, and now the gun rings out to find Gunner. The Fuser's position was given away long ago, and finally will be capitalized on. Baby Shark thriving in this high info environment, and it is a clean sweep, a flawless round for Wildcard as they get themselves back in this game. The information so much better that time, Parker. They had all the drones, they had the Claymores, they had the util, and they will walk away with a round win because of it.
This seesaw match is going to continue, and I mean, hey, kudos to all the teams that are competing so far. Our first series of the day, very evenly matched, and here we are seeing the same thing again. I do kind of wish we could have seen a more competitive first map, but I think it just adds to the overall story. And do keep in mind that second round that Wildcard did ultimately end up losing when, if you remember, Bay and Spiker both died to Gavin on that door. This could easily be a Wildcard lead here on this map. So still a lot more to go. We're about a solid, we might even be halfway towards the end of this map, but Sideswap is about to come in, and I am fascinated to see if we end up with a 3-3 and end up with neither team any closer to a conclusion. It really is incumbent in my mind upon Wildcard not making a lot of mistakes, because of these two teams so far, they have committed far more mistakes than M80 through these 6 active rounts.
Yeah, make sure to see what lessons M80 learned from that previous round too. You know, they were playing quite aggro over towards Solar. They were getting burned out by Capital Bolts. They were running out into Claymores. I would expect after that result to see them rein things in a little bit, to see them play things a little bit more passive. They are holding with 4 out of 5 players up towards that top floor. Gavin probably the farthest from sight. Just on the other side of this window from Baby Shark, he is inside a back bar in a position where maybe he could try to go for an early gunfight, try to get aggressive, but most of these players pushing have actually focused their attention over towards Solar, wanting to go more direct to sight, not thinking that the engaging back with these roamers is going to play into their hand. With Kanzi being on that gridlock down below, it's going to make flanking from Gavin or anyone else very, very difficult. Kanzi can kind of just sit down here for free, play with the shotgun, start working the vert. It'll counter this bandit that's being played by Gunner just on side of the master wall over towards Solar, and will also start to counter some of these other positions of the players inside a bathroom or inside a master.
You really don't see a lot of bandit on this bomb site, Jesse.
Yeah.
It's a bit odd. You see bandit across a couple maps, but usually Kaid is the go-to electrification. We don't even see a lot of Kaid these days, for crying out loud. It's just, breaching is not the be-all, end-all like it used to be, so breach denial is not the be-all, end-all. Fascinating still to see how Gunner pilots this operator. Hot and Cold, the only player in the lobby yet to get a kill. He had a pretty weak second map from a fragging perspective. Hot and highly touted for his IGL skills, not really known for tons of kills in that role, though he can go back and forth. Nitro Cell gets dropped. First kill is onto Gavin. Now Gunner taking some damage. He's finished off. Wildcard looking so formidable outside of the building.
Another nade.
It gets better.
Oh boy. 2 players left alive now inside of M8 to try to clutch this back. Over 60 seconds to work with too. The bullets are flying, your teammates are dead. Hot and Cold, good luck. A nice swing at a big window. That's the start to a 1v5.
Oh. It's a start. The finish is the OV4 Wildcard. In control of these last 2 rounds. Halfway point. 3-3 for both of these teams. Now, again, you can dive into whether the attackers or defenders have a leg up here on Chalet, but these have been very evenly matched rounds, back and forth. Nobody the clear victor through 6.
Well, Parker, we've got our desk to break down those first 6 and tell us who they think is clearly in the lead.
Clearly in the lead. I don't know if we have that in us right now, Jesse. I mean, thinking about where we started our first halftime break on map 1, we said, why are we even here? This isn't a halftime break. The game might as well be over. It was 6-0 at that point. Here we are, lacks a map and a half later. and it is, I mean, what, 3-3, a complete coin flip.
I mean, for a viewer, this is what you love to see, especially if you're excited for both these teams to get to the very last map, and it is a battle of attrition. Who is controlling that tempo? Who has that momentum? Who's able to shift and adapt better? And so far, what we've seen in the latter half, we are seeing Wildcard adapt a lot better. And I'd agree with Jesse. You know, what we saw in that round 5 was M80 getting too aggressive, which was allowing Wildcard to get these free picks where they would ultimately close the round in a flawless half. And I completely agree with Jesse that maybe we dial it back a little bit. We play a little more passive. Let's play our crossfires, play our layers. And sure enough, Wildcard takes their time, uses the time against M80, and understands, okay, if they don't want to play aggressive, they don't want to peek into us, let's force them into our gunfire. Let's force them into crossfires, using that Capital, just oppressing them left and right. So if I had to say at the end of this half and how those last 2 rounds played out, I would be on the edge that Wildcard has the favor going into this next half.
I do agree. I think the map itself is a lot different, a lot more difficult to be able to defend on comfortably as opposed to a map like Fortress. You can't really add layers, but still, even then, it looks like M80 is still very flustered from that map 2 loss. It seems like they're going for a lot of aggressive fights, the fights that they are losing, and sometimes when Wildcard are winning these rounds dominantly, those last 2 rounds, it just looks like M80 is losing one kill to just and bleeding and hemorrhaging kills. And I think that's the biggest issue for M80 going forward. Sides swapping, Wildcard is on the defense. It seems like they have a really good understanding. They're calm. They have the momentum in their favor. M80's only hope, in my opinion, is if they can really shake off the fact that they lost and really try to out-counter. I mean, it goes without saying, Hot and Cold, being the IGL, he only got his first kill in that last round. So that being said, you can tell from their gameplay and from the way that they are performing, it looks like they're still shaken up.
So it sounds like, Lax, at least you gave a definitive, you think Wildcard have this? Fox, where do you fall?
Well, I don't want to say they have it, but I think just going into the second half, they're going to be a lot more comfortable.
I think if there's a team to get overconfident and start losing and hemorrhaging rounds after mistakes, I feel like it would be M80. So I think it's safe to say that I believe Wildcard could run away with it in this half.
All right, well, I think we have our answer, Jesse. The momentum seems like it's on the side of Wildcard. 3-3, though, as we said, basically a coin flip going into these final few rounds, but exactly what you want to see in a playoff match like this.
Very well put. A battle of the Titans. And I mean, you're at the very final halftime of tonight's broadcast. And of course, neither team is closer to victory. If you are here, neither a fan or a fan of neither team, you are treated to some really great Siege. Cafe, excellent. Chalet, definitely shaping up to be cut from that same cloth. Just don't bother to go back and watch Fortress again unless you happen to love M80 an awful lot. Then watch it as much as you want. Heck, you can do whatever.
How? Okay.
The textures in this game are kind of funny. So some of them you can throw Valve cams on, some of them you can shoot those drones at. I think he's worried that somebody has hidden a drone in there, and I think that's the right call. He did actually catch a drone.
Yes. Yeah, he caught a drone in those plants. He caught it when he threw it the second time, so he will have that information to play with. A little bit awkward, it bounced off the first time around, but he's fine. He's got the info he wants, and now Baby Shark can position that drone wherever he wants. It looks like he's driving it up towards Mez at the moment, so can really use this to try to catch the attackers off guard, maybe enable some aggressive moves from these other wildcard roamers. Oh, or it'll just immediately get shot. Never mind.
So much of this series has been us calling what happens 95% of the times and then watching as the 5% of the time unfolds in front of our eyes.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think he caught that Brava drone. It's not showing up on the HUD, so there was maybe some opportunity for another hack to come through, but not to be for Baby Shark. Bit of a long series, bit of a goofy one, but it has been entertaining from start to finish. Now they've got to find some way to break through onto these defenders. You see the setup over towards Piano. Bay here positioned himself behind the shield, not far away from his teammate over on the tuber out. Adrian also in an aggressive spot. And around those top floor roamers, you see so much aggression from top to bottom.
Ashen will find Bay. I'm not really sure where that Denario was. Oh, Ashen's found his way in. Okay, perfect. He's up top by Piano. Might have another over by Bathroom, but he doesn't get there fast enough. What are these comms from Wildcard? Ashen was allowed to exist there for 10 plus seconds, and nobody called that one out. Adrian looking in the complete wrong direction. Spiker will get 1 kill with the Nitro Cell, and now he has to hang on for dear hope. Gavin is also downed. Retrieved now by one of the 2 remaining M80 players. Look at this Denari setup.
Yeah, that's so cool. Blocks off that office doorway. There's no shot that you're destroying that tripwire from down below at least, so it makes it very tough to walk in through office.
You stop for a second here and think about this particular part of the map. This is also where the Electroclaws will go to electrify the garage door underneath that people don't think about. Or rather, sorry, the wall underneath that people don't think about. And now you've got the Denari trips as well. This is a really precarious spot for Spiker. I don't know if he's able to make it out of here alive. No, not at all. He was getting pinched from the kitchen door and then down Solarium stairs. He was finished off either way. M80 do not look particularly happy. Certainly not the level of vibes that they had even 10 minutes ago, let alone on the previous map here. And I think for good reason. They could have closed this one out in 2. They watched it slip through their fingers, and now they're fighting for their lives on map number 3. They've got the lead, though, as they take the first round of the second half.
Yeah, I think that's key. Despite the vibes, they did look quite well in that push, and it all falls back to Ashen. Got just 3 kills in the first half and will double his total in just the first round of the second half. Be able to get another triple kill. He knew that there was the Denari setup inside a piano. We saw it with that deployable shield. Walks in, gets that kill, immediately flicks behind because he knows Baby Shark is roaming down over towards the bottom of blue stairs. Gets the second kill, and then the final player, just Adrian inside of office. He's got a million different angles to look at. I believe he was distracted by hot and cold just inside the master bedroom. So when Ashen walks in the office door, ends up being a freebie for him to cap off that nice little 3K. And when you've got a Snake player like Ashen, who is so good at gathering that information and then using it to get a multitude of kills, it really can crack the defense wide open. Wildcard spent a lot of that early round hunting for an early pick, hunting for that aggressive play that will give them the edge, but it was Ashen who ended up finding it and gives his team the lead because of it.
A series so far that's been defined by a lot of things. Some sloppy play, teams figuring each other out as it goes on a little bit longer. Great individual performances, the yo-yo effect of some of these players. Baby Shark having a terrible game, bouncing back to almost top fragging on his team. Spiker carrying the way, but now taking more of a back seat. We've been all over the place. Quite the journey here through these 3 maps, and it has been a really special series, and it's not for a direct playoff spot. So you have to imagine that when the stakes get higher, the games will only improve. Dark Zero awaits the winner of this series, and then the winner of that series gets a spot at the Salt Lake City Major. The loser here does not go home. The loser here goes down into the lower bracket to start their lower bracket run for one of those 4 spots, and will have their hands full against Shopify Rebellion in a matchup that I imagine has to be very, very interesting to watch, irrespective of which of these teams win. This is a quick one by M80. They've made their way into back bar. Ashen and Gunner taking no prisoners. Diffuser goes down. Wildcard will now trail by 2 players and find themselves in the worst spot possible. Down in numbers while you've lost control of the bomb site. Round is on the line. Ashen shaken off of his spot. They do manage to get 1 kill on Wildcard's side. But 1 kill over the span of 20 seconds ain't going to get the job done, Jesse, when there's still 4 other players to go. And that big window will be the greater issue. No opportunity to long arm. They all trickle in, and M80 will greet them one by one to go up by 2. 5-3, the score line so far. M80 perfect on the second half.
It's been Ashen's initiative that has really changed the pace of this game for me, Parker. He has once again been able to jump in the building, cause a distraction, be the focal point of all of those defenders, and enable this team to be able to get in, get that plant. First time he did it on the Snake, little 3K, gets the frags. This time he only gets 1 kill for his trouble, but he's that guy on the blitz, jumping in through the window, distracting the smoke of Adrian, who was the one player that was still on the bomb sites, which allows Hot and Cold to jump in and get that plant then on the Capitao. Everybody else on that rush holding either out through the game's window or up above the library windows. You saw Gunner get that opening pick, of course, onto Spiker, who is roaming all the way over towards office. Felt like the information was so clean there from M80, and despite the fact that Adrian was sitting in the site, they said, we don't really care. We're going to send it in. We're going to force you out of this position. Ashen was able to gun him down with the pistol on that blitz, and it just made all the difference in the world.
10 seconds to
These
insertion.
pushes have been so decisive from M80. Wildcard need to find some
5
way to
seconds
shut them
to go.
down, and they're running out of time to find that solution.
And they already used their timeout yet again. Both of these times that the wildcard timeouts have come have been so early in the game that you can't diagnose these issues with your coach in the midst of it. Right? This is quite devastating for them. Granted, they do get the timeout now in the middle of the game at halftime, so they are at least able to do that, but it's a rough spot to be in if you're wildcard. You've just got to go with the flow and hope that you can figure it out. Good drone work now from M80 as we turn our sights towards round number 9, and M80 succeed here. Oh, that might be the end of it for wildcard. A vault in, Spiker's unable to stop it. Nitro Cell goes out, doesn't connect. It does some serious damage, doesn't find any casualties. Diffuser, the first one on M80 in the ground, but Spiker died shortly before that. Hot and cold on the board now, gunning down Kansan. This attack towards the kitchen side was down on that main floor through trophy window. Once they clear that, then they can think about next steps up Solarium stairs.
Got really messy. Kansan dropped the hatch through master to kitchen to try to help out his roamer of Spiker down below the site, but unfortunately all it resulted in was his own demise. A little bit of a scary roam early game coming out from Wildcard as they lose that man advantage. They've got Bay here on the Clash, but as a Clash, you kind of have to bring the gun up now that you're in a man count disadvantage, because if you just play that shield, well, now it's a 2v4 on the guns. 2v3, I suppose, with Hot and Cold also bringing out that shield, but it's going to be in an awkward situation regardless. These last 3 players on Wildcard are desperate to continue to waste down this time. Bay, very aggressive, still playing on these solar stairs, somewhat isolated from his 2 teammates. But he gets one regardless on a Gavin, and the C4 will give the man advantage. Okay, we're back in it.
What happened here? When we talk about these rounds having just about everything, my goodness, Jesse. Wildcard went from an incredibly weak position to now being the favorites to win this one out. Hot and Cold will need Gunnar as his lone escort. Gunner's been having a good day. Gunner's also got the F2. Gunner can also kill Adrian here, but he needs more information. He's let him slip on by. Great read. Good patience by Gunner. Could find 2. He'll do just that. But he's watched Hot and Cold die. Out will come the scanner, and he's got a read. He knows that he's being watched, so it'll just be a straight up 50-50. Are you feeling lucky? Bay is. Bay wins, breaking the run that we saw from M80. The gap is now just 1 round. M80 still in control, but Wildcard coming for that lead.
Jacob Dowling from Quincy, Illinois does it in the 1v1. Big round from Bay coming out to shut down Gunner. It looked like it was going to all fall into place. The pieces lining up for M80, but unfortunately it's just that 1v1 from the Clash that comes out big time, and I'm shocked that they were even in that position once again, Parker. It felt like M80 had the Clash dead to rights, pinned down there on the solar stairs, but Bay somehow fights his way out of it, found the head of Gavin down there on the bottom floor. At the same time, the Nitro alleviates the pressure from up above, clears the player off the solar window, sets him up to be able to be in that clutch position. You'll see it now. Here's the Nitro from Adrian. There's that kill from Bay on the left side of your screen too, as he able to get that kill. It is beautiful from Gunner, making his entry in through the office door, but at the end of the day, the trade is better from Bay. It is a perfect swing. It's a perfect shot with the SMG, and Wildcard still in this game.
Running out of things to talk about in this matchup, and ways to address these 2 teams and these individual performances. It's just been an incredible run. Wildcard are improving in front of our very eyes. And again, I go back to that 1 round. It could be a Wildcard lead. So the scoreline really does reflect how close this has been. It feels like a completely different day than when we started this series and M80 dog-walked Wildcard 7-1. So kudos to them for sticking through it. Keep in mind, about an hour and a half ago, or about an hour ago, give or take, depending on your timeline here, it was 5-2 M80 on map 2. We were 6 minutes away from this being done and M80 taking a triumphant 2-0 victory. And it could very easily be Wildcard who ends up winning this best of 3, which is an insane thing to say, but it really does go to show you why we play matches in the server and not on paper. And you get Gunner, who decides to walk in, droned in, But they haven't droned the whole way. Baby Shark hits them and then goes for the home run. Away he goes, and M80 suffers the first loss of the round.
Well, he might have had the same gun, but unfortunately, the Twitch is not the snake, and without that extra information, Gunner's just not in an advantageous spot. Doesn't know if Baby Shark's position over towards the stairs. It's crazy how much of an impact one ban will make, but removing that off the board is just giving Wildcard that extra edge, that extra bit of intel denial that they need to really get that opening pick, work themselves into an advantage. The first opening pick that they've gotten through this second half. It's been very consistent for M80 getting these early round victories, but this time around, Baby Shark strikes back. His third opening pick of the map, by the way. He's been very good with it, even though most of them came in that first half.
They don't expect that peek from Spiker on the stairs. He goes for the swing, blanketing it with the gas. He had that other Toxic Babe in hand. It doesn't look like he's going to use it. It might have been just a reflex expecting a follow-up from M80. M80 usually has players in lockstep, but as we've seen, as this has gone on, they've been playing more like a team of individuals. That might be a concerning sign for them. Memory serves, M80 still has their timeout. I wonder if they call it should they lose this round. Nitro Cell goes up. There's the team kill we talked about. At least the Nitro Cell doesn't go off. You got that, I suppose. Still tucked in the corner is Adrian. He's got coverage now from the clash as Kansan will keep him safe for the time being. Hot and cold all the while standing outside going, guys, I just gotta wait. I just gotta wait, guys. He walks right in. Off goes the head of Adrian, subtracting him from the equation. Kansan's fallen all the way back to blue. Still 45 seconds left. This will feel like an eternity for M80 and their fans. As that breach opened up, Kansan off of the shield, trying to take the engagement directly to Hot and Cold. Gavin felled. He was the target they so desired, and now it'll just be a reflex test that Kansan wins. Tie game! We will need all 12 rounds of regulation for this. Wildcard draws even.
Oh my, Fabian, is this the moment for the TAC timeout? Probably the messiest round we've seen from M80. There it is. Not a hard thing to predict, Parker. They're going to call it after that. Just a really sloppy opening death to come through from Gunner as he enters the building with no information. Then you've got a bit of a swing from Spiker that doesn't get caught. It's a little bit slow reaction time from M80. And then the team kill is so unfortunate. Obviously trying to shoot that Nitro Cell, unsuccessful in it, but when you're grouping up like that, looking towards the weakest bomb site on Chalet, may I add, you can't be having simple mistakes like that. You can't be giving yourself such a poor start to the round. 7, 8, and 9. We saw the early round go the way of M80. Even though round 9 slipped away from them, it felt like the early game was going for them, but it just feels like similar to the last couple of rounds on the first half. Maybe we're getting a little overconfident. Maybe we're getting a little overexcited. Maybe we're moving a little bit too much too quickly because mistakes are being made from M80 and Wildcard are walking away with rounds because of it. They have clawed back this series after their disaster on map 1. They clawed back the score on map 2 just to force the third. And now on map 3, they play from a disadvantage once again and are finding success once again.
You think we're going to go to overtime, Jesse?
I think it will either be an overtime or it will be a 7-5 win for Wildcard. I cannot imagine they're slowing down at this point. The only question is, do M80 respond to the TAC timeout?
10 seconds left before
They not just call their timeout? Am I blind?
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, can they react to that TAC timeout? Can they bounce back because of the timeout they just took in order to save this game and force that overtime? I don't think Wildcard will be losing these next 2 rounds. They're just playing too well at the moment.
I misunderstood. I apologize. Either way, we have been treated to 2 incredible series so far today. We started the broadcast about 6.5, almost 7 hours ago. You and I have been casting since 5 p.m. Eastern, is now 11:20. So this has been a tremendously long day, about as long as it really could, barring a catastrophic implosion of somebody's computer that would have delayed us even longer.
Knock on wood.
With a 7-1, by the way. Crazy to think. These teams will come to blows very quickly. Diffuser finds his way in. Spiker dies because of it. Baby Shark throws Diffuser out of the building. Scratch that. He might not have actually made it into the building. Might have just been a kill through the window. I mean, technically, I'm correct. His body's not in the building, so at least I'm half right there.
I'll give it to you. I'll give you points.
Thank you. That's really nice of you. Gunner was surveying the landscape, seeing if somebody else would peek their head through that hole, but nobody will. He'll block off some line of sight with that ROU projector. They have intel. What are the drones doing on the side of M80? I have not seen a lot of droning from this M80 team lately.
Oh, Parker, the information might have been there, but the shots are better for Kansan. They traded out. I mean, they keep things equal 3-3, but it does feel like the guns have just been a little bit better on this wild card side as of the last 45 minutes or so. Here comes a flank up from Baby Shark on the solar stairs. Big kill in a hot and cold. Now everything goes his direction. Adrian, another one, and Gavin left in the 1v3. It's crumbling again.
It certainly looks like 3 in a row for Wildcard in these rounds, and it'll push them to series point. An incredible turnaround for this team. They just need to find Gavin, and then the lead is theirs. They led back in round number 1, but that has been it. They have been trailing or now tied with this M80 team. No longer. Wildcard moved to series point.
And it just feels like it's every individual, Parker, that we have been waiting to see pop off from Wildcard. It's Kansan going for these tiny peaks where he hits the head every single time with perfect reaction speed. It's Adrian on these long angles, playing the ACOGs, playing the DMRs, punishing players as they try to get into the building and trading out his teammates. And most impressively of all, it's Baby Shark. It is the kid who has struggled on Wildcard since this stage began, all throughout the group stage. Frankly, through the first half of this series, where he could not seem to win a fight, he could not seem to find his bearings, he could not seem to have an impact on the round for Wildcard. Now we're seeing the old Baby Shark. Now we're seeing that French menace that was so good for this team back during last season. That was the highest rated player on Wildcard through stage 2 of the NAL last year. He has come alive in this series. He has broken the curse that has been following him since this season began. And Parker, it might be the end of M80 if he can do it in one more round.
An absolutely absurd ending awaits us, and it could be with Wildcard putting a impressive punctuation mark on the end of this best of 3, or we go to overtime, which is equally exciting and gives us at minimum 2 more rounds after this fateful round 12. It has been a series of streaks on this map. Round 1 went to Wildcard, then 3 in a row for M80, 2 in a row for Wildcard, 2 in a row for M80, 3 in a row for Wildcard. It would be a perfect mirror if M80 wins this round in rounds 1. It'd be fascinating to watch. Just something fun to pick up on. But M80 have really looked like a team that has lost a lot of their confidence, and their guns are not working. Their strategy has not been particularly good. Again, we go back to drones. I have not seen a lot of time spent on drones for this M80 team. Yes, we just saw Gunner doing it with the Twitch drone. He drones himself in. But the rest of this team is largely just playing off of their gadgetry and intel. But the intel's coming through operators, again, not through drones. This is a tough spot to be in. And a tough spot to be in, speaking of, this Chimney player. On cold, aggressing in this position. He's got Spiker on the run. Nades will go out to dislodge him. It's a hail of bullets. How does Wildcard come out ahead of this gunfight? Adrian there for backup with a Nitro cell. Gavin gets one, but it's Wildcard to come out ahead. They pushed Spiker out of the position, but M80 lost both of their shields in the process.
Big fight from Gunner, equalizes the numbers. They're still in this fight. They just need to pull out their guns and take this map control. Top floor is now under theirs, Parker. They've got control above the bomb site. Diffuser was dropped by hot and cold. He was trying to make that space. It will have to be recovered, but they're playing with the vert so perfectly. Diffuser gets the angle on to Adrian. It leaves just the 2 best players on Wildcard, Baby Shark and Kansan, to try to clutch this up in the 2v3. So much time on the clock though, Parker. So much map control. Such good guns as well on the side of M80. Somebody on Wildcard has to make a move in order to get an advantage. If they just sit in sight, I can't see them winning this.
I mean, you've got Kansan needing time to be bought as he's now going for a flank. They've got 2 sets of eyes on the side of M80 watching this. The 2 best players on Wildcard are the last 2 remaining. That's a good thing to hang your hopes on. But Kansan's as good as dead here, right? Yep. They sweep through the last 2. We go all the way. Overtime, Jesse, on the board.
How else could a series like this end? These two have been neck and neck ever since about the halfway point in Cafe, and it has not gotten any easier to determine who will be the victor. We saw the lineup coming into it, right? It was Finka, Blitz, Monty. You had everything, the Lion as well, to try to surprise those top floor players, to explode into the top floor. And whilst it got messy, while the strat that they were cooking up made a disaster of the kitchen, it ends up being a delicious dish that serves them overtime here on Chalet. 2 rounds separate both teams now from a spot against Dark Zero, deeper into the upper bracket. But Parker, I could not tell you who's likely to come out on top here.
I have no idea what the hell's going on at this point in time, Jesse. I have stopped trying to make predictions. I'm not a prognosticator. I'm not guessing here. I'm just along for the ride at this point, and I think for good reason. These two teams have shown that they both deserve to win, and yet only one will ultimately succeed. This is where we said the better team ultimately might not win. Take a look at the scoreline right now, right? M80 blows out Wildcard on Wildcard's map. Wildcard squeezes out a victory on M80's map. And now this could end up going all 15 rounds with one of these teams ultimately winning by 1. If it's Wildcard that ultimately wins this, you will look at the score sheet and say, well, M80 won 7-1, and then Wildcard won 8-6 and say 8-7. How can you say Wildcard's a better team? On paper, maybe you'd argue that M80 was the better team, just based on those rounds alone. And people would be salty and the M80 fans would be upset, and I don't think that would be unjustified. But you gotta win your maps. Congratulations, you won more rounds, that's great. Wildcard are proving that when the competition is the toughest and the stakes are the highest, they can elevate themselves to that. They did it on Cafe. It seemed unlikely they'd be able to do it again on Chalet, and yet here we are. Granted, it's M80 now who are on the comeback, so can they pull it off? Wildcard defending first. Still discovery phase for M80. Doing some more drone work than we've seen through a lot of the other rounds. This is something that's very good. It obviously aided them in the previous round won by M80.
Big game moments call for big game players, and it's hard to argue anyone on the server doesn't fit that description, Parker. They have so much experience at international events, whether it's Adrian winning EWC and making it to the grand finals of SI, or whether it's most of M80 lifting a major trophy not once but twice. These players know what it takes to battle through these very long nights and these difficult matches. On the top floor, they're going to have to hold things down on the side of Wildcard. Ashen starting to close in, hot and cold with the Capital bolts, but it's Gavin who strikes first onto Adrian.
Wildcard answers back with a brisk 2-piece. This seems to be a tough spot for Baby Shark. He was fighting his own demons. M80 now have reduced Wildcard to just Spiker. Kansan might be retrievable, but I don't think that'll be the focus or the captain of Wildcard. They're posted up, watching his position. 3 players from M80. Will they be able to get to him? Yes, they read him so perfectly. The rotate from Spiker was smart, but M80 were ready for it. They moved to series point now. They've just been passing this baton around. We are reaching the end of this race, and it is currently M80 by a hair, but a photo finish still awaits us. At least one more round here in OT.
It's a gut punch of a round, Parker. They were up in a 4v3 advantage at one point during that push, but M80's trade game is so fantastic. Players all around the top floor, whether it was the push in through Piano from Diffuser and Ashen, whether it was players over on the solar and bathroom window like Diffuser, whether it was hot and cold in the big window, every angle that you can think of surrounding that top floor roam clear was being held by M80. So wherever Wildcard tried to walk, they were walking into a crosshair. M80 played so perfectly, so together in that round to be able to force those kills and work themselves into an advantage. They beautifully get that done and now have earned 2 opportunities to move on in this bracket to avoid the lower bracket for a few more days. Wildcard, how do you recover from a moment like that? How do you get back in this game mentally? They've got to find some way. The attack on Chalet historically has been the better side. I think these teams, obviously, there have been moments back and forth, but have both shown very strong pushes, very strong attacks. Wildcard will have to remember how good their attacks can be going into their final one here on Chalet.
An unbelievable series that is now starting to find its conclusion. I almost want it to keep going just from a pure entertainment standpoint, but alas, there has to be an end. All good things come to an end, and this has been good and potentially a great matchup. Wildcard have to win this to stay in the fight, or else everything would be for naught. The heroics in map 2, the dominance here on their run halfway through this chalet would be up in smoke, and M80 would basically be like, why did you make us work this hard for it when the end result looked like it was going to happen midway through Cafe? A spirited effort from Wildcard, even if they do lose. This team will have to face off against Shopify Rebellion. And let me tell you, watching this series, I don't think SR is really eager to play either of these teams, Jesse, and yet they will need to. The winner goes up against Dark Zero in a matchup where the victor of that goes to Salt Lake City. So a major spot will be on the line, just not today. 1 minute off the clock, Wildcard hanging on for dear hope. They almost missed all those shots, but he still gets the opening pick, and it is a sigh of relief across the bench. A Wildcard, they lose Diffuser, so hold on a second. Action happening very quickly here.
The information advantage for the attackers once again, Parker, that's able to work them into this two-man lead. It puts all the weight onto the shoulders of these last three players. Gavin up inside of Library is kind of the key focal point too. Can he even move? As long as these players are watching his windows, they're holding him dead to rights. There is a player just outside on his balcony. He's got Ashen not too far away over towards the blue stairs. Adrian holds this though and will start to toss in some flashbangs, hoping to force movements, hoping to get some space, and Bay capitalizes, killing the anchor.
This is going so well for Wildcard. These attackers are just dominating in a flawless round, sending us all the way the 15th and final round of a best of 3, a single round shootout, 3 minutes to determine which team moves on. And you know what, Jesse? This is the best birthday gift I ever could have gotten you, and in 28 minutes here on the East Coast, it's Laxing's birthday too. So celebrate hard. One of these teams will be heartbroken. We'll find out which one in 3 minutes.
It's going to be a brutal turnaround too, Parker. You lose this series, you've got to play lower bracket tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, on the schedule. So you've got a lot to think about if you lose this game and have to put your head on the pillow tonight. It's getting late even here in North America, but they can't focus on that now. Wildcard will choose to go to the basement. Most teams don't touch this site with a 3-foot pole, Parker. This is the one bomb site where it is always avoided on Chalet, despite how it gets played in ranked. Pro teams don't like this bomb site. It's just too easy for the attackers to try to breach in, work a pick. If they get top floor control, it can be absolutely devastating, but frankly, the last time they went here, it was a masterclass. I mean, M80, a calamity of errors as well. It was an opening death from Gunner. It was a team kill over towards the snow stairs. It was disasters all around, and Wildcard hoping to force more of that magic. It's a failed spawn peek from Baby Shark that kind of sets the pace for this final round. Who will be the one to strike first?
Could you imagine if he'd gotten that spawn peek and completely deflated M80?
Oh,
I mean, we've seen pretty much everything in this match so far, and it is about to come to a screaming halt. Wildcard now defending in overtime so far. The attackers are 2 for 0, so M80 in much better shape because of that, riding out the better side here in OT. But again, in overtime, the script tends to get flipped. Do you flip the script again in OT when the script is already in overtime and you flip that script? I don't think it goes that deep.
Well,
either way.
Since that spawn peek, Parker, they're really worried about the top floor. You want to see more droning. We're seeing tons of it now, but there's nobody to find. Despite that early aggression, Wildcard have now all fallen back down to the basement, and M80, the longer it takes them to figure this out, the tougher their final push is going to be.
This is really something else. M80 being as patient as ever. Both of these teams have been very, very quick so far through this series. The tempo breakneck at times. But as we see with so many teams, when it gets this deep into the ball game, they slow down. They pay a lot of respect for their opponents. They make sure that every move they make is as important as it can be. One small misstep and you might have just cost yourself the round. This is a similar spot for Adrian now, surviving with half of his HP after damning Gavin to the next minute and a half of watching his team's fate from the sidelines. Gavin, the highest flying performer, and he is no more. his gadget's at least done some work here. 1 minute to go in the final round of this matchup.
Yeah, before he died, he shot off the bandit battery, and that could be good enough, but not if Adrian keeps this up. A nitro cell tossed out as well. It doesn't get a kill, but the guns are alive. 3 kills for Adrian. He has completely turned this game on its head.
He gets out-dueled by Ashen, still watching amidst the smoke as Hot and Cold pulls off the defuse kit, but dies in the process. The newest member of M80 will have to contend against the 4 original members of Wildcard. He'll have to watch the library window. He'll have to watch over top a garage. He'll have to watch the opening. Clash gets on the defuse kit. There's no way for Ashen to respond to this. He gets dropped, resigned as he loses it, and Wildcard win a wild best of 3. They move forward in the brackets 1 more step close to a Salt Lake City major spot.
Craziest best of 3 that we have seen so far this season, Parker. I think across all regions, M80 Wildcard just put on an absolute show, but I'm out of breath. I'm exhausted. Let's throw it down to the studio to break down this game and have an interview with our winners.
Thanks, guys. A heck of a night. Oh, my word. What a way to finish. What a way to set the tone for this week. Jesse said it. One of the best series we have seen in quite some time here in NA. First taste of best of 3s yet this year. And in the very first day, the first 2 best of 3s we saw, we go 3 maps both times. And a barn burner here. Wildcard. They move on.
No, it certainly didn't disappoint by any means. Now you gotta wipe off the first map. I will say, first map was straight dominance. Second map was straight resilience. Third map was just straight tenacity and resilience.
I can't believe you said Wildcard sucks.
I mean, I can't believe you said that. But I mean, wow, there isn't enough words on here and enough time to really break down everything that went through that game. I mean, just from being a former player and being in moments like that, being in situations that they found themselves in, I mean, it just weighs, it digs on you, it just destroys the mental round after round when it's right at the very cusp. You can get it done, you don't get it done, falls to the next. Now you find yourself in OT. I mean, both of these teams really fought hard, and there's a lot to take from this, especially with now them going to upper bracket, M80 going to lower. I mean, both these teams are looking in the position that they want to find themselves.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Both teams have positives to take away and things to work on. That being said, Wildcard came out on top. I think the deciding factor was just their mentality, the way that they stayed in it, especially after how map 1 went, and everybody on the team slowly getting more comfortable, showing us that wild card that we love to see at events. And that being said too, the newest pickup, Adrian, that last round from him on the main stairs, what a way to come alive.
Round for them.
To just shut down M80. I mean, it was just so well played from Wildcard.
The way this matchup went, I would not be surprised if we see both of these teams at the Salt Lake City major.
Again, it's not a situation that M80 wants to find themselves in. They don't want to be in a lower bracket, but to be able to go through all the trial and error throughout this match, that is really going to set you up for long-term success as you continue into this bracket. And that is the beauty thing of being in the upper bracket, is you do have that little bit of extra life. And now you're going against a team like SR that hasn't had any game day reps, hasn't had this intense of matches, and that's going to be your opponent. That is a very tantalizing thing to have to go against.
Well, Wildcard take the win. Spiker is standing by to join us now. Spiker, what a match. Dude, I mean, over here, we let out a huge sigh of relief that this thing finally had a conclusion. I can't imagine what this felt like for you guys.
Bro, I'm so tired. I'm so tired. Before the game, I took 4 pages of notes from prep with the guns, because that's what we do for BO3s, because we have to play so many maps, we can't go through everything, so at least I know. But literally, I was doing stuff for 8 hours straight. I was doing stuff from 1 p.m. my time until right now. So I am exhausted. That was a burner. Fortress, we sucked. Cafe and Challenge, we didn't suck as much, but that was a burner.
Yeah, I mean, Fox said you guys sucked. I couldn't believe that he said that after.
I didn't say that.
It was bad.
No, I'm just kidding.
Bad.
I'm just kidding. I mean, I was the one that said it originally. Obviously, it's very lighthearted. All jokes aside, I mean, again, you guys bounced back from the first map. That obviously wasn't the showcasing that you guys know you're capable of. Second map, you guys had a great understanding. It was great through and through. Then this third map, I mean, even for yourself being the IGL in a lot of these moments, I mean, what is going through your head, and how are you able to just take each and every single one of these rounds, punch after punch, hit after hit, round after round, and then ultimately getting to that end goal of Adrian having that tremendous 3K to set you guys up for success in that last round?
Yeah, I mean, our attacks, honestly, our game plan didn't work the way we thought it was, so we kind of had to adapt mid-attack half, and that's kind of what Laguna's timeout was. We already kind of figured it out, but he just kind of, like, solidified it for us that we needed to change what we were doing. And then, I mean, the defenses, every round just felt like a burner. I don't know. Every round just felt like a burner. Like, we were just running bunker strats, trying to make them execute. They started adapting well and started doing more split stuffs on, like, kitchen especially. They were splitting top, and it was difficult for us. But, you know, it was mostly just keeping everybody calm. Like, I think through every round, I was saying, like, everybody reset, trying to keep the tones calm.
Yeah.
Right, in a high-intensity game like that against a very good team where every map is very close, it's easy for people to start screaming and yelling and talking too much. So, especially mid-round, I was just trying to keep people calm and composed, and you know that was the main thing I was doing.
And I have another question before we move on to Fox with his question. In this moment as an IGL, how do you control that tempo of understanding, okay, one round you played aggressive, it worked out, then you maybe try it again the next, it doesn't, you try to slow down, and you keep fighting that battle of it working, not working. I mean, what is going through your mind in those moments to make sure that you're on top of it for the very next round, the very next obstacle to get to the end goal?
Yeah, I think it's just about like realizing what they're playing well against, the way they're playing, stuff like that. Like our first master attack, like you saw us trying to pull them game side, but Gunner stayed closet. So we were kind of like off of that. We were kind of able to tell that they weren't really going to be rotating too much. So we started kind of doing more like ISO attacks and trying to ISO certain people. And that was the kind of the adjustment we made. So that was the main thing. Just trying to ISO picks because they weren't rotating to help each other like they normally do. So yeah, that was the main thing.
Yeah, amazing. I want to know a little bit about the mind of an IGL, the mind that you have when it comes to adapting mid-round. If we just use that map like Chalet, when you guys were defending Barn Games, right, there was one round where M80 just bum rush site. Clearly, you guys are trying to adapt to what M80's doing the rounds previously. They bum rush site. What do you think of going forward, especially if you have to go back to a site like that? How are you trying to counteract that? Because if you are also adapting to what M80 just did, you know there's a possibility that they just might change it completely the next time they have to approach it.
Yeah. I mean, I think the main thing is obviously you have to adjust to what they did before. That's why we ran the Goyo, that last bar defense. We didn't run that the first round, so that way we kind of took away that game's window plan. And we knew they were going to either do something top fire or have to clear. So it's just kind of about taking away the options that they were doing early in the game to force them to do something else. And so we knew once we ran the Goyo and we had the Warren in sight, they probably weren't going to go for sight. So we were able to kind of move more and fight more. Obviously, we lost the round anyway, but like, you know what I mean? Like, we were able to kind of...
For sure.
Like, it's like a puzzle that we were able to solve based off like what they were going to do, based off the pieces we were giving them, I guess.
I'll just say something real quick. That right after that round where they rushed, Hot and Cold said something along the lines of, oh, if we go back there, we'll just bait it again. So does that make you feel better or worse knowing that they weren't going to go for a rush anyway that round?
I mean, whatever. I mean, they're probably, I don't expect teams to do the same thing again anyway, right? But it's about just taking the opportunity away from them if they wanted to do it again.
Well, a big win for you guys here tonight, Spiker. We will, I guess, I know you said you're very tired. You burned yourself a day off tomorrow, so we'll see you on...
Oh, we got scrims.
Okay,
we got scrims.
You've got scrims, but at least not in the game.
We got scrims.
Scrim Fortress a little bit.
Oh,
dude,
man.
Don't even get me started.
Maybe ban Fortress, actually. Scrimmage. Just throw it away.
Thank you so much for your time, my friend. We will see you down the road. Good luck in these coming matches. Good luck with your scrims tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
What a way to finish. I mean, it's always good to hear from Spiker because, I mean, the mind of an IGL, as you pointed out, Fox, I mean, it was crazy to see how things ended for them. A 2-1, a barn burner of all barn burners against M80. I can't believe this happened in the same day. A few hours ago, 1 of 30 and SSG went toe-to-toe. We obviously now send both SSG and M80 to the lower bracket. They will play Cloud9 and Shopify Rebellion, respectively. Two big matchups who could be potentially close. SSG, of course, maybe got the easier draw because, naturally, Lax, I think we're just waiting for Shopify Rebellion to come alive.
Yeah, but I mean, even though, you know, you can say Cloud9 and SSG, it's a little easier game for them, you can't take anyone seriously. You don't have that extra lifeline. You have to come prepared, and where we saw SSG falter today was being counter-stratted. They didn't have a response into that Chalet. They were met with a force, met with crossfires not being able to be taken advantage of. So if Cloud9 can watch what happened today and try to display that into their match against SSG, it will be a hard game for SSG, but it's going to be even more impactful for SSG to understand, okay, Where do we go wrong? How do we get exploited? How do we fix that if a team starts to identify our weaknesses? That's what's going to be big going into that matchup, regardless of it being Cloud9.
Every team's a threat, and when I'm looking at this bracket, there's no more of a threat than Shopify Rebellion. It's like, they're waiting to wake up. You don't know if it's going to happen, but if anything, M80 looked great today. But that being said, if we see a peak Shopify Rebellion show up, it's another situation where it's anybody's game.
Right, it could be just like tonight.
Exactly. It's a scary situation to find yourselves in.
Yeah, especially when you look at what's ahead. Things are only going to heat up from here, as you said. SR and M80, that will be our second game tomorrow. We warm things up with Cloud9 and SSG to see if that Cloud9 team can continue to try to build on that one win they were able to find from the group stage. And as we said earlier, the upper bracket action will continue on Wednesday. But we know that the rest of this week is going to be ridiculous. I mean, just based on the pace of this game tonight, how crazy it ended up being. Laxing, I mean, we know we're in for a treat.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I wasn't expecting that we were going to have all games go the distance. Again, even for 1 of 30, I wasn't sure what we were going to see from the group stage in comparison to what we saw today, but we saw a lot of resurgence. We saw a lot of rejuvenation for some of these teams, and that's the same thing that I'm expecting out of a couple teams tomorrow comparatively to what we saw in the group stage.
Well, I'll leave the day on a hot take. I think whoever wins between Shopify and M80 just wins out through the bracket.
I feel like that's pretty fair. You got two heavy-hitting teams right there. Very much started off.
I think that's the 6 a.m. talking right now.
No, I mean...
That's the 6 a.m. not talking right now.
Well, we still don't know exactly who is going to end up at the major. We do know 2 people who are going to be there because we have our first round of giveaway winners. The tickets go to Dark Rose 4 and Prey_TTV. So if you're still hanging around, be sure to check your Twitch DMs. Ahmad could have reached out, and we will see you in Salt Lake City. Tickets are still available for anyone else who wants to join us in Salt Lake City in just a couple of weeks. And of course,
we're still going to bring the pepper.
Of course, as Foxy said earlier, we're also giving away more tickets over the next 3 days. We're going to keep you on your toes exactly when that happens during the broadcast. So, you have to stick around, but we will be doing that no matter what happens. But for all of you who stuck with us late night over there on the East Coast, we know it's late. It's late here as well. Thank you so much for watching. We really appreciate you, and we will see you as action continues at 5 p.m. tomorrow. For Parker and Jesse, for our entire studio crew, and Foxy and Laxing, I'm Jonas Willinger saying thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.